All right, peace, peace, peace. I was on the phone with Unc, you know what I mean, filling Unc in what I'm about to do. And he had, he had some questions. He wanted to make sure my information was tight. So he kind of just poked at me and make sure that I could answer some of the things that might be controversial. So I got a typo and I'm just trying to find the typo and then correct it. Okay, there we go. All right, so let me find this typo. Okay, I didn't go that far. Okay. So there's controversy, and it shouldn't be, on where did science start from, okay? So unfortunately, when the Black movement started, when I say Black movement, I literally mean Black, where Black folks did everything and the world did nothing. When that's the Black man is God, all that type of talk. When that started, we started to lose out. We started to lose out on the truth of what other people have contributed to this world. All right. So we did, according to that Blackology movement, we did it all. Okay, we started science, physics, you dig, biology, mathematics, technology. We did it all. We melanin did that, and A, B, and C, and that's the farthest from the truth. We can't be any better than the people who you claim are depressing us and withholding information. They're going to glorify their history and hide the dirt. We have been glorifying our history and hiding the dirt. Okay. Peace, Dave. Peace, Rob. Ibly Blow. Peace, Viosa and Amber. So I'm going to give the unadulterated truth on who inspired science, who brought science. And when I say science, I'm not using it as some ambiguous term. We can boil water on our stove, preparing for tea, and that's called science, okay? But are you a scientist? Do you understand the boiling point of the water? Do you understand the closed system? Do you know how to make that water that's boiling an open system and convert it to a closed system? Do you know how long it takes for the water to evaporate? Do you know at what temperature the water has to be to evaporate at a certain time or completely? Okay, do you know what temperature the water freezes? Do you know what temperature ice melts? You see, so you could boil water, and that's considered science, but that's not science in the sense of a scientist, all right? I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that science where you knew all the ins and out of what you were handling. Nothing was a mystery. That's what the Greeks brought. And I'm going to demonstrate in 1 second. As soon as I fix this typo, the Egyptians were great at the things they have done. The Chinese were great at the things they have done. The Indians, the Arabs, and the Greeks were great at the things that they have done. Okay. Some of these different people were the best at what they have done. Unmatched. And that's just the truth. There's some things Greeks did that they were the masters of and nobody could mess with them. And it doesn't matter your Blackology, that's just the facts. All right, so let me fix this typo real fast. I made a typo and I'm just trying to fix. I typed it up on WordPad, Microsoft Word from a book. And when I was reading it over with Unc, I seen I had it. Okay, there we go. I knew it was deep. All right, so I got it. So forgive me if I read a typo, all right? But we about to get this in. It's great to learn our history, but don't get caught up in our history so much that we're not learning history, world history. many other people contributed in a major way that cannot be omitted from history. We are forced to learn about some of these different breakthroughs. Some of them impact our daily lives. Okay, so let me get to where I'm going. And then we would get started. I would have been totally prepared. Actually called me back. Okay, so here we go. So where's my... So as you can see, the title is called Erastosthenes measured the earth. I'm pretty sure you never knew that. If you were in the math, the supreme mathematics, you believe that Muhammad did this. Nope. He was 2,000 years late. 2,000 years prior to anybody in the 1900s. The Greeks already measured the earth, the moon, the sun, stars, sun, all that type of stuff. Knew what gravity was, retrograde, and can explain it back and forth. All right, and we're gonna get into that. We are going to get into all this stuff. No more lies. No more lies. No more omitting. And no more. Okay, so let me get this right. Okay, so now there's one more part in this book that I want to get to before I get started. Very important. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. There we go. I'm documenting all this. Oh, here we go. I got it. I found it. All right. I found it, and we are ready to go. I found it. I know you hear the pages turning. Yep, you gotta be booked up, man. Like Seti said, I'm booked. Oh, beautiful. I got another one. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so I need, there we go. There's another one. And where's Velcro? Where's Velcro? All right, so I guess we'll stop right there. Blow my nose. I ain't stepping all day. All right. All right. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know if my mic is good. You dig? All right. We about to hop in this. Okay. So let me get rid of that and share this right here. All right, we are ready. All right, here we go. So this is called noology. This is the session of noology. All right. All right, so the process of the scientific method involves making conjectures, hypotheses, deriving predictions from them as logical consequences, and then carrying out experiments or empirical observations based on those predictions. Scientists then test hypotheses by conducting experiments or studies. Hypothesis, prediction, testing, analysis. Okay. Technology. Wait, before I go there, let's go back to the scientific method. So the way scientists are supposed to do their jobs is through the scientific method, a circular process that goes from observations to hypotheses to experiments and back to observations. Let me know if they're doing this in ancient time, all right? These steps may lead in some cases to the creation of laws or theories. To begin the scientific method, scientists make observations and note facts regarding something in the physical universe. Observations, hypothesis, and experimentation. Their hypotheses are tested over and over. Good experiments done with the scientific method may lead the researcher to propose a law or theory. For example, the law of conservation of matter stated that matter is neither created nor destroyed. And like laws that have been created for the judicial system, scientific laws sometimes have to be modified based on new facts. With the dawn of the nuclear age, scientists realized that in nuclear reactions, a small amount of matter disappears and is converted to energy. So the law of conservation of matter was changed to read, in ordinary chemical reactions, matter is neither created nor destroyed. So get that right. In ordinary chemical reactions, matter is neither created nor destroyed. So I know you learned something right there. A theory or model may be also proposed. A theory or model attempts to explain why something happens is similar to a hypothesis, except that it has much more evidence to support it. So a theory is similar to a hypothesis, except that it has much more evidence to support it. So there's much evidence to support a theory. All right. What separates a theory from an opinion is that it has numerous experiments. A theory has numerous experiments, many observations, and lots of data, not your opinion, not you. Okay, you got that? Not your opinion, not your opinions, but not your opinion. This is what a theory has. Numerous experiments, many observations, and lots of data. In a nutshell, facts supporting it. Facts should support a theory. Facts don't support your opinion. Okay, the power of the theory or model is prediction. If the scientist can use the model to gain a good understanding of the system, then he or she can make predictions based on the model and then check them out with more experimentation. The observations from the experimentation can be used to refine or modify the theory or model, thus establishing another loop in the process. When does it end? Never. Again, as mankind develops more advanced instrumentation and ways of examining nature, scientists may find it necessary to modify our theories or models. All right. Now, This might hurt. Science is a method of examining the physical universe. What is science? This is from a chemistry book, by the way. Science is a method for examining the physical universe. Science, it must be testable. So right now I'm laying a foundation as to who brought science. So I'm laying what science actually is and the method, the process. Science must be testable. Being testable is what makes science different from faith. Science got to be testable. For example, you may believe in UFOs, but can you test for their existence? How about matters of love? Does she love me? Okay, how much does she love me? Can I design a test to test and quantify that love? Now, scientists also waits for another scientist to disprove them. Technology, okay? Technology is the use of knowledge towards a very specific goal. What is technology? It's the use of knowledge towards a very specific goal. Actually developed before science. So what developed before science? Technology. Who's older than the Greeks? The Egyptians. Ancient peoples cooked food, smelted ores, made beer and wine by fermentation, and made drugs and dyes from plant material. Technology initially existed without much science. What happened? Technology existed without much science. There were few theories and few true experiments. When? During the ancient times of Egypt. Okay, so now I laid the foundation. Let's get it in. Okay, so technology, again, is a practical activity as demonstrated by the Egyptian examples, which helped to facilitate death rituals, trading, beautification, writing protection, and illumination. In short, technology is all about making life more comfortable and death, while science is simply an effort to understand the world. So what's the difference? Technology is all about making life more comfortable, while science is simply an effort to understand the world. So science is just a thought, you know, in your mind that you discover something, but it doesn't help your daily life. Technology does. So you can't rule the world just off knowing why and how things are done. You rule the world by your technological advances. Okay. Scientists are driven by curiosity rather than comfort or utility. Although scientists and technologists have very different goals, science and technology are frequently confused as being one and the same, probably because scientific discoveries often lead to technological breakthroughs. When the Egyptians, here we go back to the Egyptians, when the Egyptians brewed beer, they were interested in the technological methods and the results, but not why or how one material was being transformed into another. Again, when the Egyptians brewed beer, they were interested in the technological methods and the results, but not why or how one material was being transformed into another. They had no inkling of the underlying chemical or biochemical mechanisms at work. Okay? So the Egyptians were technologists. The Egyptians were technologists and not scientists, okay? Whereas Erastosthenes and his colleagues were scientists, not technologists. Okay, I keep messing that word up. Technologists. Okay? It's funny because when I read this book, that's the first time I ever said technologist. I always say technology or technological advances. This is the first time I ever said technologist. Okay, so here we go. Just like a little tongue twister. Every genuine scientific theory must make a prediction about the universe that can be observed or measured. If the results of an experiment or observation match the theoretical prediction, this is a good reason why the theory might become accepted and then incorporated into the grander scientific framework. On the other hand, if the theoretical prediction is inaccurate and conflicts with an experiment or observation, then the theory must be rejected or at least adapted, regardless of how well the theory does in terms or beauty or simplicity. Every scientific theory must be testable and compatible with reality. You hear that? Must be testable, that's one, and compatible with reality. So I'm separating what science is and what it isn't. This is a foundation. The ancient Greeks established that the earth was a sphere, not round. That's obvious. Look in the sky, you see the sun is round, the moon is round. Okay, then you can just guess that the earth is round as well. But they didn't just guess it was round. They established that the earth was a sphere. The ancient Greek philosophers became familiar with the notion that ships gradually disappear over the horizon until only the tip of the mast could be seen. This made sense only if the surface of the sea curves and falls away. If the sea has a curved surface, then presumably so too does the earth. So this is how they knew the earth was a sphere, which means it is probably a sphere. So if anybody claimed that anybody more ancient than the Greeks thought the earth was a sphere, explain how they came to that conclusion. Testable and compatible with reality, like they just did. This view was reinforced by observing the lunar eclipse, when the earth cast a disc-shaped shadow upon the moon, exactly the shape you would expect from a spherical object. Of equal significance was the fact that everyone could see that the moon itself was round, suggesting that the sphere was the natural state of being, adding even the more ammunition to the round earth hypothesis. Everything began to make sense, including the writings of the Greek historian and traveler Herodotus, who told the people in the far north who slept for half the year, if the earth was spherical, then different parts of the globe would be illuminated. This is a prediction, by the way. This is still the scientific method. If the earth was spherical, then different parts of the globe would be illuminated in different ways according to their latitude, which naturally gave rise to a polar winter and nights that lasted for 6 months. Okay, if I pause, that means I'm drinking some water to clear my throat. Okay, but what stops, okay, no. But what stops people in the southern hemisphere from falling off? Okay, this is science, you're questioning. The Greek solution to this puzzle was based on the belief that the universe had a center. Whose belief? The Greeks' belief was that the universe had a center and that everything was attracted to the center. The center of the earth supposedly coincided with the hypothetical universe center. So the earth itself was static and everything on its surface was pulled towards the center. Hence, everybody would be held on the ground by this force, even if they lived down under. So this belief was a belief. You dig? That's exactly what it was, just a belief. The feat of measuring the size of the earth. Now check this out. This is science. So let's not confuse this with technology. The feat of measuring the size of the earth was first accomplished by Pharaoh? No, Eratosthenes, born in about 276 BC in Cyrene in modern-day Libya. Erastosthenes spent many years as the chief librarian at Alexandria, arguably the most prestigious academic post in the ancient world. Cosmopolitan Alexandria had taken over from Athens as the intellectual hub of the Mediterranean. Okay, so cosmopolitan Alexandria had taken over from Athens as the intellectual hub of the Mediterranean, and the city's library was the most respected institution of learning in the world. It was a vibrant and exciting place full of inspiring scholars and dazzling students. While at the library, Erastosthenes learned of a well with remarkable properties, situated near the town of Syene in southern Egypt. Okay, not to be mixed up with Cyrene. This is Syene or Syene, near modern day Aswan. At noon on 21st of June each year, this is what he noticed, the day of the summer solstice. So this is observation. This is part of the scientific method. The day of the summer solstice, the sun shone directly into the well and illuminated it all the way to the bottom. Erastosthenes realized that on that particular day, the sun must be directly overhead, something that never happened in Alexandria, which was several hundred kilometers north of Cyrene. Today, we know that Syene lies close to the Tropic of Cancer, the most northerly latitude from which the sun can appear overhead. Okay, so 1 second, give me 1 second. Okay, I had to make sure I was saying the name right. I ain't gonna keep butchering his name. Aware that the Earth's curvature was the reason why the sun cannot be overhead at both Syene and Alexandria simultaneously, Eratosthenes wondered if he could exploit this to measure the circumference of the Earth. Okay, so now we're dealing with the circumference of the Earth. At exactly the same moment that sunlight was plunging straight down the well at Syene, Eratosthenes stuck a stick vertically in the ground at Alexandria and measured the angle between the sun rays and the stick. What did he use? A stick. Crucially, this angle is equivalent to the angle between two radial lines drawn from Alexandria and Syene to the center of the Earth. He measured the angle to be 7.2 degrees. Next, imagine somebody at Syene who decides to walk in a straight line towards Alexandria and who carries on walking until they circumnavigate the globe and return to Syene. This person would go right around the Earth, traversing a complete circle and covering 360 degrees. So if the angle between Syene and Alexandria is only 7.2 degrees, then the distance between Syene and Alexandria represents 7.2 over 360, or 1/50 of the Earth's circumference. Okay, it's the math. The rest of the calculation is straightforward. Eratosthenes measured the distance between the two towns, which turned out to be 5,000 stades, S-T-A-D-E-S. If this represents 1/50 of the total circumference of the Earth, then the total circumference must be 250,000 stades. How far is 250,000 stades, you might ask? One stade was a standard distance over which races were held. The Olympic stade was 185 meters. So the estimate for the circumference of the Earth would be 46,250 kilometers, which is only 15% bigger than the actual value of 40,100 kilometers. In fact, Eratosthenes may have been even more accurate. This is what a stick, remember, this is a stick he's using. The Egyptian state differed from the Olympic state and was equal to just 157 meters, which gives a circumference of 39,295 kilometers, accurate to 2%. Okay, so check this out. Whether he was accurate to 2% or 15% is irrelevant. The important point is that Eratosthenes had worked out how to reckon the size of the Earth scientifically. Before Eratosthenes, nobody knew if the circumference was 4,000 kilometers or 4 billion kilometers. So nailing it down to roughly 40,000 kilometers was a huge achievement. It proved that all that was required to measure the planet was a man with a stick and a brain. Tell me that ain't big. It was now possible for Eratosthenes to deduce the size of the moon and the sun and their distances from the Earth. Okay, so he had to deduce the size of the moon and the sun and their distances from the Earth. For example, by comparing the size of the Earth's shadow cast upon the moon during a lunar eclipse, it was possible to deduce that the moon's diameter was about 1/4 of the Earth. Once Eratosthenes had shown that the Earth's circumference was 40,000 kilometers, then its diameter was roughly 40,000 divided by pi kilometers, which is roughly 12,700 kilometers. Therefore, the moon's diameter was 1/4 times 12,700 kilometers, or nearly 3,200 kilometers. This is a bad man. It was then easy for Eratosthenes to estimate the distance to the moon. Really? That's easy? One way would have been to stare up at the full moon, close one eye, and stretch out your arm. Try this. You will notice that you can cover the moon with the end of your forefinger. Your fingernail forms a triangle with the size but identical proportions. The ratio between the length of our arm and the height of your fingernail forms a triangle with your eye. The moon forms a similar triangle with a vastly greater size but identical proportions. The ratio between the length of your arm and the height of your fingernail, which is about 100-to-1 ratio, must be the same as the ratio between the distance to the moon and the moon's own diameter. I know all these numbers and math is crazy. Trust me, it's beyond me. This means that the distance to the moon must be roughly 100 times greater than its diameter, which gives us a distance of 300,020 kilometers. You dig? You ready for the summary? In summary, the Greeks had shown how knowing the diameter of the sun depends on knowing the distance to the sun, which depends on knowing the distance to the moon, which depends on knowing the diameter of the moon, which depends on knowing the diameter of the Earth. And that was Eratosthenes' great breakthrough. Drop a bomb. These distance and diameter stepping stones were made possible by exploiting a deep vertical well on the Tropic of Cancer, the Earth's shadow cast upon the moon. The fact that the sun, Earth, and moon form perfectly over the sun during a solar eclipse. Throw in some assumptions, such as moonlight being nothing more than reflected sunlight, and a framework of scientific logic takes shape, having completed their initial phase of measurement. The astronomers of ancient Greece were now ready to examine the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. All right. So this video was about Eratosthenes following up as far as gravity. I'm going into another Greek. So I'm going to do a series of these. All right. Because it's easy to say who brought in science when you don't know any scientists of ancient times. So of course you can be confused. So now you know one name and you're going to know many more. But this is Eratosthenes. All right. He measured the earth. All right. Sun and moon with a stick. So do not disrespect their knowledge and their attempts at science. I'm not done. I'm not done. Many scientific discoveries are made through the scientific method. Okay? So the scientific method is the standard of science. Got it? That's who's the scientist. Okay. However, many discoveries are made by another process. What's the other process? Unbiased sports. It's called serendipity. What is that? What you mean? What is that? You don't know what that is? You don't know what that is. You never heard of serendipity? You know why? Because you don't know anything about science and definitely not chemistry. We can make assumptions because we lack information. So we make these assumptions in our ignorance. How far are you really in science to determine who brought science to the world? Like, really stop it. So what is serendipity? Serendipity is an accidental discovery. What is serendipity? An accidental discovery. Let me go back, start from the top. Many scientific discoveries are made through the scientific method. That means, what is the scientific method? Hypothesis, okay, experimentation, predictions, and others are made through serendipity by accident. Ooh, look what I found. By mixing these two together, I didn't know in advance what would happen. By mixing these things two together and poof, look what I got. That's called an accident. If you're practicing science without the scientific method, it's called serendipity. It means you stumbled across it by accident. You didn't know prior what you would produce. The discoveries of penicillin, sticky notes, Velcro, radioactivity, Viagra, and so on were made by accident. You see? So a lot of things we use now, carbon dating was serendipity. Viagra, serendipity. Penicillin, sticky notes, Velcro were all made by accident. Now, once you mess up and figure it out, you can reproduce it, you can replicate it. Still serendipity, because in advance you didn't know what you would produce. And the reason is because you didn't follow the scientific method. So let me give you an example of serendipity by radioactivity. So yes, the discoveries in Egypt, they did not follow the scientific method. Their discoveries through science were serendipity. That's what I'm saying. And that's what science is saying, because it's the truth. So, discovering radioactivity. In 1856, Henry Becquerel was studying the phosphorescence glowing, glowing, of certain minerals when exposed to light. In his experiments, he had taken a mineral sample, placed it on the top of a heavily wrapped photographic plate, and exposed it to strong sunlight. He was preparing to conduct one of these experiments when a cloudy spell hit Paris. Becquerel put a mineral sample on top of the plate and put it in a drawer for safekeeping. Days later, he went ahead and developed the photographic plate and, to his surprise, found the brilliant image of the crystal. Even though it hadn't been exposed to light, the mineral sample contained uranium. Becquerel had discovered radioactivity. So this was serendipity. That was not what he sought out to do. He was trying to do something totally different. Screwed it up, but it was a positive screw up. Now he discovered radioactivity. Now from this point on, he can, figure out radioactivity. But prior to that, he had no knowledge that he was going to come upon or discover radioactivity. So I laid the foundation. What science is different from technology. Technology is something that's useful to help you in life. For example, when you go to the ATM to extract money, that's easier than going to a bank. That's technology. but it's based off on science. Okay. So let's give you a better example. A better example is the nuclear bomb. Okay, the A bomb that was dropped in Japan, Hiroshima. Scientists figured out how to cause a chain reaction amongst atoms, okay, uranium, which led to what's it called? Fission, nuclear fission. Okay, I'm going off memory. Nuclear fission. Now, to make an A bomb with that is called technology. Science discovered what can possibly happen in a chain reaction, but technology used it to drop a bomb. So science was first, and then technology was to drop it at or be made used as a weapon. Also, nuclear energy is based off nuclear fission. So for one, they use it to drop a bomb, and the other, they use it for energy. All right. So I'm gonna drop that link. We could build on this, or we can go to bed. Let me know. Hold on. Yeah, the days of romanticism is dead. We are looking for the truth only. All right. No allergy, no black allergy. We are no better than the people we criticize when we start making everything about us and nobody else did anything. There's the link. You are welcome to build. You are welcome to disagree. You are welcome to add on, whatever. Your disagreement will not change my position. I'm comfortable. You dig? We just got to admit, and this is one Greek. There's many others, and there's plenty of Romans that has contributed to the world, let alone naming Albert Einstein, Bohr, and man, it's a host of these white boys that put in great work, profound discoveries, breakthroughs. And we ain't gonna act like they ain't do it. We're gonna highlight the pharaohs. We're gonna highlight the West Africans, North Africans, South Africans, the Chinese. We're gonna highlight everybody, the Arabs. We're gonna highlight everybody who has done something great to contribute to profound discoveries and breakthroughs. I am Sosa. I'm right here. I wanted this nice and short, so when we build, sometimes it might be an hour. I didn't want to be like 2 a.m. in the morning because I do like to get up and go play basketball in the morning. So I'm going to introduce you to many more Greeks and Romans to add a balance. There has to be a balance. And then if anybody know any great Indians, bring them, bring it. King Sosa, peace.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, now I don't think everything was created by just the Africans. I do agree that people played their part.
Right.
Other nations played their part, but you cannot relegate everything in chem to serendipity. You would have to, at least without demonstrating, you would have to demonstrate all the processes being attributed to serendipity. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't just make the claim. You got to show and prove.
Well, the proof is not on me. The proof is on the discoveries. For example,
no, you made the claim.
Wait, so let me go back. So when I bring up Eratosthenes, we know it's not serendipity because he sat there and observed the light going into the well, and he observed first, and then had a hypothesis and tested it, and it turned out to be true that he could measure the Earth. Now, when it comes to anything in Egypt or West Africa or any part of Africa, we do know that anything you discovered, it was either you knew in advance what you would produce, or you just winged it and it turned out something that worked out for you, or it turned out to be something else and it still worked out. So when it comes to ancient Egypt, anybody that brings up anything in Egypt will have to show how they knew in advance before they even touched it. So again, the scientific method is, before I even test it, I already know what it's going to produce. Now, that's not some belief stuff. You already made a prediction by mixing this or following this or observing that, this outcome will happen. That's the method. Anything outside that is serendipity.
Okay, so the Egypt Kemet had a calendar, right?
Okay.
And the calendar was extremely accurate.
Okay.
So how is that serendipity?
Okay. Now I got a question for you.
You got a question with a question?
Yes.
You ask me a question?
You have to, because I'm not an Egyptologist. You dig? So I got a question for you. When they first put the calendar together, notice when I say first put it together, was it perfect then, or did it take some time to get it right?
No, that's not how the scientific methodology works.
Yeah.
Like scientists don't get it right the first time. They have an hypothesis, they try, it may work out, they readjust the hypothesis, they do it again. It's not like a one time we got it. That's not the scientific method.
Okay, so let's go back. So do you have any proofs that before they touched the calendar, that they already had a hypothesis to how it would play out?
Well, it's not that they had an hypothesis. Well, they would have to have an hypothesis.
No, you can stumble across some things, say, oh, look at this. And then
no, they're using the calendar to figure out when the Nile will flood, so they know when to plant and when they know when it's going to routes.
Right.
So they're implementing a method to measure when it will flood and when it will not. When is the best time to plant and when is not the best time to plant agriculture, to plant. So that's a methodology that they're using.
So are you saying it's a scientific method?
It has to be.
No, it doesn't have to be. It could be just their method, because the scientific method also has predictions and experimentation. It got to be testable.
Yeah, so they're predicting, okay, on this date we should plant based upon the sun, based upon the stars. And
what about the sun and stars? Wait, what about the sun and stars?
Based upon the sun, because they got clocks, they're using the sun as a dial to mark the time of day.
Okay, so how did they know that the sun can mark the day? How did they come across that?
They figured it out through an hypothesis. They figured out, okay, if we build this here, we watch the sun rotate around the earth and come back up in the morning. Okay, so how long does it take the sun to rotate around and come back up in the morning? So they figured that out, how long it takes the sun to go around and come back up. And then they made a dial to accurately account which part of the day it was. So that's a methodology. I didn't just.
All right. Okay. So where'd you get that from?
Where'd I get it from?
Yeah.
That's studying Egypt. You could just.
The reason why I say that is that sometimes we can read a text and then we can add our own eisegesis inside the text.
No, exegesis. I didn't add
No. I didn't say exegesis, brother. I know exactly what I'm saying. I said we can add our own eisegesis.
Okay, but how you can't? I'm saying, by how
Yeah.
could you would have to have a profound knowledge of Egypt to say there's serendipity. It's like you would have to know both sides of the argument fully. You
Well,
can't. Now,
look,
I respect what the Greeks done, but you got to
right.
respect what they did.
Okay, right. So we have experts and Egyptologists, and we have scientists, right? The experts on what goes on around the world, what goes in ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, and anywhere else, in China and India, right?
Of course.
Okay. Every science book that I came across said the Egyptians were dealing with serendipity.
Okay, present it. Let's see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna read one right now. This chemistry book right here, and then I'm gonna go get my other one. All right, so I'm gonna go back. I've never read a science book that gives Egyptians credit for science. It says many scientific discoveries are made through the scientific method. However, many discoveries are made by another process called serendipity. So then it says serendipity is an accidental discovery. The discoveries of penicillin, sticky notes, Velcro, radioactivity, I read that already. And then it says, and so on were made by accident, right? And then I'm gonna go to where they actually named Egypt. It says technology, the use of knowledge toward a very specific goal. So that's technology. It's towards a specific goal. Actually developed before science. Ancient peoples cooked food, smelted ores, made beer and wine by fermentation, and made drugs and dyes from plant material. Technology initially existed without much science. There were very few theories and very true experiments. Okay. Let's talk about Egypt. So they said they had very few theories and very few experiments. And don't forget, a lot of things a lot of things they would practice will have to be testable. That means somebody else had to test it and it makes out to be true. It's not science if you do it and it's good for you, but somebody else can't do it. It got to be testable. I mean, think about it. Just think about it logically. If the Egyptians were making discoveries, coming across stuff, I mean, it's not a knock. It's actually a great thing because they were the foundation of everything to come to come. So so the Egyptians were in my mind, and I think most people admit, were the trendsetters or the progenitors of science, of math, of language. Like they were the first. They were the first to come across it, whether through serendipity or whatever. They started most of everything what people built upon. So I'm not, maybe I'm misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm saying that somebody had to start it off. And the person who starts it off will be the person who just experimenting. They won't have a correct scientific method. It's no different than a hair braider. If a hair braider wanted to try a new style, she would try it on somebody's head, right? I had braids for a long time, try it on my head, mess up a few times, then get it right, and then that's the new style. And then other hair braiders or hairdressers will look at it and mimic it, or even like a barber. A barber will start, like, let's say a frohawk, Odell Beckham. You know, that might start off by trying something new, you know, and Odell liked it, and then made it popular. Went on play football, took his helmet off, and made it popular. And then other barbers, you know, well, other clients said, "I want my hair like that," and barbers just looked at it, said, "Oh, this is easy," and they figured the thing out. But to come across the hairstyle itself wasn't something really designed. Like it's not like Odell like imagine exactly how it would look. He just probably tried something out. But that's all serendipity is. And so I would grant you this, though. I would grant you this. I would grant you this. The book didn't say every theory. It did say few. It did say few theories and few. It did say few theory. Where am I? So it didn't say everything. It did not say everything was serendipity. So I would grant you that. It said it had few. It said they didn't have much science. So it wasn't that they had no science at all. and it said, where we at? So I will grant you that everything was a serendipity. I will grant you that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Ancient History Encyclopedia, Ancient Egyptian Science and Technology, is what I'm on. I wish I had a lot of time to go through it, but
Yeah, you just
I would debate you on that. But a good article to read would be Ancient Egyptian Science and Technology, and that's in the Ancient History Encyclopedia on
wait,
Egypt.
let me pull that up. You said ancient. What's it called?
When they
Ancient.
start talking about ancient,
Yeah.
Ancient History Encyclopedia.
Wait. You said ancient
.eu.
history.
Ancient History Encyclopedia of
I thought you said science.
Egypt. No, the name of the article is Ancient Egyptian Science and Technology. You find it in the Ancient History Encyclopedia of Egypt. Ancient.eu.
Okay, I see it. And yeah, because what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna be responsible. I'm gonna read that part and make sure that I'm correct. You know, I don't want to be incorrect.
Yeah. Like I said, I would debate you on it. I ain't got much time right now, but I would debate you on that. Like you saying that everything was seven.
No, I didn't say everything. I said just now. I said I will grant you.
Okay, you taking it. You curving it back. That's all. That's fine.
Bro, listen.
But so what is the? So how are we gonna break that down?
Break what down?
The percentages. Are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Because you've already gave up everything and said, okay, well, there's some.
No, I said they had. I'm quoting a book. It said very few things were actually, if any.
But no, if any.
Yeah, very few, if any, was science. Most of it, or not, if not all, were serendipity.
Yeah. So if you're still saying very few, if any, like it's like that's that's like okay, very few, but probably nothing.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Well, Well, that's numbers. You know.
So how can I debate you on that?
Look, what you can do is you can shut one avenue down because I'm saying none and very few. But you can debate the none part. I'm with that.
Okay, because I mean, I'm just looking at toothpaste. Toothpaste was made of rock salt, mint, dried iris petals, and pepper, according to one recipe for the 4th century CE.
Was that made for a specific cause?
Toothpaste.
Right. So now I'm asking, was that made for a specific cause?
Yeah, it was made to brush. It was made to clean it.
That's the definition of technology, right? That's not science. That's technology. Technology by definition, like for example, when you go to the ATM is made for a specific cause, just to get money out of it. Science itself is not. Science itself is just made. Science is based off curiosity, so it really doesn't do anything. Right? It doesn't do anything.
The science is that they combine rock salt, mint, dried iris petals, and pepper.
Okay, so now look,
concocted in ingredients.
Wait.
They concocted in ingredients to make toothpaste to brush their teeth.
Hold on. So what's the first ingredient?
I don't know what the exact first was.
No. I'm saying like no. I don't mean, bro. I don't mean like the first they came across. I'm saying the first one you just named.
What's the first one I said is rock salt.
Okay, now how did they know rock salt can contribute to a healthy teeth?
They didn't know it would contribute to healthy teeth, but salt had other. They were using salts for other methods. So they probably were using salt as a method to clean things.
Okay, so how did they know? How did they know salt can be used to clean things?
Because they were using salt as a way to store foods.
Did they know salt was a combination of sodium and chloride?
Sodium chloride, bro. You're talking 2020.
No.
You got to stay.
No, hey, bro. I'm trying to tell you what science is.
It don't. But you're injecting now. You're trying to put 2020
No, I'm not. No, I'm
mindset
not.
on 3000 BC.
I'm
You don't
keeping
have
it.
to know. It's like quantum physics, bro. You don't like quantum physics. You don't know everything when it comes to quantum physics. All you know,
Don't
sometimes
scientists
quantum
admit that?
physics. Yes,
All right.
that's what.
Exactly. So,
But what
right.
I'm saying, just listen, just let me, because you
Yeah.
keep cutting me. Just
Yeah.
listen. Quantum physics is a science. We agree, right?
Yeah.
In quantum physics, sometimes you don't even know all the mechanisms. They just know what the end result is and how to play upon that mechanism. So you can't say just because they don't know step 3 and 4 that it's not science. Because if that was the case, there would be no quantum physics. Would make no sense.
Now, well,
Quantum physics wouldn't be
actually,
a science.
no. What I'm saying is this. I'm saying that what they teach is quantum physics, like what they actually teach, what they know, correct?
Yeah, they teach what they know. Yeah,
Right.
what they
Okay.
know, and they'll tell you that there's a lot of things that they don't know.
Right. Okay. But listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying what they actually teach, they actually know that though, right?
Yeah, some of it, but they don't like if the things they teach, they don't know everything about it, bro. That's
Okay.
not how
I never
quantum
say
mechanics
I never
works.
say everything, but you know I'm
Yeah,
getting you.
they haven't. Yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, they teach you what they know,
All right. So
but
hold on real fast.
in them teaching you what they know, there's things that they don't know, and
Wait.
they'll
So hold
tell
on
you
real
that
fast.
they
I'm gonna
don't
grab
know.
my quantum physics books. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. So I'm just gonna. You can finish, and then when it's my turn to talk, I'm gonna point out that they only teach what they know.
I mean, I wouldn't argue that. I mean, how can you? I mean, I wouldn't argue that they only teach what they know, because how can you teach something if you don't know it? What I'm saying is that they teach what they know, and they'll tell you, "Hey, this happened like this. This is this." But as far as this mechanism go, we don't really know. We have a hypothesis, and that's what's done. Like it's not like other science. So
Right,
of course they teach you what they know, but they can't teach you what they don't know.
right. And what they
You
don't
got
know, they don't consider that science. They don't consider that following the scientific method.
no, what they don't know, they'll explain to you what they don't know, and they'll give you some theories that they have, and they'll
Now,
let you and
no,
they'll continue to add.
no, brother. Don't say theories. You mean hypotheses. Theories are based off
Well,
facts. So you mean they give you a whole
they'll
bunch of
give you some high.
hypotheses.
They'll no,
Yeah,
because
okay,
they
yes,
actually
brother.
no.
If
They
they give a
actually give
theory,
you.
they know about it. If they give a theory, they know
Well,
about it.
no. They'll actually give you some theories based off facts, bro. A
So
a theory is based off facts.
right. So Sosa.
So a few scientists may have different theories based off a collection of facts. But when you're dealing with quantum physics, a lot of it is theoretical. You understand?
Yeah, but I think you're using
So,
the wrong language.
okay, well, just for the
Hypo-
sake of argument, let's
yeah,
just say hypothesis, because I don't want
yeah,
to get caught up in that. That's not the
right.
main thing what I'm getting into.
Okay.
They'll they'll tell you different hypotheses that scientists have laid forth pertaining to said results. They'll give you that information, and that's quantum mechanics. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it works. It was just like they had string theory, which they thought was good, and it was good to a particular point, and then they had to kind of trash it. And now they're working at superstring theories because they found the errors and flaws in string theory. My mind was getting dry as hell. But if I make a claim though that the Greeks discovered everything through serendipity, then I would have to demonstrate. No, I'm using the Greek as another example, not the Egyptian. If I made the claim that the Greeks learned everything through serendipity, then I would have to demonstrate how the Greeks learned everything, how the Greeks learned these things through serendipity, because I'm making the claim. See what I'm saying? I would have to show and prove. You know what I'm saying? I can't just cast that on the Greeks and say, okay, you prove it didn't. You see what I'm saying? That's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? That's like if I said humans don't come from monkeys, then I would have to demonstrate that humans don't come from monkeys based on the evolution, based on the theory of the evolution. See what I'm saying? I can't just throw it out and be like, okay, you prove it. That's not how it works, bro.
Nah, what I'm saying is this: is that okay? I will give you an example. The chariots that the Egyptians built when they was fighting with the Hyksos. Actually,
Yeah.
I believe they got the idea from the Hyksos. I think the Hyksos tried to invade them with chariots, and then they, in turn, built chariots themselves. Okay, when they built the
No,
chariot,
I believe they already had chariots.
okay, I just recently watched something today.
Yeah, I thought they came with the horse, but the Egyptians, what they did is they took their ideas and then reconstructed
That's what I
the
mean. That's what I
axle.
mean. They
Yeah,
didn't have.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe.
They already had chariots. I believe they already had chariots, though. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna look that up right now.
Yeah.
Egyptian chariots, because like I said, I'm fresh with this. I just watched a lot of Egyptian stuff today, like a lot of just videos online.
Hey, I stand to be corrected. If I'm wrong, hey, we'll just go from there.
Okay. Now you can finish while I look this up.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up too. Oh my gosh, I'm getting the wrong shit.
Okay, so check this out. Chariots are thought to have been first used as a weapon in Egypt by the Hyksos. So I knew. Like I said, I just watched these
Go ahead.
videos.
Keep reading.
Okay. So it says in ancient Egypt society, chariotry stood as an independent unit in the king's military force. Chariots are thought to have first been used as a weapon in Egypt by the Hyksos in the 16th century, though investigation of materials long held in the Tahrir Square Egyptian Museum as potentially revealed the presence of chariots as early as the Old Kingdom 2686, 2181 BC. The Egyptians developed their own design of the chariot. So it says archaeologist Juice Crowell writes that chariots were not sudden inventions, but developed out of earlier vehicles that were mounted on disc or crossbar wheels. This development can best be traced in the Near East, where spoke-wheeled and horse-drawn true chariots are first attested in the earlier part of the second millennium BC. I have no idea what I just read, but
Okay, because I'm looking at Encyclopedia Organ and Wikipedia, and it says the chariots are thought to have been first used as a weapon in Egypt by the Hyksos in the 16th century BC. Though investigation of materials long in Tahrir Square Egyptian Museum has potentially revealed that the presence of chariots as early as the Old Kingdom 2686 through 2181 BC.
yeah,
Hyksos wouldn't be until around 1700. But neither here or there. They brought in a new technology with the horse.
Yeah. So that was my whole
and
point.
The Egyptians modified it with the axle.
Right. So that's my whole point. So my whole point was, like you said, I got to demonstrate. So I was showing how the development of chariots, and we just said they modified it. So this was just This is technology.
Yeah, but they had the chariots first, though. That's
Yeah,
not that
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
be that wouldn't be serendipity.
Wait, no, it
That would
would be
be
fair.
another invasion bringing in a different technology, and then
Right, right, right,
that's
right.
not like
But what
that's
I'm
not
trying to
like
say is this. What I'm saying is this. When they first, okay, when you, if any of us take a science class right now, it doesn't matter if it's physics, chemistry, or biology, but I would rather stick with biology and chemistry because they're mostly in the lab. Maybe physicists also, you know, but yeah, because physicists deal with the antimatter and matter, so all of them are in the lab. But before they touch anything, before we, like us right now, we go to any university and try to become a physicist or a biologist or a chemist, before we touch anything, they're going to make sure we are informed about everything we touch prior to us touching it. Okay. They're going to make sure that we have an idea what we're doing, and they're going to make sure we have an idea what the result must be after we test our, you know, hypothesis. Then we're supposed to predict what we're going to, you know, what it's supposed to be. So what I'm trying to say is that before we touch anything, we're already being booked up on what it is we're touching, their functions, how they react to certain temperatures or certain whatever it is, and we're going to have an idea of what we're going to produce. So there is no serendipity at all in modern day science right now. We go to any college institution, right?
And I agree, but we're talking about
right. So
BC time. So
right. So I'm just
we
laying
got
the
to look at
foundation.
science. Yeah,
Right.
but we have to look at science. See, what we're doing will be what's called anachronistic. You know what I'm saying? Because you're using the present time and implanting that in 3000 BC.
No,
We got to
I'm
deal
actually
with
not.
science. We have to deal with science 3000 BC.
Okay, so
2000 BC. We
okay,
can't
so
forget about modern science because the key word is modern science. They didn't have modern science doing Greece and Kemet. That's not
okay.
well.
Now,
It would be modern during their time.
now brother, you do know you have classical science and modern science, right?
Yeah, but that's not the same, bro. We're talking about
Wait, look.
3000 BC.
Now I get it, but
2000 BC.
right, I get it, but check this out. So modern science starts in the mid or latter of the 19th period of the 19th century. Okay,
All right.
and classical science goes back before then. So
How long was classical science, bro?
let me look it up for you.
But don't go. It's not going to stem back in the BC.
Nah,
It might go back to Isaac Newton.
Nah, it goes before.
Like
classical science, what I believe, was started from a Muslim, an Arab, I think it was.
Yeah, definitely ain't gonna be BC time. You're talking about Muslims. So I'm saying you got to go. So we're back in 2500 BC, 2000 BC, bro.
Right. So that's why I go back to Erastosthenes. I go back to him. Okay. So
yeah, I don't have no problem with him and Socrates and Democritus. I don't have no problem with that. And Socrates and some of those ancient Greeks.
Yeah. So
for getting information, huh?
Yeah. So classical. I'm reading right now Wikipedia. It says in contrast, trying to use knowledge of nature to imitate nature, artifice or technology, Greek technique was seen by classical scientists as a that's something different. Yeah, but it's going back to the early Greek philosophers. When I type in classical.
No, let's not go classical. It can't be that far of a distance from classical to modern.
Yeah.
We're talking about 5,000 years from classical to modern.
Yeah. What? Oh, hold up, brother. Do you know what made modern science?
Explain.
Modern science, when they started to modern science is when they started to almost contradict classical science. For example, when you deal with chemistry, you're dealing with Bohr's model, where Bohr's model deal with the electron chemistry. So we're talking about chemistry. So he deal with the electron and its functions, the outer valence and everything like that. So classical science stopped in chemistry when Bohr's attempted to explain how the electrons orbited the atom. he
Yeah,
thought
you talk about the introduction of quantum physics. Yeah.
right. So look, right.
Yeah.
So quantum physics is definitely modern. So anyway, Bohr attempted to
Yeah.
uh, explain how the electrons orbit the atom. He thought they orbited the atom the same way the planets orbits the sun. That's when classical science stopped in chemistry, and then it was picked up later that electrons do not orbit the atom in any particular motion. They jump around like one of those video games back in the day. Like they jump around over and over and over. You can never predict where the electron can be. So the Bohr's model stopped right there. But everything before then was like good. But that part was thrown out about orbiting the atom like planets orbit the sun.
Yeah, but I think on a stream before
So
we looked at the introduction of science, what we were, because we was arguing this point before, and I think we agreed that modern science, we were talking about modern science, or science beginning with them understanding the elements. You
yeah,
remember that
wait,
argument?
yeah, hold up, brother.
And
Give me
so
one
we,
second. So give me 1 second. I just got a phone call. You might have heard my phone ring. I ignored it. But let
go
me
ahead.
call the brother back because it's probably something important. Hold on, give me like 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
I
If
can
I
still hear
got
you though.
5 minutes, like I said, yeah, like if I got 5 minutes myself, I say, oh my God. But yeah, man, like I said, I would debate you on that. Just to, yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, that'd be something. I don't know what the hell's going on my phone. Yeah, but Boss, you making a claim though. When you make that claim, you supposed to be like, boom. The Egyptians did this. This is not the methodology they use. They did this here. And we can see the accident here. Even when you look at the pyramids, you can see the trial and error from the mastabas. You can see them built working their way up to the pyramids. You can see collapsed pyramids that didn't work correctly, so they had to go back and readjust. I mean, they had to go back and put together another blueprint. Those stones sit on top of each other, damn near perfect. They ain't even there's no what that shit you call you put into the brick. No mortar, nothing in that mud. It just brick laid on top of brick, and it's so precise you can't even slip a credit card in between them. So all of that, there was a technology and there's a methodology used to get to that point. You know what I mean? You can't. So I don't think you can get around that. Even as far as melting, smelting certain things, and being able to carve some of the hardest materials. They had to have a understanding of what work. You still got the medical papyrus, which is the origin of modern medicine. You know, Ankh shows that all the time, and they show how some of when you deal with medicine and that stuff comes out of Kemet. They still got the papyrus where they wrote down the different medications and symptoms on that. So I mean, there's a lot to cover. Bro. That'd be a good topic to broach during on a real black atheist, man. You should lay out an argument and debate that. You know what I'm saying? That'd be that'd be fun, fam. Yeah, that would be fun. Damn. Yeah, but I ain't gonna have too much time. Like I said, it'll be a nice little debate topic. And then we also have to lay down what we're considering when the date that the science that we consider science began. And we have to deal with science according to 1000 BC and 2000 BC and 2000 BCE. We can't hold them to 2020 or even the 1600 standards of what science is. Yeah, so that would be my argument. Yeah, but yeah, but like I understand why you're trying to do it, because you want to show, because I don't like the blackology either. You know what I mean? And I appreciate the other nations that put forth the information. You know what I mean? I feel like they should get credit. They should get credit for it. But at the same time, it shouldn't be done at the detriment of other nations that came before and say they didn't know this, especially world the progenitors of these different things. So that would be my argument. Which will come up more and more and back in the yeah, but I'm starting for you though. But it's a conversation we can rehash. Plus that'll give me time to I ain't big on the studying Kemet, but I know, I mean, I just know a little bit about history in general. So there's certain things I understand, but I can go back and look at it, and I think the ancient encyclopedia of Egypt, uh, science and technology would be a good place to start. And
Yeah,
even
so,
that,
so give
yeah,
me like 2 more minutes. All right, 2 more minutes.
yeah. If I got 2 minutes, because I suppose I've been gone, but something acting up right now, so I can't leave this yet. But even when you're reading that chemistry book, I'm starting to think, if when they talk about everything that Egypt learned about through serendipity, if that is pertaining to chemistry itself, and not the other sciences. So that's also another question I would put forth. Believe what's going on. It's crazy. Yeah, Haskell, you should hit the link, Haskell.
All right, brother, I am back. I apologize.
Hit the link, Haskell.
Haskell here.
Yeah, you know Haskell come through to give you that work.
Yeah.
Haskell come straight out the gate with ammunition. He came out the gate firing that.
Hey man, what's good? Rob Rich, what's good? Haskell, what's good? Contrarian thinker, and of course, my man, I am Sosa.
Yeah, but I forgot what one. And even like I see, listening about that chemistry book, Bias. I wonder if that was a reference to them as far as chemistry goes, not necessarily other sciences.
Okay, this is definitely a chemistry book, so I wouldn't doubt if it's talking about chemistry. But the other sciences, they don't got a chance in hell. So if there's any science that they will be doing in Egypt, it will be chemistry. And this is when you get, don't forget, chemistry comes from alchemy, right? Alchemy was first. So that was definitely around, I think, Greek time. And in Egypt, they definitely was doing metallurgy. So the reason why they even mentioned ancient Egypt, because chemistry is not too far from what they were doing in ancient Egypt. But they wouldn't have a chance at all in biology or physics. So if there's any science in Egypt, I'm talking about from the three major sciences, it would be chemistry, if anything, that was in Egypt. And you know they don't forget, I read about brewing beer. That's chemistry. And the Egyptians worked on dye. That's a form of chemistry. So if they had anything in Egypt, it would be chemistry. It wouldn't be biology or physics. But again, Sosa, I don't like being wrong. I don't have an ego. If somebody can, you know what I mean? If somebody wants to add on today or another time, doesn't matter, and you were able to show information, I don't get emotional. I don't argue. I take the information, I apply it, and I don't make the same mistake again.
But the other sciences would be ecology, human biology. They were doing crude. They were doing like different forms of brain surgery.
That contrarian thinker says that they did biology. I don't think he understands what biology actually is. If you say now, I'm grabbing my biology book. Biology book is studying life. Okay, so
no, there's also human biology.
Right. But the point about biology is that you would know, you have to know about cells at some point. Just like in chemistry, you have to know about atoms at some point.
No, that's advanced modern biology.
So you can know about biology without knowing about cells?
Yes, if you're talking about 3000 BC. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying period. I'm saying like period. Like you can know, so you can know about.
Yes.
Okay.
My answer would still be yes.
Yeah, but how would you quantify that though?
Because before humans understood cells, they were repairing limbs and doing brain surgery and different. And doing different acts.
Wait. You said brain surgery?
Yeah, they were doing like crude forms of brain surgery in BC times. They would like drilling a hole. They would cut a hole in the area of the head to relieve pressure on the brain.
So you got to source up on that. Now, human biology.
You could just just Google brain surgery in BC times. It's not.
Hold on. I'm here first with human biology. It is an interdisciplinary area of the study that examines humans through the influences and interplay of many diverse fields, such as genetics. I know they ain't no genetics. Evolution. I know they ain't know that. Physiology, anatomy, and guess what? Epidemiology. I know they ain't know that.
Did they know anatomy?
No, they might have Okay,
No,
so no,
no, they didn't know the
no,
anatomy.
no, they
They
not.
were doing a mummification while they're pulling apart. They're taking out hearts and lungs,
Brother,
and
did you know that they believe that the heart?
you're talking
Look,
about belief, bro. I'm
right,
talking
right,
about
right, right. Yeah, yeah. Well,
that ain't got nothing to do with them
yeah,
pulling
yes,
out the
no,
anatomy.
it does, and that's what I'm trying to say with science. In science, you know the function of the brain, you know the functions of the heart. They mixed up the functions between the brain and heart. They thought the heart is where you think from.
Show and prove that, bro.
Okay.
And like I said, that falls into the whole line of figurative, real versus figurative, bro.
Now, don't go with
Like
that.
if they're
I
pulling,
don't
if
go
they're
with that.
no,
Egyptians.
bro, they knew what the heart did. They knew that the heart pumped. Like they were pulling parts out of the body, bro. They knew what the heart did. They could look and see what it was attached to, and see the function of that organ, bro. That's what gets us. That's how Europeans figured it out, bro. They would collect dead bodies and corpses and cut them open
Okay, so
and see what goes
are you
where.
ready?
What? Go ahead, bro.
Now, I did a
Where
quick.
you reading from? Where you reading from?
Okay, so I'm
What's the
reading from
source?
ancientegypt.co.uk. Okay, so now this was a quick Google search.
.co.
Yeah, this was
Find
a
an
quick Google
EU.
search. It
Find
says
an
why.
EU. Find an EU would be better.
Yeah, now of course, man. I know it's so source up, but look again.
Yeah.
This is why this is a quick Google search. It said why did the Egyptians like this is basically Google. It says why did the Egyptians leave the heart? The liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines are washed and packed in natron, which will dry them out. The heart is not taking out the body because it is a center of intelligence and feeling, and the man will need it in the afterlife. Okay, so now I could find a better source, but I just wanted to show you that they thought the heart had something to do with the brain. So now it said, so
So
that
you're
was
telling me that they removed the brain out of the head, but had no idea that the brain was an organ in
right.
which
They did not know that the brain was used, that was used for thinking. They did not know that.
you you are giving them no credit, bro. We got
I
more
am,
sources
but
in
see, the
there,
thing
bro.
about
You're
me,
right.
I'm not an ologist, and I don't romanticize. All I want is just the truth.
I'm not romanticizing. I'm
Now,
just
I'm
talking
not saying
about
I
common
never said
knowledge.
you was. I was giving you a background by myself.
Yeah, go
I'm
to
saying
like a
I'm not an
go
ologist.
to
I don't romanticize.
yeah, you would have to go to like a .eu and perfect and most importantly, go to like an Egyptologist that studies that field
Okay.
for more
So
certainty. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people have different ideas when it comes to Egypt and what they thought and shit being magical and all types of other shit. So you can't really go on what they're saying. You would have to go to an Egyptologist and have them break that down. Like they didn't know what the brain did.
okay.
How they
So
were doing crude brain surgery,
right.
bro. Like how would they not know what the brain
I'm
did?
gonna source up right here for you. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this is Wikipedia. This is encyclopedia, and we have other sources that is referencing. It says, this is called JB Hart. Okay. It says an important part of the Egyptian soul was thought to be the JB or heart. The heart was believed to be formed from one drop of blood from the heart of the child's mother taken at conception. It says to ancient Egyptians, the heart was the seat of emotion, thought, will, and intention, evidenced by the many expressions in the Egyptian language which incorporated the word JB. Unlike in English, when ancient Egyptians referenced the JB, they generally meant the physical heart as opposed to a metaphorical heart. So they made it real clear. This is literal. It said, however, ancient Egyptians usually made no distinction between the mind and the heart. I'll read that one more time. However, ancient Egyptians usually made no distinction between the mind and the heart with regard to emotion or thought. The two were synonymous. Again, as I stated,
But
the
listen, I'm
Egyptians thought
biased. I'm
thinking,
biased.
yes,
The mind is
right,
not the brain.
brother. Now, I never said brain. I said they thought thinking stemmed from their heart. That's what I said.
Yeah, but you said that they had no idea how the brain works.
Okay, I
The
said that
brain
too.
is the
Look,
brain is not the mind.
bro. Well, where's your mind? Is it in your heart or your brain?
the mind is within the brain, but it's not your
Right.
brain.
Right. And I know
Your
that.
mind is like consciousness.
So you're preaching to the choir. I know your brain is something
Yes,
physical. But what I'm
yeah.
trying to say is it, bro, I made it clear that the Egyptians thought thinking, your mind, comes from your heart, which I just read just now. They didn't understand it was in your brain. And that's why they left. That's why. So
I would have to
right, go
double
ahead,
back
now,
on that,
bro.
but I'm
This
sure
is
it's symbolic.
now look. I had it said here. It said, I'll read it one more time.
And what's the source?
This is Wikipedia, and the source is Michael Rose, 2015, translation of the Book of Breathing, Brigham Young University. So it's not some lightweight something.
They're translating the Book of Breathing.
Okay, so
yeah.
Now the other quick search, I gave you a quick search, remember, and that said the heart and thoughts. So now this was a more in-depth thought, but brother, I guarantee you, if we get Wujai on here, he will agree that the Egyptians.
And I guarantee you, he will not agree with that, bro.
Okay.
That was it. We got to bring that up too around them.
We'll wait for this.
Have a better understanding of Kemet, and they can actually show and prove through documentations and make everything a little more clear.
We're reading, bro. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. I can take Wikipedia is more credible than anybody in the community. Like this is encyclopedia.
But I don't disagree with that.
Right.
But everything needs context, and he's describing it through the Book of Breathing.
Okay, look.
He's not relating it to them in the actual factors of life. He's talking about look like from what he's saying. Like I said, I had to look at the book and see the context of why that's being used, because based on what I'm hearing, he's using a papyrus, the Book of Breathing.
Okay, so I'm going to read it. It says, to ancient Egyptians, the heart was the seat of emotion, thought. And then it says, dot. Then it says, however, watch how it clarifies.
Did the Egyptians know the function of the brain?
It says, I don't believe so. It says, however, ancient Egyptians usually made no distinction between the mind and the heart with no regard to thought. This says those two were synonymous. So this did not believe, I missed one. It says Egyptians reference the JB. They generally meant the physical heart as opposed to a metaphorical heart. So they made it very clear which heart they're talking about. So nothing figurative about that. But I can go to a different source, but I'm definitely going to bookmark this one. I'm going to go to a different source. Okay. I'm going to go to a different source.
Hold on. Let's go to transnasal excerebration surgery in ancient Egypt. And the source would be the U.S. National Library of Medicine. Let's go to that. And it said the ancient Egyptians were pioneers in many fields, including medicine and surgery. Our modern knowledge of anatomy, pathology, and surgical techniques stems from discoveries and observation made by Egyptian physicians and embalmers. In the realm of neurosurgery, ancient Egyptians were the first to elucidate cerebral and cranial anatomy, the first to describe evidence for the role of the spinal cord in the transmission of information from the brain to the extremities, and the first to invent surgical techniques such as trepanning and stitching. In addition, the transnasal approach to skull base and intracranial structures were first devised by Egyptian embalmers to excerebrate the cranial and vault during mummification. In this historical vignette, the authors examine radiological and other evidence from ancient Egyptian skulls and mummies of all periods from the Old Kingdom to the Greco-Roman Egypt to shed light in the development of transnasal surgery in this ancient civilization. And that's just the abstract. So that will be a source that you can go to, and that's the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Okay, so now this is for Haskell, because you pinned it on one person, Haskell. You forgot that I read a quick Google search that said, matter of fact, I'm willing to bet money. I would cash at anybody $100 that the Egyptians, like, I'm so convinced from different things I read that so I'm not just talking anymore. I will actually bet $100 that the Egyptians thought the mind was used for thinking. Now, look, I'm at a whole different source. This is primaryhomeworkhelp.co.uk, Egypt/mummies.html. It says, and I'm gonna go and I got
I'm using a U.S.
wait,
National Library of Medicine.
Okay, but I'm there. Don't worry. I got 5 different links. I just want to read them one by one, just to show how everywhere I type, everywhere I click, they're going to say the same thing, no matter what source.
I don't disagree that they had.
Hold on. I said this is for Haskell though. This is for Haskell.
All right.
I said it says, why did they leave the heart in the body? It says the Egyptians thought the heart was the center of intelligence and emotion. Everywhere you read, Haskell, do yourself a favor. You in contrarian thinking. Google the heart Egyptians heart and thinking. That's all you gotta do. It's gonna have many different sources for you. So I'm at a whole different source now. So all I was trying to do, Sosa, for Haskell was to show him that this is not just one man's opinion. This is the consensus. That's all I was trying to point out for him.
But the article that I read you showed, and it talked about the importance of what they knew and how modern science is based off that. So you said that they didn't know the anatomy. So the source that I gave you, the U.S. National Library of Medicine, show you that they indeed know the anatomy. And a lot of what they base their modern technology off is based off them.
Do me a favor and put that link in the chat so I could click it, because I do know this. I do know.
I'm gonna put it in the chat, and there's other links you can click on that get deeper in depth.
Because I do know this. I do know that they say that the Egyptians used to mess up a lot, and what we think, and what we think that because we hear certain things, they did this, they did that, like they really screwed that stuff up a lot. It wasn't like clean surgeries.
Of course, bro. This is 2000 BC. But like I said, I just read. You see it in the chat. Hit that link. I'm reading it to you from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Okay. So
and on the other side, you'll see similar articles: variability in brain treatment during mummification. Review the meningeal preservation in a child mummy from ancient Egypt. The synthetic radiological study of the brain treatment in ancient Egyptians. Like so there's other links you can go on. This is you're in the U.S. National Library of Medicine, and you just start with the abstract. The abstract just already start beating you up.
Nah.
Yeah, man, come on. I just bought an abstract I read.
Okay. We'll see.
Yo, I had to jump on, man. This Haskell.
What's going on, Haskell?
What's going on, fellas?
Peace.
What's going on?
I'm biased out here tripping. I'm biased. I smoke one.
I'm biased. Wow. Yo, Sosa, do you know I could find 5 links right now that says that the Egyptians did all those structures you see in Egypt right now, that they did that with simple chisels and sand and crude primitive tools. 5 sources from highly reputed people. That is currently the scientific consensus right now, is that them pyramids, them big ass 50-ton blocks and all that stuff, they did that with chisels, and you know what I'm saying?
That's technology. I don't disagree with that. No.
I'm making a larger point here.
Okay.
The larger point is you have to have some ability to deduce for yourself, right? Surely people's accreditation does mean something. So I'm not gonna say the Michael Rose guy, like, oh, he's a quack, and you know, because I repudiated you guys the other night for that. But what I will say is you got to be able to look at something and realize it doesn't make sense. This guy is saying that the Egyptians literally thought that the heart was the brain or something like that, or it was the seat of thinking. Do I have that?
Hey, Haskell, do you know where I'm at right now? I'm at the U.S. National Library of Medicine, National Institutes of Health. I believe this is the same source Sosa pulled up. Sosa, did you read this? It says, abstract, the heart was regarded in ancient Egypt. So this ain't Michael Rose. It says the heart was regarded in ancient Egypt as the organic motor of the body and also the seat of intelligence. So this is the abstract. It was also the seat of intelligence. Like I said, they believe that thinking stems from the heart.
Hold on.
I'm not refuting that, bro. So then go to transnasal excerebration surgery in ancient Egypt, because I know I sent you that link.
Hold on right quick, guys.
Yeah,
now, the very same source that King Sosa just gave you they're saying on one hand, these people in 3,000, 4,000 plus years ago knew that the spinal cord was responsible for transmitting, I believe it said neuro signals or whatever the case may be.
How did they know that?
Hold on. Remember, this is the same source. I'm saying they're saying on one hand, these people are advanced enough to know that. But at the same time,
well, I didn't read it yet. I didn't click on it yet.
Well, let me just read the second sentence. Listen, it says our modern knowledge of anatomy, pathology, and surgical techniques stem from discoveries and observation made by Egyptian physicians and embalmers. In the realm of neurosurgery, ancient Egyptians were the first to elucidate cerebral and cranial anatomy, to first describe evidence for the role of the spinal cord in the transmission of information from the brain to the extremities, bro. Like,
yes,
and
those very same people who knew all that also thought that the heart did all the thinking.
Right.
Like
wait. So we're arguing two different things. So
those two. No, I'm saying unbiased. Those two things are in complete contradiction with one another.
Hold on. Wait. No, they're not in complete contradiction. So are we agreeing that, because I could read two more sources. Matter of fact, let me read this one. This one's from the metmuseum.org. It says heart scarabs were very popular amulets. It says for the ancient Egyptians, the heart was not only the center of life, but also of thinking, memory, and moral value. So are we in agreement that they believe that the heart was used for thinking? Because everywhere I read that, it said the same thing over and over and over.
I would say when it comes to their funeral procession for a symbolic reason, but you also have
it
to
made it clear that it wasn't symbolic. It made it clear.
You also have to understand that, you know, what they might have done in 3000 BC may have been different in 1000 BC.
Okay.
Like maybe they didn't know the works in the brain 3000 BC.
So
based on what you're reading, and Uncle show you the book of modern medicine, they figured that shit out, bro. So you said that they did not know the anatomy. That's why we got here.
Wait,
bro.
yeah, they did.
The Egyptian did not know the anatomy.
Right, but hold on, I got one more, and then we're done. And with the mind thing, this is because Haskell said I was reading one person's opinion. This is science.howstuffworks.com, Mummy 2, H10, and they all say the same thing. They say the Egyptians believed that the heart was the core of a person, the seat of emotion, and the mind. And they always left it in the body. That's why, brother, they left the heart in the body. They thought that you need your mind to go to the afterlife.
Yeah, so they literally believe that the heart did the thinking.
Right. They did. Yes, they did.
But they also knew that the spinal cord was responsible for neurotransmission.
Right, bro.
Come on, man. I'm biased.
Bro, you're listen, what you're doing is that's called an eisegesis. You're adding your own understanding to what we're reading.
No. That's what I just read, bro. I gave you
right.
a source.
Yeah, but how is he twisting? Wait, okay.
I'm biased.
Listen what he's doing. Listen what he's doing.
It's called critical.
We're reading what Sosa read, and I read what I read. Now Haskell is adding eisegesis. He's adding something. He's trying to omit one of them, which I don't know how he could do that. We're reading sources, and it's saying the same thing over and over and over. But the best expert, Haskell, is going to omit one of them.
No. I'm not omitting either one of them. I'm telling you that those two things cannot exist in the same space.
Unless one is symbolic.
Nah, I don't think
either they didn't know about the spinal cord and the transmission of it,
right?
Or they knew,
right?
It can't be both at the same time, bro.
Can't be both.
Right. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Unless you making stuff up.
What I'm saying is, like, how can they say that our modern knowledge is based off what they did and that they knew, and then but they didn't know?
Hold on, King Sosa. Hold on. I'm biased. Do you understand what critical thinking is?
Brother, that Brooklyn magic, you could bring that somewhere else, man.
That's a serious question.
Listen. I am not interested in that side subject. We're sourcing up, and that's it. The whole critical thinking and all that type of stuff, you can hold that. but we're sourcing up and we're reading what the experts say. My critical thinking has nothing to do with the subject because I'm a peon.
What about the
comes to
article
all
that I
this.
just? What about the
Okay,
article
I see
that,
what
that
this
I
is
just
a-
read?
I see
Like I
what's
said, there's
going on
7
here.
of them. But what about the article that I just read from the U.S. National Library of Medicine?
What
What do
about
you
it?
say about that?
Okay, now it didn't explain how accurate they were, how precise they were in these surgeries.
Bro. See,
But hold on,
now you
hold
add
on.
into it.
Unbiased.
Now
You're
you
doing
talk.
critical
Now,
thinking
That
right
matters.
now. You're
bro,
doing.
they said that
thinking
our
right
modern
now.
knowledge of anatomy is based on what they did.
Right.
Hold on.
Okay. Hey, bro, do you understand that our modern science is based off what they did?
You just repeated what I said, bro. I
Bro,
just said that.
but I said, okay, you might have been on hold when I said that the Egyptian, I said without them, none of these other fields would be available.
But see, you're doing like what
I
you're
said that
doing
earlier.
is you're doing the double X.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
read you the source, and then you say, well, they did the anatomy, but how accurate was it?
No,
It
no.
don't say how accurate the
brother,
anatomy.
brother. No, I
That's
think
what you're doing, bro.
No,
You're doing a
because
double X.
brother, I think you're mixing up. I said earlier in my video, I said you could boil water, and that's technically called chemistry, but you're not a chemist because you don't understand the boiling point. You don't understand. You don't understand how.
Simplification, bro. We're talking about the brain,
But
and you said they didn't know the
brother.
anatomy.
But
Let's
no.
Let's
They don't.
not make no side story, bro. Let's just
You
deal with
keep
the
cutting me
information we
off,
got.
but you keep cutting me
What I'm
off.
saying, you trying to give an analogy. I hate analogies, bro.
No,
People
I'm not.
use them
No, wait.
incorrectly.
If you hate analogies, then you can't. Then damn, it's nothing
Nah,
to
I
talk
mean,
about.
I'm smart enough for you to just talk to me directly, bro. Like you don't
Okay.
have to give me a
Well,
story.
I got to give you a chemistry analogy. We're dealing with chemistry
We're
here.
talking
And
about
anatomy.
We're not talking about chemistry,
But we're
though. We're
dealing with
talking about the
science.
anatomy.
Well, okay, listen, you got to give analogy so you can understand another angle where I'm coming from.
Give
That's
an
why.
an analogy based on the anatomy.
All right,
Give
so
an analogy based on the anatomy.
I got you right here. So okay, so and
hey, you see how unfair you're being, though, unbiased?
No, I'm not being unfair.
Yes, you are. Because
That's for a million things.
Hold on, King Sosa. A while ago, when I said, no matter who you get information from, you yourself have to apply critical thinking. He said, no, forget about that. These are experts. We sourcing up. That's it, right? But when you are parsing the information that Brother Sosa imparted, you know what you're doing right now? You're applying critical thinking.
Okay, so I am here at anatomy, right?
So you're not playing fair.
It says anatomy is the branch of biology concerned with the study of the structure of organisms, I mentioned that earlier, and their parts. Are you telling me that the ancient Egyptians knew about organisms?
I'm talking about the anatomy of the body, bro, and what they did. I'm not talking about what they knew in 2020.
No, bro. Science.
Nobody knew. Again, when did they learn? When did human beings understand organisms, bro? Is it after the Egyptians in Greece, or is it before?
Brother, what I'm trying to share with you is this: you keep ignoring. When you know about anatomy or chemistry, and you keep you go, I let you go. I go. There's a cut-in. There's a bookmark. Something goes on when I talk. Go ahead and finish. Let me go. Go ahead. You can finish.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, because you're gonna say the same thing. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, don't forget this is a video for anybody who wants to watch later on, 20 years from now. So I just want to make it clear. We could disagree, and that's okay. And I could disagree with Haskell. I'm not trying to force you guys to agree with me, but whoever is listening in, today, tomorrow, 20 years from now, maybe this is for them. And I just want to be clear for the record. What I'm saying is this. So I got to make an analogy, and I'll go back to anatomy. An analogy is we all can boil water, and that's technically chemistry, but we do not understand the boiling point, and we don't even understand if we're using the boiling water as an isolated system, closed system, or an open system. And we have no idea what those three are, the difference between those three. So we can boil water, and that's technically chemistry. But in real chemistry, you understand everything about the boiling water, the heat, and which system you're using, open or closed. So when you're dealing with science, you understand everything you're using. There's nothing in question. That's what I was trying to point out. So we talking about anatomy in Egypt. You can practice something without being an expert at it. And that's all I was trying to say. Now, when it comes to science, when we say somebody's practicing anatomy in science, we call them an expert at that. When Where I'm saying that you can practice stuff without being an expert. So when I say there's no science or the Egyptians were not practicing science, I'm saying that they were not experts in anything that they practiced. They screwed up. They probably was wrong all the time, right? A few times. And that's just what I'm saying.
Hey, let me jump in real quick. I'm biased. Do you think the Egyptians were experts or masters in geometry?
Okay, math, yes.
Okay, how about physics? Be careful how you answer this one.
No.
Now, hold on. The Khufu's pyramid or the Giza pyramid being aligned to true north, right? Would that qualify as physics?
If you lift anything, that's qualified as physics.
Huh?
If you lift anything, that's physics, but that does not mean you're
No. I
physics.
didn't say no. Wait, I didn't say lift. I didn't say lift. I
Well,
said
if you lift, pull, or do
no,
anything like that,
no,
that's
no.
considered.
Bias. You have to listen. Listen to what I said.
Go ahead.
I said the pyramid of Giza is aligned to true north.
But I don't know anything about that, but you could send a link and I could read about it.
Okay. There's a lot.
I just want to.
There's a lot I don't know.
But I just want to know when you read the sayings, the ancient Egyptians were the first to elucidate cerebral and cranial anatomy, the first to describe evidence for the role of the spinal cord in transmission of information from the brain to the extremities. How does that say that they did not know what they were doing? And
because you can boil water, but don't understand.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
That's all.
And like I said, bro, that's not that's what I'm saying. You're using a chemistry equivocation. That's why I keep saying if you're going to use an analogy, at least use an analogy based on what we're talking about as far, because the conversation was, did the Egyptians understand anatomy? And from what I read to you, you're still going to tell me that they had no idea about the anatomy.
Brother, they did
just
not,
say yes or no, bro. Just yes or no.
Well,
you can go.
No, I'm pretty
yes
sure
or no.
that's how you would like me to answer.
I'm saying, do you agree that they knew about anatomy? Yes or no,
brother?
Yes or no?
They did not. Okay, I read. I'm right here with that anatomy. It says anatomy is the branch of biology concerned with the study of organisms and their parts. They did not know anything about organisms,
bro. When did human beings start knowing about organisms, bro? So listen, you can't qualify the Greeks. So then you can't qualify the Greeks in being scientists.
Okay.
They don't meet the qualifications. But you use a Greek as being the progenitors of science.
Maybe you're
they weren't experts.
Okay, so maybe you're misrepresenting me. I have an uncle. Matter of fact, before I went on live, I was on the phone with uncle. I talked to Double X. I don't say the Greeks know everything. I could point out where the Greeks believe that the sun was in the center of the solar system, but they believe gravity attracted toward the center, something like that, and it was pseudo. So the Greeks got some stuff right, and they got some stuff wrong. Yeah, the Greeks did not understand whether the speed of light was infinite or or finite. They didn't know. You dig? It took the Romans to figure that out. So the Greeks was pseudo sometimes, and sometimes they were right.
So, but listen, when did human beings understand organism? Because based on your conclusion, that means that anybody prior to the understanding of organism knew nothing about anatomy.
They knew nothing. You're right. Knew nothing about. When did
human beings
start understanding organisms? You definitely had to have a microscope.
When was the microscope invented then?
I don't know, but I do know Galileo had some type of telescope. But
telescope, that ain't a microscope.
Right. I said, well, you heard me say telescope, though, right? I didn't say microscope at all.
Yeah. I said telescope. About microscope, bro.
Right.
So that means you're deleting 5,000 years before you get to the goddamn microscope, bro. So all the surgeries that they were doing back then is irrelevant. These niggas knew nothing about anatomy because they
serendipity. They're trying shit out.
These niggas saving lives and shit, but they a bunch of dumbasses. They don't
I don't know. You got to source up on that one.
You know they were saving lives.
No. You got to source up.
I'm biased. Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that people weren't fighting? Huh? Are you telling me that people weren't fighting in wars, getting injured, and people were practicing medicine to save their lives?
Can you show me a source where people's fighting in wars and medicine was applied and they didn't succumb to their wounds and their injuries.
Oh,
Can you provide that? Because right now, again, that's called an eisegesis. You're inputting
no,
your
I
understanding on history.
go to brain surgery in ancient Egypt, bro.
Brother, post the links. I won't pull up my link.
Bro, I can't believe. So you're saying that everybody that fought in a war prior to understanding organisms, when they got injured, they died,
I'm saying
and we
source
can't
up.
find no evidence of niggas fighting wars, getting wounded and living. And you
Who
need a
said
source for that?
bro, who said that? You can put a nap, you could put a towel over a wound and probably possibly live. That's not what you said. That's not what you said earlier, though.
Oh my God.
You said surgeries and people are living. I want to
Yo,
know about that.
You are sounding like double X, bias.
Well, you can, and you're sounding like Asiatic black man. Okay.
All right, hold on, bro.
Oh man.
Hey, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Look, outside the queue. Click that link and hop in here, because you got 2 against 1. He said they had a very basic knowledge of anatomy.
This stuff don't mean nothing to me. He just got
Okay.
Let's go to the history of surgery.
I'm gonna add my man in here.
Let him but let's go to the history of surgery. We'll start with the Wikipedia.
Hey, outside queue. Click that link right there.
Yeah, surgery is a branch of medicine that deals with the physical manipulation of body structure to diagnose, prevent or cure ailment, right? A 16th century surgeon, trying to get to a 16th century French surgeon stated to perform surgery is to eliminate that which is superfluous, restore that which has been dislocated, separate that which has been united, join that which has been divided, or repair the defects of nature, right? So I'm trying to let's get to the origin, because I know it starts somewhere around 600 BC. Origins. The first surgical techniques were developed to treat injuries and traumas. A combination of archaeological and anthropological studies offer insight into man's early techniques for suturing lacerations, amputating unsalvageable limbs, and draining and cauterizing open wounds. Many examples exist. Some Asian tribes used a mix of salt, pepper, and sulfur that was placed onto wounds and lit a fire on them to cauterize wounds. Okay. The Dakota people. So just go to the history of the surgery, bro, and just start from there.
Wait. Hey, brother, do you know what you read didn't support you at all? The one
that I read that said the first surgical techniques, first surgical techniques were developed.
Look what you said. Yeah, do you understand the examples they use as surgery? You didn't catch that?
Do you know what surgery? So that's why I read to you what surgery is. Surgery bro, listen. Surgery is stated to perform surgery is to eliminate that which is superfluous, to restore that which has been dislocated, separate that which has been united, join that which has been divided, and repair the defects of nature.
Okay,
that's what surgery is.
So listen, basically, if you break your ankle and they reattach your ankle,
surgery. So that's why I read to you what surgery is.
Man is literally giving you the definition.
So instead of doing that, bro, why don't you just pull up and let's get it work? Like what would y'all say, bro? We're gonna slow it down.
Let's get a definition of surgery.
So hold on.
I don't want you to input your own ideology on.
All right. So hold on.
Definition
your eisegesis, like you say.
Right,
we don't.
We got it now. Look, cut me off is not gonna work, because I let you guys go, and then when I think you stop, I go, and then I get cut off immediately. Now, when I read a modern definition of anatomy, you said that didn't work. Now you read a modern day definition of surgery, and now it works.
No, I did. That wasn't a modern definition. That was a 16th century French surgeon that I quoted.
No, you quoted who?
A 16th century French surgeon.
Okay, now read off the surgical practices. Go ahead.
So unbiased. Why don't you give us a definition? Give us a definition of surgery then that we all can agree on.
That way, pull up a working definition of surgery first, bro.
No,
so that way we don't go chasing our tails, bro.
Okay, I'm not arguing your definitions. I just know that modern brothers. Yeah, listen, man.
I'm still listening, bro. All I said is, go ahead, bro.
Okay, relax, bro. Because I'm chilling right now.
Just go ahead. I ain't saying nothing, bro. But
okay, I know. I'm just giving you my mind state right now. I'm chilling. The phone call I got was a business phone call, you dig? So in life, I'm doing good. So an argument like this doesn't move me at all. I could be wrong, I could be right. Tomorrow I'm waking up happy to motherfucker, all right? You dig? So, cause I'm an entrepreneur, I'm self-employed. So like shit like this don't bother me. So I don't know how.
I'm just dealing with this right now,
So let
bro.
me,
Soon as
right.
you get off
Okay,
the
cool.
line, it's
Brother,
out of my head, bro.
brother, relax. Cause don't forget you're over here and I got the right to talk. I don't cut you guys off. Haskell could talk as long as you want. I'll wait till you finish and then I'll chime in. So let me just do a little spill, a little background because we don't know each other. So I just want to give you my mind, how I view life and view these arguments. I like these dialogues because I learn a lot, whether I'm right or wrong. I learn a lot. So if I'm wrong, I'm not gonna commit suicide. You dig? I'm just gonna learn from being wrong, and I will reshape my thinking next conversation. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't look at this as life or death. This information, I love it, but I got a lot of stuff going on in life in real time.
All right, everybody got stuff going on.
Okay, bro,
Mike.
hold on, bro. Listen, relax, bro. This is just for my viewers, whoever's chiming in.
Okay.
I'm a businessman. Okay, I got a proposition on some real estate just now, right? So what I'm trying to say is I'm relaxed. Whether I'm right or wrong, I'm not hyped up. I'm not cutting anybody off. I'm chilling. I have a real mutual satisfied feeling right now. So when I go to talk, just let me talk, and then you can go and talk as long as you want. I'm not ever gonna cut you off. So you can talk as long as you want. I don't care. Like I'm not gonna cut you off. There's nothing you're gonna say. Nobody's gonna say anything on here to get me mad. Nothing. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care. You know what I mean? It's more important things in life that I value. So I want to put that out just from the door. Like, yo, this is good conversation, but nobody has to be. I don't want to sense that people are being emotional or upset. It's cool, man. It's cool. You know, y'all my brothers. Y'all won't make me mad at you guys over internet conversation. You dig? So I just want to say that. Now I lost my train of thought, but you guys can just go ahead and I'll pick it up later.
Well,
But
let me say
bias.
something if I can. Oh, if somebody else got something to say, go ahead. Peace to
Now,
y'all, by the way.
go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, bro. I gotta dip out.
Yeah,
real quick.
yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead,
The first time, I commented, on the Egyptians knew about, anatomy. I thought that was kind of crazy. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of crazy to say that they knew about anatomy. Now, when you say if they did or didn't, we have to look at the degree of which they knew.
Right.
And truth be told, they didn't know the degree of anatomy the way how we know it in 2020. No different than the world didn't know about anatomy in 1920.
Mm-hmm.
We just got to be honest about that.
Right.
So when we go back to the time to where the Egyptians were alive and well and the shit was pumping, we can't be, silly with it to say that they
Romanticizing.
right, romanticize it and be silly with it to say that they knew what we know today. That's unfair to the people today that's actually discovered things about anatomy that they never knew. So where do you get off, and which degree are you saying that the Egyptians knew about anatomy?
And that's what I want to know.
Yeah, go ahead, Sosa. I'll go after you. You there, Sos?
He out there researching. So go ahead.
All right, I'm
Did
gonna
you
go
get
ahead.
that? Did you? I'm gonna work real quick. I got it. Did you get the link, Cube? I dropped about what they as far as transnasal extirpation surgery in Egypt.
Was
And,
it in
and
the is it in the
understand,
back? Was it in the back or
I
something?
dropped it in the main chat. And the main argument, bro, is like nobody in their right mind would argue that somebody that lived 5,000 years ago that was doing surgeries know what the person living in 2020 knew about surgery. That's just crazy because different methods of looking, talk about the microscope, that's just crazy. But we're talking about, that's why I said the conversation has to be isolated to that time frame. Did they understand the anatomy at that?
But see, what you're doing is you're not allowing us to compare, which when we compare,
Right.
we're then able to
We're
show
not talking
the
about the
different.
discovery that came 1,000 years later. Yeah, I got cut. Yeah, so we know there's going to be degrees, but the question was, did they know about the anatomy? Not, did they know about the anatomy like we do in 2020? Did they know the function of the brain and the cerebral cord? Did they know that?
No, they didn't.
Not do they, huh? Bro, read the article.
Okay. So I
Read
was
the
coming
article
from.
first. I dropped a source.
So I think you got to know that science was completed during modern science. I think you got to know that. So prior to then, people knew bits and pieces, but it wasn't completed. So I gave an example of the Bohr's model. So you got bits and pieces of science, biology, physics, and chemistry. Bits and pieces, people knew about it, but there was large aspects they didn't know, and it was very key. Okay. So for example, like the protons, that came during modern science. So
Hey,
isn't
I want to ask you something real
yeah,
quick. When you say science has been when you use the word completed,
right, complete.
what do you mean? Like there's nothing more to learn?
Okay, so when it comes to, okay, I'll give you a precise example. When it comes to chemistry and the outer shell of the valence electrons and their role in the outer shell, right? Their different atoms, electronegativity, anything to do with the electron, period, in chemistry. All that needs to be known right now is known. There are no holes. They understand the role of the electron in chemistry, up, down, left, and right. So there are no holes in that. There are no mysteries.
Hold on. So in your opinion, from this
it's not
point,
my opinion. That's facts.
Hold on. Well, all right. In your estimation, then, or what you know to be fact, going forward, there won't be any more new discoveries in chemistry.
Modern science. Okay, you said chemistry. I point out the electron, and I point out its
Science has been.
I'm talking about valence electrons.
Hey, somebody got a mute out on their back. They got something playing in the back or something.
Okay, who came in? When it comes to I give you. Okay, Terrence, you got to mute your YouTube. Okay, so for example, fluorine has the highest electronegativity when it comes to atoms, right? No other atom has a higher electronegativity than fluorine. That's completed. Nothing new will come out from that. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is there's certain things in science that are just so fleshed out that you can't even question it. And we found out everything we can find out in this particular science.
Right.
Now, when you say science, you're talking about science as a whole.
Right.
But what the brother was talking about, something in particular when it comes to science. There's some things in science that we just know and it's fully fleshed out.
Okay.
I don't think that statement can be made. I don't think.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Of course, because it's even arrogant to just think that way. Because certain things are continuously being figured out on a quantum level.
But hold on. I spoke about electrons, right? That's not quantum.
Yeah, quantum do deal with electrons.
Okay, wait, no. I'm dealing with their. I'm dealing with their role. Well, first of all, do you know what a valence electron even is?
I don't know what a valence electron is. Go break it down.
So a valence electrons, they are the electrons that are unpaired. Well, most of them unpaired in the outer shell of the atom. They are the ones that are responsible for either ionic bonds, meaning non-metals and metals, or covalent bonds, non-metal and non-metal, which makes the atom stable. So most atoms are unstable, and their desire is to stabilize, to be neutral atoms. Well, they're all neutral, but to be stable atoms, that's a better terminology, to be stable. Okay, so valence electrons, that's very important on how sodium and chloride mix together and different other elements that come together. So that's very, very important because it shows you that the force in which they attract other different type of bonds. That's very, very important in chemistry, right? All that is fully complete. There is nothing new.
You have a source for that?
Yes.
Hey, can I talk?
That's standard chemistry.
That source.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, this contrarian thinker.
Okay, go ahead.
I listen at this. What you and the Cube talking about, y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
Damn.
In Egypt, they had the same tools they have today. I have the pictures right here.
They got a microscope?
And they got the same tools, needles.
Do they have an electron microscope?
He's talking about medical.
You misinterpret what I'm saying when you was talking about the how they know the body parts.
No. You said they had the same tools, so I'm
Right.
just wondering.
He's talking about
Body
medical
parts,
tools.
I'm
He's
talking
talking about
about the
medical
medical,
tools.
the medical.
Oh, so the electron microscope is not a medical tool?
Correct.
Q,
They
bro.
didn't
We're
have.
not talking
medical.
about the electron microscope. We're talking
No, I'm
about
not
as
talking
far as
about
understanding the
the
anatomy.
2020 information. I'm talking about the needles, the whatever you want, the same tools they're using
This
today.
is blackology, bro. That's all it is. Go
Yeah, it's
ahead.
very black out. Yeah.
What's
No,
black
it's
iron?
not. No, it's not. He's talking about like the scalpel
Yeah,
and
the
different.
scalpel. They got the
he's
same
talking like,
tools.
come
That's
on,
how they
man.
knew
Use
about the body.
Okay.
Yeah, like, look at the source, bro. Like, I sent you a source, bro. It's like 6 different
Yo,
reviews. in
I
there, bro.
read your source and I'm not impressed, to be honest with you. You know, no disrespect or whatever, but
Like,
what
are you
is this
looking for?
source?
3,000.
No, but what is this source? See,
Right.
listen to
What is it
listen
saying?
to, hold on, wait, listen to what he just said. What am I looking for 3,000 years ago? Like that kind of tells it all.
No, I'm
Like, what
saying,
is
like,
this source?
what I'm
But
saying
let me
is,
just
are
let
you
me just
looking
ask this
for?
question.
I'm
So
just saying, bro. Are you looking for it to be compatible with 2020?
no,
Because
but
that's not the argument I'm making, bro.
but that's the point that we're making is that
Bro,
there's
if that's the point, then nobody's arguing that. That's silly to even argue that. That's not what we're talking about. Like I
well,
said that already. Like, who would argue that somebody, like, I'm a science person, bro. I'm not gonna argue that somebody 5,000 years ago knew what a nigga knew in 2020. That's just stupid.
but that's what I said initially. Like they
No,
didn't know
but
what we know today, and
but
they
Everybody
that's not
agrees
the
with that, though.
discussion, though. Cube, that's not the discussion because if that's
That's
the
not the discussion.
discussion, then the Greeks and Romans are eliminated also. And
okay.
unbiased posits that science starts with the Greco-Romans. So if we using that standard, then that's pseudo too. We got to eliminate them too.
I actually said
I
it
would
starts in
never
Greece.
say. I would never say that it started with them because science is something
Unbiased said
that's. Nah, I disagree with that. So what did he
Okay.
say?
Hey,
There's no
Q.
argument to authority here. Like, what you mean?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
Hey,
care what
Q.
he said.
Hey, Q. Where are you gonna say, Q? Where are you? Science starts where?
Yes, science begins when you first begin to think. When the first Homo sapiens sapien began to put a flint and a rock together and create fire, that's science.
thank
So
you.
it didn't come with all of this other stuff. But at the same time, there's degrees of science. So that's why I was asking Sosa, like, okay, if you want to give certain things to the ancient Egyptians, that's fine. But don't make it seem like that they were doing something that we cannot do 100 times better today. Like
Yeah.
nobody would let nobody in their right mind would let Amenhotep today operate on them with those same tools, that this brother was talking about, with those same tools, you wouldn't let him do it.
But
So
that's not an
while
argument that's being made, Q. That's why I tell you that's not what we're talking
All right.
about.
So, hey, Q. This is what I was saying.
What is you talking about? All I was saying, brother, they got the same tools. The same tools you're using today.
okay, but you wouldn't let the person who developed those tools
I didn't
operate
say
on you
that, brother.
today. I know, listen, brother, I know you didn't say it, but what I'm trying to show you is that
No, the point was he said they didn't know nothing about the body, the anatomy of the body. So what
Well, I said that, okay, when we define anatomy just now, I didn't define it. Sosa did. He pulled it up.
Sosa was correct.
Wait, hold on, bro. But why am I being cut off when I talk?
Unbiased
Because
sister
Q,
level of
Q was not privy to that part of the conversation. Sosa pulled up the definition of anatomy. I read it. It said you had to understand organisms. I know you.
I never read that, bro. That's not what I read. You read
let
that.
him
part.
finish.
The body part of the
No,
body
but he's putting something in, injecting something I did not say.
Okay.
I did not say anything about organism, bro. I can read it again.
Sosa, when you pulled up anatomy, do you have to understand the organism of the body? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
Because
you
you're
don't.
talking about 3000 BC. That's what I said. If that's the base, if that's the
But you're
That's
using a
the
different
standard
you're
for
benchmark.
using,
everybody.
then you're
But listen,
eliminate
if you say
anybody
that
before.
you're using a different benchmark than what you're using for us today, than them then. So
That's
of course you get
true.
2020.
The whole point is we're dealing with them in that time frame. Why are we injecting 2020 ideas? We're talking about
listen,
what they understood 3000 BC only. We're not talking about 1600s, bro. We're not talking about microscopes and all the other shit.
Well, I'm not. because I live in 2020, bro. So what you try to do is,
Oh my
with that
God.
argument that you're making, you're trying to castrate me from being able to compare, and that's
Like,
not fair.
Like, you misunderstand the whole argument.
Yeah,
Like,
you
you're
misunderstand
arguing
the
a
whole
wrong point, bro. Like, 'cause you came in late. Like,
Okay, well,
that's what I'm
well,
saying.
I
The point that you're
apologize.
bringing,
Well, tell me the argument
that's
then.
what I'm
Tell me the
saying.
argument. I'm sorry.
The point that you're bringing up, nobody on this panel disagrees with you, bro. Nobody. The question was, did they understand anatomy? You said, okay, we have to talk about a radiant, right? How much they knew. So
Yeah,
whether you talk about
degree.
how
Yeah.
much they knew it. You can't say they knew this. If you say they knew this much, then they knew that much.
Well, King
And it's
Sosa,
over. That's
King
it.
I'll
Sosa,
give you that, bro. I'll give you
Sosa.
that, and I agreed to that when I first said my statement. So it's not that I'm totally ignorant of what was
But
being
but
said. I
but
said that there are degrees, and they did have a particular degree, but their degree was
unbiased,
so
I agree.
small.
unbiased. I
Yeah.
think you need to set a standard, a clear standard, being that you're the moderator here. Set a clear standard of what would qualify as an adequate amount of knowledge to say that the people knew a thing, because right now it's nebulous, and you equated their knowledge to being to knowing how to boil water, which is like just primitive. That's as primitive
Okay.
as it gets.
A
So
lot of the knowledge was
hold on.
primitive and rudimentary.
But they
Right,
were.
hold on. So set the standard then for the threshold that qualifies for knowing a thing. Do that first,
Okay.
then we can go forward. Because right now we just all over the place.
All right. So first, I want to say what I read earlier. I did a presentation, Cube, where I showed that the scientific method separates science from serendipity. So basically I'm saying the Egyptians did not have a scientific method prior to whatever experiment they were trying, whether it was anatomy, whether it was anything. They did not consider the scientific method. It was
Okay.
serendipity at best.
So
How
who
you
was the
see
first? Who was the first to know then, unbiased?
Okay. So you had
Yeah, that's something else. Just stick with what you're
No,
going with,
no. That's
though.
not something else, Cube. That's the actual discussion. That's the actual topic.
Yeah, but the brother's trying to flesh out the initial question, and you asking him compounding questions.
No.
Because remember I wasn't privy to the initial conversation,
Right.
so he's trying to flesh it out in your compounding questions. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not compounding anything. I'm trying to get it because when he says they don't know, then who did know?
Okay. So when it goes, so let me tell I am Sosa this, because he's saying 3,000 years ago that they knew something. Okay. Well, do you know that the Greeks? Well, I know the Egyptians had no concept on elements at all, but the Greeks believed that there were 4 elements, and that they were. So this is going back before modern science, and they believed that the elements were made up of earth, water, air, and fire. So this is why those definitions, or this is why we can't accept their understanding of these fields, because they were totally flawed and wrong. The elements are not made up of earth, water, air, and fire.
Okay, but
Yeah,
unbiased.
yeah, it's archaic, and the shit is just wrong.
Okay,
Basically.
but unbiased. You haven't answered the question, and then where does science start then for you?
So science definitely started in Greece first.
how you see it.
Hold on, stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on,
Yeah.
stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
Stop
Go
right there.
Okay.
Stop right there, everybody. Stop right there. Did the Greeks understand organisms?
They did not understand organisms. That's biology.
Hold on.
That's biology. No.
Hold on. Did they understand the valent electron or whatever it is that you call it?
No, the valence. Nope.
Okay, so they were boiling water too.
Yeah, right. They were.
Okay.
And look, this is why I said, Haskell, this is why I said the science. I said they were practicing the scientific methodology. Now, you didn't say physics. Okay. So going back to Eratosthenes, he was able to measure the Earth, the diameter of it, the moon and sun, based off the scientific method.
Okay, I gotta say this because I
I gotta say
100 I 110% disagree with that because, and I want to ask this question first.
Yeah,
You're saying that science began in Greece,
right.
and you're telling me the reason why you agree with the statement that you just said is because of Eratosthenes.
No, not just him. Not just him.
Okay.
So let me first point out this to you. So you see where I'm going. 'Cause like I said, you missed the presentation.
Right.
Let me just give you this. So what I'm saying is that the Egyptians were high in mathematics and technology, little to no science. Technology existed before science. So I'm gonna give you something. First of all, the person who laughed, and nobody on this platform can give me can reference any science book where it gives the Egyptians that accolade. Okay.
Hey, okay, let me cut you off.
Wait, hold on, real quick, brother. I'm not. Hold on, just real
Yeah.
quick. Please hold that. Write that down real quick. Go ahead, finish up on bias because I got another question.
Now I'm just gonna read right here. Okay. This is
Who is that, King Sosa?
Nah, that's
this cube. Yeah, this cube.
So
yeah,
it
I want to get a question out to you, Q.
no doubt.
It says, so I'm gonna read two different science books that's gonna be dealing with the difference between technology and science, right? So it's very short. Won't be long at all. Technology is a practical activity, as demonstrated by the Egyptian examples already given, which help to facilitate death rituals, trading, beautification, writing, protection, and illumination. In short, technology is all about making life more comfortable, while science is simply an effort to understand the world. Scientists are driven by curiosity rather than comfort or utility. It says science and technology are frequently confused as being one and the same, probably because scientific discoveries often lead to technological breakthroughs. It says, so now let's go back to Egypt. It says, when the Egyptians brewed beer, they were interested in the technological methods and the results, but not why or how one material was being transformed into another. They had no inkling of the underlying chemical or biochemical mechanisms at work. So the Egyptians were technologists, not scientists, whereas Eratosthenes and his colleagues were scientists and not technologists.
And from that point right there, you laid that out beautifully. And the two opposing arguments that you gave is 100% right. I have nothing to argue with that.
So you agree that science started in Greece then?
No, I'm agreeing with what he just said and the two opposing things because he brought up no. He brought up Eratosthenes and how he was actually using science to measure the diameter of the Earth.
Okay, how did he measure?
Brother, hold on. You asked me a question. I do want to answer it, but because I still want to ask him one more question. So now he's talking to
somebody else.
One person
ask the other question. Okay, you gotta let somebody else get in. Go ahead, bro.
Say that again.
I said let somebody else get in before you ask the other question, so everybody else can get in too.
Well, he just asked me a question, but didn't even let me answer.
I just said, go. You said you have another. You said after this you have another question. I'm just saying, come on, let somebody else get in before you ask the other question. Go ahead, bro.
But he just asked me a question and didn't let me finish.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, yeah. I was just agreeing with the brother because he broke down and split up technology and science, and that's 100% right. Because you had I could take a computer just because I can plug in a fucking motherboard and plug in some RAM into it. That doesn't mean that I know how the shit works. I just know, okay, well, I plug this in, I plug that in, and it works. Oh, okay, great. Whereas you have another person who's trying to figure out, okay, well, if I plug this amount of RAM into it, and if I put this motherboard, this is going to take 32 watts. This may take 64 watts, and that's actual science. So I understand what the brother's saying on that. But
all right, so how did Erastosthenes measure the Earth and all that? What was his method?
That's very easy. What he did was, I think he took a stretch of
no. Hold on. I asked unbiased.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
okay. Go ahead.
So allow me to explain.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So let me go
So
back.
it wasn't serendipity, right?
No, sir. No,
No, it
sir.
wasn't.
All right.
No.
Watch this. This is not serendipity. This is observation, which is actually science. You observe it first. Look what he observed. Okay, the feat of measuring the size of the Earth was first accomplished by Eratosthenes, born in about 276 BC in Cyrene in modern-day Libya. Erastosthenes spent many years as the chief librarian at Alexandria, arguably the most prestigious academic post in the ancient world. Cosmopolitan, cosmopolitan Alexandria had taken over from Athens as the intellectual hub of the Mediterranean. So let me get down to my man. So he learned of all of a well. So check this out. Now, science comes with education. I explained the analogy. If we all took a science class, let's say biology, they're gonna inform us before we touch anything of what we're touching. So now watch this. While at the library, Eratosthenes learned of a well with remarkable properties. See, he's learning before he touched anything. Situated near the town of Syene in southern Egypt, near modern-day Aswan. At noon on 21st June each year, the day of the summer solstice, the sun shone directly into the well and illuminated it all the way to the bottom. This is observation. Eratosthenes realized the observation that on that particular day, the sun must be directly overhead, something that never happened in Alexandria, which was 700 kilometers north of Syene. So that's observation. Now, let me go down. Erastosthenes wondered, here go hypothesis, he wondered if he could exploit this to measure the circumference of the Earth at exactly the same moment that sunlight was plunging straight down the well at Syene. And now here comes experimentation. Eratosthenes stuck a stick vertically in the ground at Alexandria and
Game
measured
over.
the angle between the sun
No,
rays
man,
and
let him finish, bro.
the stick. Crucially, this angle is equivalent to the angle between the two radial lines from Alexandria and Syene to the center of the Earth. He measured the angle to be 7.2 degrees. Next, it says, imagine somebody at Syene who decides to walk in a straight line towards Alexandria and who carries on walking until they circumnavigate the globe and return to Syene. This person would go right around the Earth. This is prediction, by the way. This person will go right around the Earth, traversing a complete circle and covering 360 degrees. So if the angle between Syene and Alexandria is only 7.2 degrees, then the distance between Syene and Alexandria represents 7.2 over 360, or 1/50 of the Earth's circumference. The rest of the calculation is straightforward. Eratosthenes measured the distance between the two towns, which turned out to be 5,000 stadies. If this represents 1/50 of the total circumference of the Earth, then the total circumference must be 250,000 stadies. So it
I don't
explains
think we
what
got to be
stage
that technical on bias. I think we know say we go out there go to
Yeah,
Right.
but
math.
bottom
listen,
line,
let
he
me-
was
let me say
bottom line
Let
he
me-
was within 10% of the actual fucking
okay, but
circumference.
listen.
Bottom line, like he
Yeah,
Go
exactly.
go to
He
how
was
the
wrong. He
go
was
to the
wrong.
article. Listen, go to the article
He
how
said
the
he was
ancient
off by
Egyptians
10%.
had calculated Earth's circumference between 3750 and 1500 BC. I'm just going to read a brief of what they say. If we can take Clemedes' account as a word-for-word relation of what Erastosthenes wrote himself as a modern scholars do, it would definitely prove that Erastosthenes never performed the experiment that he's supposed to have performed. And it would indicate that he simply copied an earlier record from the Library of Alexandria, an
Yep.
original document of Egyptian origin, which describes the techniques used as early as 3750 BC by the prehistoric people, or perhaps in the Old Kingdoms or New Kingdom of the pharaonic history. Prehistoric human beings are supposed to be howling barbarians according to the mainstream theories created in the 20th century concerning our human ancestors, and could have easily carried out these measurements. Just go to that PDF first and then see what they're saying about that, and then we start going back and forth with this. That's
Wait,
all
so
I'm
who is that? Who is that?
Go to how the ancient Egyptians calculated the Earth's circumference. I'm gonna drop the.
Yeah, please put that in there, because then you got to
This is
also now
academia.
look. Okay, what you missed earlier, Q, that I read before you could understand. Before Eratosthenes did that, they had to first conclude that the Earth was spheric. Big. So dude, so for you to predict, for anybody to predict that the measurements of the earth, they would have to first prove it's spheric.
They
And
already
that's
knew
proven.
that.
Do you understand what he said when he's reading in the Library of Library of Alexandria?
I don't know who's reading.
Do you know what the Library of Alexandria was?
Yes, I do, but I don't know who was
What is
reading.
the library? What is the
You
library?
know
of
where it
Alexandria?
was.
No,
Huh?
what is the library? What is it? What is the library of
Hey,
Alexandria?
first of all, did you post that article?
Yeah. I dropped it in the chat. Bro.
Where
Yeah,
you
drop
drop? Where you what you dropped in the front track?
It's how the ancient. Just click that right there. How the ancient Egyptian had calculated. That'll take you to the PDF.
No, I'm saying that you dropped it in the back chat.
Yeah. Drop the
I
link.
drop it in. I
Like,
drop it
to
in
the
the
link.
main.
Drop the link.
I drop it in the main thing.
Okay.
I drop it in the main chat.
What I'm trying to ask somebody is, how is it that you say the Egyptian never? Hold on, let me correct because I know you're gonna get this mistaken. How is it that the Greeks is the father of science, the father of history, the father of all this, but they went to school in Egypt?
Oh, he go to Blackology. You ready?
Okay.
Study
so-
study
okay,
the
so-
Library of
that's-
Alexandria.
that's
All
a
right.
fact.
So look, allow me to answer. This the same way that you have students in math. They call them math prodigies that learn math, higher math, and they're able to crack codes on a regular basis. That no other person or a different equation that no other person has ever done in annals of time. So you can have the material, but don't put it together properly, and somebody else could come behind you and put it together properly. So that's just like that. That's it.
Nah,
Well,
y'all got cracker toast.
This is what happened with Einstein. This is what happened with Albert Einstein. He built on other people's work. It is no different than you have people
No,
today
but
who build on Einstein's work. It's just what it is.
read the
Like,
article that I just gave you from academia first, and then so we can get a full.
What
grasp of
I'm
the
saying,
system.
I'm not saying Einstein didn't do that. Oh,
Yeah, you wild with
Yeah.
that one.
So Q, would you? So just like he observed that, right? Did you think the Egyptians observed the sun going around the earth? Was that an observation?
well, I don't even know if they knew that the Earth was round. To be honest.
Wow, really,
Yeah,
dude?
they
are
did.
you
They did, bro.
serious?
Hold on, wait, hold on.
That's the
Understand
article
what I
I
just
just-
said.
the
I
article I
said
just
I
gave you,
don't.
bro.
Hold on, I said I don't know if they knew. I didn't say that they
But-
didn't know. I said I
Okay,
don't know.
let's forget about if they knew it was round. We do know that they knew how to agriculture and they knew when to plant their crops and when not to do it. And we knew that,
That does not
sundials.
mean that you know the
Listen,
Earth is round.
just-
Stop, bro.
That's I just said forget about if they knew the Earth is round. I just said that, bro. I said let's just deal with the fact that they observing the sun and they knew agriculture. They knew when to plant crops and when not to plant crops. Right? We know that they had sundials. You can go to Nataplaya and see the Africans working with sundials. So they're calculating the Earth. They're calculating the sun when the sun leaves and rises.
We
Right?
agree,
So they
brother.
can-
We agree. We agree. Continue.
So isn't that an observation being made? And then they make calculations
Yes.
on when to plant based. So that's using the
Yes.
scientific method, bro. There's a
Well,
hypothesis being made. Oh, the sun travels at this much. Okay, how do we measure the sun? Okay, we'll make a sundial and we'll mark it by here, here, here. You see what I'm saying? So that's a scientific
Listen.
method right there.
Listen. One thing that I'm trying to get to, because I was trying to ask the brother another question, and you was like, "Well, let somebody else speak," because
All right.
because what off the brother said, I disagree with him that Egyptians didn't have sons. I
Hey, I'm just
disagree
saying, bro.
with that.
I gotta go, but I'm gonna listen, bro. Go ahead. Peace out, y'all.
All right, peace out, man. Thanks for your contribution. Nah, me personally, I disagree with that. From what he was saying, and especially with the source that Sosa dropped, I don't. I think they did have sons. I think it was very, very rudimentary. I think it was to a degree that was just very small, but I think they did have it. So I disagree with unbiased sports on that. But you was like, let somebody else go and this, and that, and now you ask me like, well, no, I think they had science, but I think it was rudimentary. But what I was agreeing with him is when he brought out how technology and science are two different things. That's all I was doing at that junction. But go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, bro. I'ma just say, man, I'm on the blackology side. Y'all can stay on the y'all can stay on the crackatology side because that's all that's going on right now.
Okay,
Are
so
you
just-
kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me?
wait. Hey, Haskell, Q,
Huh?
Sosa Contrarian. So who posted that? Who posted that link? Sosa, who posted that link about the Egyptians knew about the measuring of the earth before Eratosthenes. Who posted that?
I
Well,
think
so-
King Sosa did that.
Sosa.
Okay. Did you check that source, dude?
I haven't seen it. I didn't see it.
Yeah,
In the
that's not academia. So now I'm gonna show you how to research.
What's academia?
Okay, so it says academia edu is not a university or institution for higher learning, and so under current standards, it would not qualify for the edu top level domain. Okay.
What did he post the source at? I don't see it.
Yeah, he put, okay, so he was slick. He posted in the chat without a link, but I did further investigation. This is not a university, it's not an institution for higher learning, it's not even a top, it doesn't even,
I'm still listening. I posted in the chat with a link because I just
Okay.
grabbed the whole article, bro.
so you gotta give it,
But
okay.
I will find, tell you what, I'll get another one, EDU, and I'll let you read a lot of co.org UK.
But
I'm
this was not,
gonna give you that one.
yeah, okay, because this was not, it says EDU, but it wasn't really EDU.
Yeah, all I said was I'm not sure that they knew that this shit was spherical because, truth be told, if you can't show me anything in Egypt that was spherical, then
Show you
Like-
anything in Egypt that was spherical?
Yeah, how would they prove, look.
you're like, show me a globe is what I'm saying to be
Yeah,
precise.
what-
show me a
what we want to
globe.
know is how would they conclude or even deduce that the earth was spherical?
You can
what
tell me
was your
about
methodology?
seasons all you want. Tell me
Right,
about
because-
seasons all you want.
Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense because I can show you how the Greeks came to that conclusion, and it was when ships went through passed through the horizon where the mass of the ship went, you only see the tip of it, through the horizon.
And
So-
you could do that. And you could do that same test that Erastosthenes did today. You could do
Right.
that same fucking test
Yeah, yeah.
today with you with another homeboy with a cell phone. Like
Yeah.
just measure this shit and call him and be like, okay, yeah, I'm doing my shit now. And with a ruler, you can do the same damn test.
I'm biased. Did
Yeah.
Erastosthenes use a sundial for him to?
No, that's not what he did. You
Nah,
missed
he
all-
used sunlight to go inside the well, to go inside the deep end of the well.
Something here that says he used a gnomon, the shadow casting part of a sundial.
No, he used the stick. No, he used the stick, bro. The sundial was for the time, but he actually used the stick.
Hold on, bro. It's saying he used. This is from National Geographic. Eratosthenes measures circumference of Earth. Eratosthenes used a gnomon, the shadow casting part of a sundial, to measure the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy. So that's saying something different from the stick thing.
No,
No,
brother,
no.
that's not true. You
No.
misunderstanding what they're saying.
Right.
You probably just picked that out, but he used the stick.
Let
He
me
used the
see if-
shadow of a stick, bro.
Yeah.
You just
Haskell, you gotta
heard-
read the whole thing, bro. Because
I just read that to you, man. How you acting like you been known about this? Come on,
Bro, I did. What the fuck? Like, the reason I'm able to speak on it is because I know about it already. I'm telling you what to use. Now, if you read the actual article, it'll probably tell you a little bit more. But you probably typed in a word in sundial and found sundial. I'm
right.
telling you. I'm not. I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm just trying to tell you, like, he used the stick and used the shadow from that stick. Today, we would use a ruler.
It actually tell the process when it said stick your. I read it earlier when it said stick your forearm out of you stick your arm out, use your forefinger, point at the moon. So it actually tell you the whole process what he did.
Yeah, he read it out.
Hold on. This is saying the same thing you were saying, unbiased. Hold on. It says on June 19th,
21st, right? Wait, 19th or 21st? Because it said June 21st.
This is from National Geographic. They're saying the 19th. When you're dealing with ancient stuff, 2 days different. That stuff is
Yeah,
net.
okay, so do me a favor because Sosa made a mistake and posted a link and it wasn't representing what he thought it did. So do me a favor, post a link so I can read that.
Let me see if it will let me do it in the chat.
Oh, it will. You're a moderator. It will.
No. It deleted it.
Oh.
I tried to put it in the
I will post in this chat right here. There's a chat on the Zoom.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
What are you trying to post?
What do I press? Share?
Nah, click where it says chat.
Yeah, I'm in the Zoom.
It's the chat is right in there. The share.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I press the thing where it says share, right?
No, you press chat.
Hold on.
Okay, look, I'm gonna type something right now, and you're gonna see a notification come up. Watch this. Everybody's gonna see this. Now, you see
Okay,
that?
I'm in there.
Okay, post it right there.
National Geographic. All right, I just sent it to you. Or I just sent it to everyone. Let me know when y'all got it.
I got it.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and read it, and then we all kind of read go along together. So this is from National Geographic. On June 19th, 240 BCE, Eratosthenes of Cyrene measured the shadow angle of a sundial in Alexandria, Egypt. Erastosthenes used a gnomon, the shadow casting part of a sundial, to measure the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy. On June 19th, saying the same thing. Erastosthenes knew that at noon on the longest day of the year, June 19th, the sun would appear at its zenith in Syene, Egypt. It would not cast a shadow. Measuring the angle of a shadow cast by the sun at noon in Alexandria, Erastosthenes found it to be 1/50th of a circle. Erastosthenes then calculated the distance between Syene and Alexandria and correlated that distance to the circumference of his hypothetical circle. Erastosthenes estimated the Earth to be about 46,620 kilometers, or 28,968 miles in circumference. Although historians and mathematicians disagree about how to interpret his conclusions, using modern technology, we know the Earth is about 40,000 kilometers around the equator, a difference of about 16%. Not bad.
Okay, I see where you messed up at. I see where you're. I don't want to say messed up to where it seems like I'm attacking.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, because they're using the term sundial, but we know that if you take a stick and put it in the middle of the ground, we know that that stick is gonna cast a shadow all the way around.
Right.
So what they're not adding into this is that he actually used a stick.
Right. At all.
So when you because you got to understand, they during this time they didn't have timepieces, they had sticks. So sundial, so these words are interchangeable: stick, sundial, because you can take right now going. You said no, it's not.
Stick is not interchangeable with sundial. No.
Hold on, brother. Are you telling me that if you take a stick and put it in your backyard, that you would not watch the shadow go all the way around? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you're saying a different thing now. You just said a stick and a sundial is interchangeable.
Bro, understand me one more time. If you take a stick and put it in your backyard, you're going to see the shadow go all around from that stick, right or wrong.
If you go into Google right now and type in sundial, you'll see that most of the videos are going to involve a stick.
All right, hold on. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
You're looking at a sundial as something different, but they're trying to use the verbiage from that time. But in actuality, it was a stick.
Okay, hold on.
Today we call it a ruler. So where we can measure inches. That's why he was 10% off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We could test if what you're saying is correct. So just so that we're clear, your contention is that when National Geographic in this article uses sundial, what they actually mean is stick. Am I? That's what you're saying?
No. You got to type in sundial.
No. I'm asking Cube.
Right. So you got to type in sundial, and stick.
I'm biased. Hold on. I got to get clear on what.
But no trick questions though. Like let's just be.
It's not no trick question. I'm asking the man for clarity. Unbiased.
Right.
What is he saying? When you say that in this article, when they use the word sundial, are you saying that in actuality they're using it as like a replacement for stick?
Hold on. Let's slow down for a minute. Let's slow down for a minute. So I have to ask you this question: when you hear the word sundial, what pops into your mind?
A sundial?
But okay, so what type of sundial? How does it look? Explain it to me. When I say sundial, what comes in your mind when you see a sundial?
This kind of circular type of
That's your problem. That's device. Your problem.
Hold on, bro. You asked me a question. Listen, hold on. Let me go back to the National Geographic.
Hey, yo, hey, Cube. type in sundial and look at all the videos. It's going to show a stick. It's going to show a stick-like object.
Listen. You know what? That's why when he said a circular thing, I knew he was thinking of the wrong thing.
Right.
Like, because I knew he was thinking of the wrong thing. That's why I'm trying to tell him that if you put a stick in your backyard and if you record it for 24 hours, you're gonna see the goddamn the shadow go around.
Right.
But even on a sundial, if you have a circular sundial, what does it has that's standing in the middle of it to show you the time? There's a stick or some kind of pole that's showing you the time.
Look at what NASA says. It says such a sundial will, however, work equally well at all times if the pointer is slanted to point towards the pole of the celestial sphere. So everything is something
pole is
pointing.
A stick.
Right. Now that's NASA.
It said modern technology.
It's just a stick, bro.
It's just a stick, bro. That's all it is.
It's just a stick. I'm not trying to like oversimplify it, but
pole,
it's just a stick. That's what they had in those times.
Right.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, if I'm here in Charlotte, North Carolina, and somebody's like 2 cities over, this is the test that he did. Somebody he said, okay, well, when the sundial gets here to noon, this is when we're going to start our test. So we call it today a ruler. So what he did, he put marks on a stick and said, okay, the shadow is casting here. So then Erastosthenes, he put his marks and said, hold on, the mark here 2 cities over, which was approximately during that time, I think it was like 100, maybe 130 miles away. His marks on his stick was different. So they was like, hold on. And then they used trigonometry to figure out if you go all around the world, this is the circumference. This is what they did. So we can hung up on the terminology of a stick, but we have to talk about the actual science of what they did.
Y'all can hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
I had lost connection. So let me go to the National Geographic, right? So let me read it just a one small part again, so we have clarity here, right?
Yeah.
So not only does National Geographic said that a sundial was used, they specified a particular part of the sundial that was crucial to him being able to do his measurement, right? And the name of the part of that sundial is called a gnomon. That's GNOMON.
Can you tell us what that gnomon does real quick, please?
It's the shadow casting part of a sundial.
What does it look like? No, what does it look like?
The gnomon, hold on.
No, because you're about to tell us the same shit we've been saying, but go ahead. Tell us what does that gnomon looks like. Is it something that's perpendicular? Is it real slender?
So if it's something that's perpendicular,
tell us what it looks like.
What is it?
No. Tell us what the nom is. The nom. Tell us what it is.
All right, let me go ahead and look it up. Gnomon, which casts a shadow on the dial. Okay, hold on.
Highlight that word. Yeah, just highlight that word and hit Google search for what a nom is.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right, let's see. Gnomon.
Was it placed in the center of that circular sundial?
Yeah, it's in the center of the sundial.
Did it stand up perpendicular?
Some of them do. Others have a slight slant to it.
Oh, so does it look? What does it look like?
It looks like a gnomon.
So if you take the nom out, out and put a stick right there, will it serve the same function?
Not with the same degree of accuracy.
Okay, no. We're not talking about accuracy. We're talking about will it say, hello, we're talking about will it serve the same function? Will it get you within 20 minutes? Because we talk about 4,000 years ago. Will it get you in 20 minutes of what we were talking about?
I don't know about that, because the thing that I'm looking at is not a stick. It actually looks like what's that thing we had in geometry class? It looks like a triangle, like a blade.
Oh my
from
God.
what I'm looking at. You know what I'm talking about? It is.
Bro, we're being silly right now, man. It's a stick. It's a rod. It's a
me-
stick, it's
let
a
me-
rod.
let me
Like,
talk,
come on.
Let me talk. What I'm looking at is shaped in a triangular. It's a triangle that comes to a point. That's not a stick. That's not a stick.
Bro, I was using rudimentary language to try to get to the bigger point, and you're
A
stuck
stick,
on this.
a stick and a nom is two different things. That's the point.
Can you share us? Shall you share
You
what
doing
you're seeing right
the
now?
right thing right now.
I'm sorry.
You doing so is National Geographic saying a completely different thing than unbiased source, or in your opinion, are they saying
No,
the exact same thing?
no, it's saying something completely different than what you're saying and what you're interpreting. That's the problem.
Okay, so tell me what it's saying then. What's the National Geographic thing saying? When
What
it says
it's
nom, what are they saying?
it's saying that they use something which was called a nom, but I would look at it and say, oh, that's a rod or that's a stick. That's what it's saying.
Why
But
would
what
they use? That's a very specific terminology. Why would they use that?
right.
Okay, so all right, I just pulled up Eratosthenes. How about that?
If I go to Greece, there's a different word for it. If I go to France, there's a different word for it. So you're getting caught up on definitions. But the truth of the matter,
It's not a stick though, bro. I know that.
but bro, the truth of the matter is, if you plant a stick or a stake in your backyard right now and draw a circle around that motherfucker, it will align with your timepiece. It will. It just will.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to accept that. But
So
according
that's
to
what we're
National,
talking about.
hold on. But according to National Geographic, they're saying that's not what the guy did. They're saying he had. Hold on, bro. They're saying he had a specific device. The other source is saying he had a stick.
Okay, so Wikipedia, no. So Wikipedia says a rod, all right? All right, bro. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. It's over. It's over. It's over. So we don't got to talk about this anymore. It's over. Wikipedia just called it exactly what it was. It was interchangeable. All right.
Slam dunk. Slam
Yeah,
dunk.
it's
Man.
over. I'm gonna share my screen. It's over. Watch this. Y'all can see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna make it where there's no doubt we can see. Yeah, it's over, bro. Okay, so watch this. Okay, so it says you see it right here? He then measured the sun's angle of elevation at noon in Alexandria by using a vertical rod known as a gnomon.
Didn't I just say that? A stick or a
Yes,
rod?
you did.
Did I say a stick
And
or a rod?
measuring the length of his shadow on the ground. Using the length of the rod, yes, it's over.
I said that. I said a
Hold
stick
on.
or a
That's what I
rod.
said too.
Keep reading.
And
No,
measuring
there's
the
no
length
more
of his
reading. It's
shadow
over.
on the ground.
No. Keep reading from that same source.
It says
Keep
rod
reading.
again.
Using what? What am I going to read differently? The point is, he pointed out the gnomon was like a stick or a rod. Same thing.
I literally just said that, a stick or a rod. I said
Right.
that, and you still disagree.
Hold on.
Go ahead, try to find it. Go ahead.
Using the length of the rod and the length of the shadow as the legs of a triangle,
Oh,
calculate
yeah.
the angle of the sun's rays. So yeah, those two sources are saying two different things.
Now he's saying the same
Oh
thing.
my God, bro! They're using this.
They're not saying,
They're
but we
using
can
different.
move on from that.
Hey,
Yeah.
So
Hey,
let me
you
just.
gotta hold that L, bro. You gotta
Yeah.
hold that L
So
and just
let
be
me
cool
just.
with it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
You
all
learned
right.
something
It's all
tonight.
right.
You learned
So,
something tonight. It's cool.
yeah, I
I'm
did
not,
too. I
I
learned
don't have
something
a
as
problem
well.
holding the L. That's not a big deal to me.
Yeah, I learned something as well. I now know it's rod, stick, nom is the same thing.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't have a problem with that because I didn't know what a nom was.
Yeah, so let me
I
be
know
fair.
you did it. That's why I asked you to describe it, and you couldn't. So it's
So
cool.
now let me be fair, guys. I'm gonna be fair to Haskell. Haskell, the term stick was not that was slang. So the book I was reading from, the author depicted it as a stick. You dig? Because you got to understand one thing that I had to understand. When you read these scientific books, first of all, the book I'm reading that mentions Eratosthenes is a Big Bang book. And when you read any Big Bang book, it's not gonna be friendly to a layman. They're going to use high science, terms. I got like 6 Big Bang books. All of them don't mess around. They expect you to already know they expect you to have already, to have some type of fundamental knowledge of what they're saying. None of these books are for the layman. So when he says stick, that's probably his humor, his way of breaking it down. But he automatically assumed that you already knew about Eratosthenes going in.
Exactly. I was just saying that to get to another point. I was only saying that so we can move past that to get to a point. Use the stick. And I even said that we call it a ruler today.
Right.
I even said that. And he was just like, no, it's not a stick. I'm like, yo, it's a stick.
Hold on, Q.
Can I say
Because
something?
hold
Unbiased.
on. If what Unbiased is saying is that it wasn't an actual stick, that was just a nomenclature that guy used, but what he actually meant was it was more of a device.
Askela.
It was a rod. It says
Yo.
a rod.
You see it right there.
But I interchanged the word stick for rod, and then I went further because you couldn't understand, and I said a ruler. Because today we wouldn't use a rod. We wouldn't use a rod so we would notch out.
Now,
we would use a ruler. We would use a
over
ruler
here.
to where we can actually see.
Wait, hold on. Let's start right here. Let's start here. It said the sunbeam shone as 2 rays hitting the ground at Syene and Alexandria. Angle of sunbeam and the Naman's vertical pole (parentheses) is shown at Alexandria, which allow Eratosthenes estimates of radius and circumference of the Earth.
So they're saying they have the actual device, like they have it.
It's right there. You're looking at it right there.
Scroll down. Let me see some again. All right, hold up. Scroll down.
To up or down?
Down. Right there.
Okay.
Like this is what like my uncle does is he surveys land. Like they use rulers. We would call it a stick, just to whatever, just say, but they use rulers. And that's why I was trying to tell the brother, like, yeah, stick, but we use rulers today. What
I was trying to understand, Q, was he using just a regular old stick or a rod, or was he using a device? Because the way how the Smithsonian described it, they use the word sundial. A sundial is a very specific thing. It is a device. That's different from.
But you gotta understand what a sundial is. Like if I tell you what a car is, it's not just 4 fucking wheels. It's also doors. It's also windshields. So when I said what is a sundial, you said, oh, a circular thing. I said, okay, so what's that thing in the middle? You said, oh, that's a nom-nom. I said, okay, well, show me what a nom-nom is. But if you would to take out that rod and put in a fucking stick, it would be the same reading that you would get.
That's
why I said what I said.
That's what he said.
Hold on, Q. We're not disagreeing here. You're saying that rod, right, put into a ground would have the same utility as
yes.
And that's what I'm saying. The way how the Smithsonian described it is when they specifically use that term sundial, it makes it seem like they're not using a rod that has the same. What I'm saying?
No, you're right, but you just didn't understand. That's why I was trying to break it down to you. Because when I asked you, I said, okay, well, tell me what do you see when you see a sundial? And you fucked up when you said, oh, something that's round. And what I did to you was I said, okay, well, you can plant a fucking rod or a stick in your backyard and you would get the same results without that round thing. But it didn't.
But would you call that a sundial if you did that though?
Yes.
No.
Yes, bro.
That would be.
Bro, listen. You could take a stick and plant that shit in your backyard. You can spray paint a circle around that motherfucker. You can put 1, 2, 3, 4, and up to 12, and it'll serve the same function. That's what I was telling you.
You wouldn't call it a sundial. You wouldn't do that.
Yes, I would, bro. You're stuck on this sundial shit because you've seen a sundial and it's always clay or it's always metal or whatever the fuck it is.
Right.
I'm telling you, that's not a sundial. The first sundial was a goddamn stick in the ground.
So when the National Geographic uses that term, you're saying they meant the same thing as the source. It was just a rod in the ground.
Yes, it was a sophisticated term that they thought people who were researching this already fucking understood. That's all it is. It's a sophisticated term because
And I don't
when I say a car, do I say transmission? Do I say engine? Do I say tires? I don't say none of that shit. I say a car. So when they say sundial, they're already thinking that okay, well, there's something in the middle of it, a rod, a stick, something in the middle that is allowing to cast a shadow.
Hello?
That's all it is.
Hello?
That's the sundial. It's not one component. There's two components to
I
it.
hear you.
That's all it is, bro.
Hello?
I hear you.
Yeah, we hear you,
You can
bro.
hear me? You can hear me?
Peace,
What's happening, man, boy? Is it good?
peace, peace.
You know what?
Hey,
Haskell
House.
is right. Haskell is right. He's right. It's not you're both right in a sense. It was a stick that Eratosthenes got the hypothesis from. He saw what he was observing nature, just nature in general, saw the shadow moving from a stick, and then he created a more precise instrument to measure. It wasn't just a stick. I get what you lot are saying, but he saw it's like us seeing something in nature and then realizing, oh, that's how it starts. That's how you start your hypothesis, and that's what he did. And then he made a more precise instrument to get to where he wanted to get to.
Okay. Now, if I just go to my random tree in the back of my yard and pull a stick out, the shit may be curved a little bit this way or that way. It may have a few branches sticking off. That's not the right stick you want to use.
No, he
You may
didn't
want to.
use it like that. He didn't use it like that. I'm not trying to say he did something like that. You know what? It was a natural process.
No,
It
no.
wasn't.
I was agreeing with you, brother. I was actually
Okay,
agreeing with you.
okay, yes, yes. It was just a
Yeah. I
natural
was.
process. He saw there must have been a stick. Maybe they were doing some kind of agricultural stuff. And there was a stick in the ground and he saw the shadow move it throughout time. It takes a bit of time. You can't just turn up and see the shadow move. You're gonna have to observe it. So he might have been there sitting there watching something. He observed the shadow move across. And then he feel, okay,
Mhm.
let me devise a more precise instrument to test my hypothesis that the earth is going round, or whichever hypothesis he wanted to test at that time. And that's all it is. It weren't just a stick. The way Unbiased made it sound is like, we just chucked a stick in there and he found it out. It weren't like that.
But actually, it was because if I take a stick out of my backyard and there's a tree, I can shave down all of the branches and shit that grows from it and make it into a perfectly perpendicular stick. Like it's the
He
same
did.
fucking thing.
I'm getting
If
what I'm
you go
trying to say.
purchase,
What
I
I'm
hear
trying
what
to
you're trying to
say.
say. I hear what
He
you're
had
trying
no
to
idea.
say, but
He had no idea of the shadow and the stick. He had no idea. He observed that
he
naturally.
did have an idea, bro. Listen, he did have an idea because there were already sundials available. So he looked at the fucking sundial and said, "Damn, this shit is constantly moving." So what he said was, "How about if I take this 2 cities over? Is it gonna move the same way?" So when he
Oh
took
yes,
it to,
no, I'm
so
not.
when
I'm
he
not
took it
saying that.
2 cities over, it did
I'm
move
not
the
saying that.
same.
I thought you was talking about the inception of a sundial. I'm not talking about his experiment. I'm talking about the inception of a sundial. No one knew about the shadow of a sun until they had to observe it naturally. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you said.
Obviously, he knew what he was doing. He had a hypothesis. He had a premises he was going off.
He learned from the best.
Sorry,
He learned from the best.
who's the best?
The Egyptian. He learned from the best, the Egyptian.
Oh my God.
Can anybody on here show me the Egyptians with a globe anywhere? Is that possible?
The
Nope.
Egyptians were masters at lots of stuff, but we can't attribute everything to the
Hold
Right.
Egyptians.
on,
That's called
wait.
algebra.
I just asked a question. Can anybody show me in Egypt a globe?
No, but then that's unfair, Q,
No,
because
no, no, no. It's not fair. It's
Q,
not unfair. I'm asking a
they're limited
question.
to.
Either you can answer or you can't.
No,
And if
they
you
didn't have a
can't,
globe. They didn't have a globe, but they didn't have a concept of the world like we do today, which we're basing off of their premises. So you can't
okay,
You
really,
telling me the
you can't
Greeks
really say
had it of a globe?
who?
brother, I'm asking a question and I want an answer. And if you can't answer it,
Did the
it's
Greeks or the Romans
polite.
have
No,
one
they
though?
never had a globe.
Hold on,
Never
wait.
had
I'm
a globe.
asking a question, and it's very polite to
He
say
said
that
no.
either I don't know. No, I'm not asking him. He already answered the question. I'm now
Oh,
asking the
sorry,
other
sorry.
people. So if you don't know, I think it's polite to say I don't know.
Right.
He said
They
no,
never,
they didn't have one. I'm
they didn't have a globe.
No,
They didn't have
he
a globe.
said that, but now I'm asking the rest of you.
okay. I'll say no. Go. What say you? The other guy.
Did they have a? Say it again. Say it again. I wasn't paying
No.
attention.
Did the Egyptians have a globe like a replica of a globe?
Where in the art they did like, man, that's some stuff I got to show you. I
It's
have to
fine.
show you.
Just say no. It's really not all that important.
Okay, no, nigga.
I don't know what the guy's point is, so it's really not all that important.
Well, my point is, if you don't see any globe, then what would make you think that they had a globe?
Right.
No different. No
That's what I
different. Hold on,
suggest.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Hear me out. I want you to hear this. We have the internet. We have cars. We have all of this shit today. If we never drew cars, never took pictures of cars, none of that shit, what would make you think that we ever had them? If we didn't express them, and we know the Egyptians expressed a lot of things in their drawings on their walls, so forth and so on. So if
Well,
they,
Cube, who was arguing that the Egyptians had a globe? When did we have that discussion?
well, that was what spawned what we're talking about now.
No, it didn't.
Actually, it did.
No, he said that the Egyptians was the ones who gave the Greek the sundial. Me and
No, I said they
every-
got it. They said
I think
said they learned it from the Egyptians. That's what I said.
true. I think
Hey,
everyone in there
Tobias,
knows
could
that
you hit me in the
the
chat
Egyptians
again?
were
I got a source for the earliest sundial. I want to put
No,
in.
but the sundial is whatever. I'm not
the
tripping off of that.
Egyptians. The Egyptians didn't know everything. They were ignorant to a lot of things. Europeans didn't know about the world until you could say Columbus. They only knew half of the world. These people,
Okay,
it took a long time for people to understand that there was a bigger place out there.
I
And look how
agree.
big the world is. So the Egyptians, we give them way too much credit.
Yes, we
They
do.
did, they did a lot of alchemy stuff like that, and they inspired a lot of people. But
You know what it
to
is?
say that
Go ahead. Go ahead.
they had science like we do today, and even the Greeks had at that time, no,
Right. That was my whole point.
Did the Greeks have any concept of what an atom was?
no one. We can't reproduce an atom today. So
No, 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 no. I never mentioned reproduction. I said, did
no,
they
they didn't.
have
They didn't. They didn't. They had general. They had just what we have
did they have
classifications of what.
knowledge? Did they have knowledge of what an atom was?
Not at the degree that we have. No,
No, no, no, no. I'm not talking degree.
Right.
I'm
He's
talking,
just
did
asking,
they
were they
know?
aware of an atom? Yes or no?
no.
Hold on, what about the other brothers that's on here? What are you
Not
guys
that I
say?
know of. Not that I know of.
I would say no. I would say no also.
Okay.
But they had the rudimental,
Wait,
the
but the
gist
atom,
of
atom, is that a Greek word?
It is. Atomos.
yeah. But
What
I'm
does it
biased.
mean in Greek?
Most of the words in science are Greek because that's where it's
No,
that's
no,
where they
no, no,
gave.
no, 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 no. Now you want some bullshit because you're trying to say that now you're trying to move. No, no, no. They discovered this shit and they put the fucking name on it with Atomos.
They
So
didn't
this,
discover
no,
no
no, no.
damn
I can't
atom.
give you
What is you
that.
talking about, dude?
No,
No.
they
Yes,
didn't.
they
Talking
no,
about?
bro. No, 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 no. You're bugging.
No,
I
they
can't give you
didn't.
that.
We use a lot of Greek words.
When
I'm
the
not.
Greeks
I'm not.
discovered the atom?
The Greeks discovered the atom. Buddy wildin', man.
When they
Now,
do
hold on. Let me clear that up. They didn't discover the atom. They predicted the atom.
Bruh is wild.
That's what I was trying to say to you. That's what I was trying to say to you, Unbiased. They had the gist of it. They didn't have. They had the rudimentals of it.
Yeah,
We,
but that was his question. His question was, were they aware of it? And they were. And that's why he predicted it.
no, it's not the same.
No, no, no.
They,
Wait, brother. It is the
they
same.
predicted it, bro.
Right.
Like, look at the
Right.
word atomos. And if you understand what the word atomos means,
Yeah, they actually
they
gave it a name, bro. So now look. So look.
because they knew something was there
look,
that could
let me add
not be
on.
like. Go ahead, go
Let me
ahead.
add on. Like for example, I don't know if it's Greeks or Romans. 'Cause I keep mixing them up. But they also predicted retrograde, but they couldn't prove it. They predicted gravity, but couldn't prove it. So they made a lot of predictions based
So is
upon
that
like
them discovering it?
right.
Or
But,
is it a
no,
vague
no,
prediction?
but listen. But the question was very clear. He said, "Did they know of it?" And you have to know of it if you predict it. So they just couldn't prove it.
Exactly.
You
They
have to
did,
know of it
bro.
to
They gave it a
predict it.
fucking name
Right?
that
They
we
gave it a
still
name,
use
bro.
today.
So
That's really
part
That's
of the
weak.
scientific method.
Like, do you know what the word atomos? Do you know what the word atomos mean?
Cuban, I'm biased. I'm biased.
Do you know what the
What
word
is this?
atomos
What is
mean?
relevant to, you know, in science?
It just
We
means
don't give people.
undivided. That's all it means. It doesn't mean
Can,
that they knew about the atom.
can I
Stop.
say this
Yes.
though?
Oh my God, you
Stop.
I'm
bugging, bro.
biased.
Bruh,
I'm
You
biased.
bugging.
I'm biased.
They
yeah,
listen. They saw something that was so fucking small that they thought it couldn't be divided, so they
I'm
knew
biased.
of it
yeah,
Are you giving?
until.
So I'm
Come
biased. Are you
on,
trying to
are you
say
kidding me?
because they knew of the atom? Yes. Are you giving them credit for the whole thing? Is that what it is?
No, we're
Because
giving
you
them
know,
credit for that. No, we're giving
can I
credit for
speak to
that.
unbiased? Sorry, Cube. Can I say this to
Oh, I'm
unbiased?
sorry.
yeah, go ahead,
I'm sorry,
go
bro.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Unbiased.
Yeah,
You know, in science, we revere people in science, but we
right.
don't. It's not seen like that. Like to say, okay, they invented this. They should be the credited for this. They should. We stand on each other's backs. Do you understand? It's a
Yeah, I know that.
process. It
Yeah,
goes forward. So
But
I understand what you're saying. They gave us the hypothesis, but we came off of that hypothesis and actually factualized it. Do you
right,
understand?
right.
You
Yeah,
can't.
yeah, but
You
hold
can't.
on, hold on.
I get you. I get you where you
Right,
say I give them credit for having just the prediction of it. But
right.
it's like I think we're trying to. It's like everyone is trying to give Egypt the credit. We're giving Greek the credit. We got to give everyone the credit.
Wait,
Do you
but hold
understand?
on. But there's a difference though. Without the prediction, there would never be anybody looking for it.
Now, how come you can't say that in this time?
Yeah,
There's
yeah. But because look, they
the
put it in
scientists.
motion. Like, how would you know what to look for if the thought is not
You know,
there? So, for
you know what
example,
the Greek
they
did
was
well.
trying when they was trying to figure out whether the speed of light was was finite or um, infinite. A
It
lot
made
of people, a
people.
lot
I
of people
get
got
that.
it
I
wrong.
get that. I
A
get
lot of
that.
people got it wrong. So, but look, they had to put the idea out there for people to actually figure it out or try to like prove it to be one or the other.
Like
So are
Charles
you
Darwin.
saying?
Charles Darwin said in his time in his book, he said, "Damn, if my hypothesis correct, we should find all these transitional species." Guess
Right,
what happened hundreds of years later? We
right,
find so many of these same fucking things. So what the brother's trying to say, and me myself, is that they came up with the hypothesis, and lo and behold, we find it.
right.
That's all.
What
It's
does
no
that
nobody
mean?
trying to
But
suck
I'm
on the
saying
fucking dick of no
what
goddamn Egyptian. I mean,
So,
No, but I'm just saying,
Greeks and no shit
I'm
like
asking
that.
a genuine question. What does that mean, though?
so that mean that they knew that it existed. They just couldn't
they
prove
Yeah,
it.
I'm giving
prophesied.
them credit for that. I'm giving them credit for that. But what other than that does that mean? What does that
It
prove
means
other
they
than
had
that?
Mean
the
just that.
technology. It means they
Yes.
had the
So what does that
technology.
make them better than anybody else?
Now, we're not talking about what makes people
Come
better
on,
than other
man. You
No,
people.
but
being
I'm
We're
just
just
silly,
wondering
bro.
what the point of this is then. We know that
okay.
they did
So,
that. You're
let me
right.
fill you in. So let me fill you in.
Who was it
Give
that
credit.
discovered? Who was it that theorized about the atom in Greece or Rome?
Okay. So hold on.
I forget the name,
I'm
man, but
looking.
that's
It says.
that's 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 that's
Hold
that's that's
on.
petty.
Hold on,
That's
Q.
pettifoggery. That's pettifoggery, man. Like
No,
we
it's
know
not
we know
petty
that they
because you're
did.
giving them Cube. Cube.
Wait,
Cube. Hold on, bro. You giving? Hold
Haskell,
on. You're saying
Haskell.
that.
I don't think you want to ask that question because we have in Egypt, it's very hard to give ownership to anybody. Okay. And in Greece, it's very easy. It's easier, I will say that. It's easier to give people credit for things that were discovered than it is
That's
for Egyptians.
I get that. I'm biased, but I'm saying
I'm
what
biased.
does it do for us
Hold
to
on.
give them credit? We've given them credit. We in
Oh,
science we
no, no,
know
no.
who
It
who
fits,
it is.
fits. Well, what our thing is that people, I think you agree too, people are romanticizing, and I'm not saying anybody on this panel because I'm talking about from all my conversations in different platforms and even sometimes on live stream that people romanticize Egypt and they give them credit for everything and
You're
they
right.
forget Greek
1,000,000%.
contributions.
1 million. Yes. That's only the black community. When you come amongst all communities,
Oh no,
that's
yeah,
the only
no, but we're only
that's
talking about we're only talking about the conscious community right now.
they're ignorant. They
Oh,
really
yeah,
are.
we definitely know
You hear
that.
some of this you hear some of the stuff they talk about. You've heard it, you know? It's
So unbiased. Who predicted the atom? I'm reading. It says Democritus.
I don't know.
That's what it's saying.
I don't know.
So when y'all, because Cube said you used the word predict. I believe Cube used the word
They
theorize.
they,
So
they did they
Say
did because
hypothesis.
who
I
did?
get hold on, I forget the dude's name,
it
but
says
the
Democritus. It
whoever
says
the dude whoever the
Okay,
dude
so what's your
was
point?
whoever the dude was that made up the name Atomos, he was the one that did it. I forget his name. You could be right with that name.
Yeah, but what's your point, Haskell? Go ahead.
It was named after him. That's his name. That's their name. They give it after the person who they
No,
name
no,
it.
no, no, no. It wasn't. Actually, it wasn't. It was
Okay,
another
maybe I'm
guy.
wrong. Maybe
He
I'm
named
wrong.
it Atomos.
But that was a theory. I get what you say. It wasn't a prediction. It was a
Bro, it
theorizing.
was
We
it
Hold
know
on.
was a
this.
prediction, bro. Like
Prediction
Let
to
me
what?
do what though? Predict to
hold
do
on. Let me
what?
read this right
That
quick.
they
Let
would
me read
find
this
it.
right quick, Fitzroy. Hold on. It said Democritus, meaning chosen of the people, was an ancient Greek pre-Socratic philosopher, primarily remembered today for his formulation of an atomic theory of the universe.
Well, the Greeks doing everything.
Yes, sir.
The only thing is,
They did a lot of shit, bro.
Man,
Like
the
they
Greeks ain't.
did.
hold
Like
I
what
on,
the
give them.
fuck?
hold
I
Like
give
on,
them.
hold on.
I give them
The
max amount of
only,
credit.
the only thing is they don't have any writings of his.
Yeah, they don't have nothing.
Nothing.
oh, hey, hold on. Okay, well, what is that? Like,
But
what's the
they
point?
always
They
in
made
Egypt
it up.
though.
They have
I'm
no
trying to get your
source.
point.
That's what it means.
They
Okay,
always in
so
Egypt though.
okay, but the sources are very scarce when it comes to who did this, who did what when it comes to Egypt. Like, come on, man, we gotta stop playing
No,
these
I'm saying
games,
they
man.
all of them go to school in Egypt. I
I
don't
think
know.
we agree with you, Cube. I think we agree with you. We don't. We're
Okay,
none of us.
okay.
None of
So
us
what I
are
read
into this
earlier was
Egypt.
now what I read earlier, brother, was this. Do you know they even dropped the idea that the sun was in the center of the solar system for 1,500 years? Brother, did you know that, Haskell?
Who? Who did?
Who said it
No.
again?
Okay. After that, it was proven amongst the Greeks that the sun, or well known amongst the Greeks, that the sun was in the center of the solar system. That idea was later dropped 1,500 years later. Did you know that? Amongst the Greeks, did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay, do
No,
you
I
know
didn't.
why?
That
No, I
idea
didn't
went
know.
on for. That went on
Okay,
for even further than that.
right,
Iskele
right.
against
So
other
no, but
communities.
my home point fits in Cube and Haskell is this: that they started to drop a lot of ideas because of fear or scrutiny. So it was different reasons why they was, and plus, like they,
And
Facts.
religion. Yeah, and religion.
right, and it was
Religion
also
was the
going with
main thing.
right, and some things just didn't make logical sense to them, and they didn't understand that science isn't necessarily logical. So they was dropping a lot of ideas based off that. So just because the idea of the atom was around and then it was gone, that was normal during that time, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
ask you.
and this is where you had like your first explosion of atheists. Like they were being
Right,
attacked
right.
because of science. You see what I'm
Excommunicate.
saying?
Brother. They got excommunicated, by the way, when they was teaching the sun was his. Uh,
One
Where did
hundred
they learn
percent.
this science at?
Say what?
Where
The
did they
what? For
learn it at?
was the what?
No, no, bro, you bugging with they what they
I
learned
just
this
asked
shit
you, where
at.
did they learn it at? Where did they go to school at?
Man, listen, bro, there was so many motherfucking crackers in Greece and Rome that learned this shit, and
I'm
there were
asking you, these
philosophers.
people you talking about, where
I'm
did they
trying to
learn
tell
it?
you. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. There was so many people, bro, that learned this shit, absent of anything that you think that you're talking about.
right.
They,
That's not
they,
what I asked you, brother. I asked you, where did they go to school at?
They
Wait,
didn't
when
learn
you
it in
bro,
say,
Egypt.
what?
hold
They
up,
didn't
brother.
learn
When
it
you
in
say
Egypt. Egypt was far removed
Q
from
just
there,
answered
brother.
your question.
Brother, Egypt was far removed from
I
there. When you're
really
talking
did just
about that,
answer his
that's
question, but he didn't get it. It's cool.
Hey,
that's
Fitz,
like
Go ahead. Maybe you can answer it again. Go ahead, Fitz.
Egypt was far removed. He's got to remember how long that dynasty was. You know,
I'm not, you
this.
missing
Can
my
I say
point.
this? Cleopatra. When you're talking about Eratosthenes and all of these guys, they way after Cleopatra. That's
You mean the
clean
white
after
woman?
Cleopatra.
You mean the white woman, Cleopatra? Oh, okay.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes, way after that. So that's not in, and that's not even Egypt no more
And
when
that's the point.
Cleopatra's
That's
there.
the point. That's the point
So
that I'm
so
making.
I
Because
don't
go ahead, finish up.
I don't think you them teachings there are way out of date when you're coming towards these guys.
Right.
They had their universities. They were
Exactly.
making first universities,
Exactly.
stuff like that, making degrees. They had nothing
See,
to do
see,
with Egypt, brother.
Right.
Nothing.
you know what?
You've already
See,
answered that
you know
though.
what? Hold on. Let me say this. Because the brother's 100% right. If I have a school and I'm teaching motherfuckers, and I'm in America, and I teach, let's say, motherfuckers in Sierra Leone. Now, when 200 years go past and they start to, you know, think on their own and able to do things on their own, how long do we reference what the fuck that I gave them in America? Because a lot of the things and a lot of the children that came up, they began to think of concepts and things on their own. So we can't just give me all the fucking credit of all of the things that they're thinking. No, you get credit from me when you take what I thought and what I taught. That's where it stops. When you
We have
begin to hold on,
example now.
let me finish this. When
Mhm.
you as a student begin to think your own shit, you begin to come with your own concepts.
Yeah.
Now it's time for you to take your own prize, and now you have to be respected for coming up with that shit for yourself.
Yeah.
Period. So with Egypt, no matter how you say it, Egypt gave them this, gave them that, but there was a fucking time when these philosophers took some of this shit and they thought of things that Egypt never fucking could have ever even thought. No different
That's a
than right,
fact.
no different than right now today.
Exactly.
We may stand on, hold on, let me finish. We may stand on the first motherfucker that came up with a goddamn round boulder or a round tire, but you're not gonna tell me Ford is what's this dude name that makes Tesla? You're not gonna tell me that everything he comes up with his navigation system and all of this shit, he gotta still respect Ford. And no, you gotta respect Tesla. They did some shit that nobody was doing. Respect Ford for what he came up with in the invention of the car and all this other shit. But goddamn, this motherfucker came up with some shit too.
Right. So I think we're all in agreement that the Greeks and Romans at a point in time were educated in Egypt. Where we're in disagreement is how much of the things that they did were their own innovations versus what
What
we would credit to the
you
Egyptians.
said it,
90% of
you
their
said it
stuff
right
is
You
the
don't want
first
to
right.
give
time,
them
Haskell.
credit. That's all it is. You don't want to give them
90%
Hey,
credit because they have their own
Haskell.
mind.
Haskell, let me ask
Hey,
you this,
Haskell.
Haskell.
You
Yeah.
said it right the first time.
Hey,
They
Haskell.
have whiteology, we have blackology.
Nah, I got
That's
No,
what's going on right
truthology.
now. You'd have
Nah,
to define
listen,
that. You'd have to
these
define black
these
religion.
white folks separated and they created their own fucking lane.
right. Hey,
And that's
Haskell, let me
that
ask you a question,
period.
Haskell. And this for you too, contrary thinker.
Yeah.
When they figured out that the speed of light was, I believe, infinite, was that through the wisdom of Egypt, or did they just experiment that for themselves?
No, all
Who
they
could
did
they
was
who,
advance the knowledge, man. That's
Huh?
all.
oh no 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 no
He
no no answer that
asked
question. No,
me.
answer that question.
All that,
He asked
listen,
me. Hold on. He asked
go
me.
ahead. Go ahead.
The speed of light is infinite. I don't
Right.
think that's
Okay.
correct. First
Look,
off,
there was a debate amongst the Greeks, not the Egyptians, where was the speed of light infinite or finite, right?
hmm
Do you know so the whole point is, do you know what method they were using to determine? Did it have anything to do with Egypt teachings at all?
so they determined that the speed of light was infinite.
Wait, before determination, before we do that, the
Uh huh.
experimentation they were practicing, was it Egypt based or not?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. What
Okay,
experiments were they doing?
that's what I'm trying to say. Do you think, I'm asking you guys saying that they study from Egypt for most of their stuff? When they try to determine the speed of light, was it an Egypt-based experiment, or did they come up with their own experimentation?
Bias. What I'm saying is you have to enlighten me. I don't have a frame of reference here. I
Okay,
don't know what
so
we're
all
They
talking
they
were
about.
dealing
did
with
was
protons
one
and
dude.
protons and how they
Okay,
moved and reacted to each other.
so
And that was the model of how they got to the speed of light.
right, that had nothing to do with Egypt. Like, we could do that right now.
So hold on. They knew about protons and all that.
Not, brother,
No,
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 Photons,
man,
no,
you
photons,
no,
way off right
photons,
now.
no.
photons are different. That's how light is
Yeah, that's
transmitted.
light,
They were
bro.
trying.
Right.
They were
So they
talking
knew what a
about. They
so
were
they knew
trying.
what a
They
photon
were
was.
trying
You're
to see.
changing the question. You're changing the question. The brother asked a simple question. When they came up with the speed of light,
Uh huh.
when they
Was
came
it
up with this,
was it Egyptian based? Did they get that information from Egypt, or was that something they came up with their own wisdom?
Unbiased. Remember, I
yeah,
just
exactly. Hold
Don't
on,
turn
brother.
him off.
Hold on.
Don't
I
turn
want
him
him to
off.
say
So
that
I'm like,
again. I want him to say that again, and I want it to resonate.
Who's
So
arguing
did
that,
they come
though?
up?
Say what
Did
again,
they
Q?
come up with their own? Did they come up with that from their own wisdom, or did they just regurgitate what the Egyptians said? What did they
Okay,
do?
first off, let me say it one more time because maybe I'm speaking Greek. I do not have a frame of reference. So when you say what they came up with, I
Yeah.
don't know what they came up with. I need you brothers to edify me exactly what
They
they
came up
came.
with. They
Okay,
came up
okay,
with
okay, okay.
Estella.
Okay, let's keep it
Let me
simple.
finish.
How
Let me
fast
tell
does
you.
the speed of light move? Let's just start there.
I don't know.
300,000 kps. 300,000 kps, kilometers per second. That's how fast it moves.
Okay.
So when they were trying to figure this shit out, did they use the Egyptians' frame of reference, or did they figure this shit out themselves? Which one?
Bro, am I speaking like what?
He's
Yo, are
saying
you
Estella
not
you
trying
don't.
to
understanding the
tell you.
question?
I see what Askela's saying. He basically wants to know what they were trying to do. The
Let me
speed of light
ask one more
is.
time. The speed
Can
of
I say
light
it?
is
Cube, let me finish.
300,000.
Cube, let me finish. I'll tell him. I'll let him know. Maybe more. If they were trying to figure out the spectrum of light, if they didn't, they came across the speed of light.
You're
They were
answering a
trying.
question I didn't
I'm
ask, and
asking
that's
him
why
so
I'm
he
cutting
will
you
know.
off.
So he will know. So he will know. They wanted to know the different spectrums of light, and they
But that
came up
has nothing
with.
to do with the actual
Let me
question, brother. I'm
finish. Let me
sorry.
finish, Cube. Can I finish, Cube? Then you might say, okay, yeah. They were coming up with
Please do.
a concept for the spectrum of light. Then they found out the speed of light. Yes. So they used some instruments which they used themselves. Yes, to find that out. What he's trying to say to you, Askela, is did they use any form of Egyptian method to get to
All
it?
right. Can I get a source on that from either one of you guys?
Bro, are you telling me that you need a source for me to tell you that it's
I need a source for
200?
what they came up with, what devices they were
Okay,
using,
brother.
how they knew a
Hey,
photon.
Haskell,
See, this is
Haskell,
ridiculous, man. Now we
Haskell.
getting
How do
I'm
you know
doing
the
that
ridiculous.
for you
spectrum of
right now,
light?
Haskell. So be
How
patient.
do you, Askela, do you know how they split? Do you know
These
how we split the
ask for
spectrum of
these
light?
dudes
Do you know
ask for
how?
sources all the
Do you
time, but
know,
when you ask for a source, oh, it's ridiculous. Give me a
Askela,
source.
See, I
Askela,
know.
So
I'm
you don't
can
trying
I
know
to
the
say
ask him
speed
for
of
the
something?
light
source
is
of
what you
searching.
telling me that you don't know it's 300? Like, come on, bro.
Askel,
Like we're being funny
Askel,
with it right now.
Give me
I'm
a
giving you a
source.
hint.
What the
Askel,
Romans give me a
how do
source
you
for the innovations of the Romans when it
Okay,
comes to the speed
we,
of light.
okay,
Or
we are
shut
right
up.
here.
Give
We're
me a
right here.
source.
Damn.
We're right here.
This is crazy, man.
Any
Like,
source up or shut up, Cube? Ain't that the motto?
listen. The thing is this, bro.
No, I thought that was the motto.
No, hear me out. I want you to hear this. When you talk about the speed, of light, it's 299,792 kilometers per second. But when you're talking about the fucking ancient Greeks, they're not gonna get that number. That's number one. That's number one.
Okay.
But the actual question was, were they using the
Right.
knowledge from the Egyptians,
Answer the question
or
first, and then we'll go further.
when they were trying to get a number close to that, which we know that this is the exact number, were they using shit from ancient Egypt, or did they use their own knowledge to come up with the number that they got, which was within 5% of this? That's the question.
I mean,
All right.
the
So
answer is they use their own knowledge, bro. Like, why we gotta
you want
drag
me
it
to
on?
answer?
Okay, thank you. Whoever said that, thank you. I think that was Sosa.
Yeah,
Thank
why we
you.
gotta drag it on?
Thank you. It don't make no sense. Like, why play around with this shit? Thank
You
you.
want me to answer? You want me to
But
answer?
Sosa just answered it for you.
Well, I don't agree with Sosa. So you want me to answer?
Go ahead, brother. Please. I'll go on mute.
I need to know what exactly it is that they came up with to answer that question.
Okay.
So I need that
So,
I
source.
think
okay,
Einstein
I'm right here.
hypothesized.
I'm right here. I'm right here. You know how to do it. I source up. So
Put
now
it in
it's
the
a
back
bit.
chat. Put it in the back chat.
Because
No,
I
no.
found
I got the physical. Oh, hold on, brothers.
Are you
Yeah.
I
talking about
got the
Einstein?
physical book in my hand. Okay. I'm a person who buy books.
Okay.
I'm not somebody who just go on Google all day long. Okay,
I gotta
so
take that with the clout.
it says, like I said, that's why I say it's a bit of reading here. It says when we see a flash of lightning. So I gotta weed through this, but it says when we see a flash of lightning, is because the lightning is emitting light, which might have to travel several kilometers towards us before reaching our eyes. Ancient philosophers wonder how the speed of light affected the act of seeing. If light travels at finite speed, then it would take some time to reach us. So by the time we see the lightning, it may no longer actually exist, right? So again, I said it was arguing finite and infinite. So now it says thunder and lightning are generated simultaneously, but we hear the thunder after we see the lightning. So I'm gonna go. So it says for the ancient philosophers, it was reasonable to assume that sound has a finite speed and certainly travels much slower than light. Okay. So Aristotle argued in the 4th century BC, Aristotle argued that light traveled with infinite speed. So the event and the observation of the event would be simultaneous. In the 11th century AD, the Islamic scientists Ibn Sina and Al-Haytham both took the opposite views. Okay, so until 1638, when Galileo proposed a method, so here you go now, a method for measuring the speed of light, 2 observers with lamps, you hear me? 2 observers with lamps and shutters would stand some distance apart. The first observer would flash a signal to the second, who would then immediately flash a signal back. The first observer could then estimate the speed of light by measuring the time between sending and receiving signals. So that's one method. Was that from Egypt?
No, that was from Galileo. He's Italian, born in the 16th century AD.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Right.
Before we can continue, can
I'm
you
not
show
hearing
me
nothing
this
about
shit
no
in Egypt?
Romans. I'm not hearing nothing about no Romans.
No. Can you show me this in Egypt where they did this? Yes or no? Just real quick before he continue.
No, I can't.
Oh.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank
why
you.
are we
Continue.
trying? I don't understand what's the point in trying to equate it to Egypt? Like this is
Nah,
we
yeah,
talk about a time when Egypt has now expired and people are
Right.
discovering other things after the dynasty is over. There's no more
Because there
derivative.
were certain things that they didn't know, man, and
Right.
that's what
I
the brother's
think
trying to
that's what
highlight.
I'm saying.
Like who
Wait.
is saying that there's things that they knew?
Bro,
everything? Like, I
listen,
don't
that's what the
care.
brother said. He's saying that there was certain things that they didn't know. And until we realize and get out of this fucking blackology that they didn't know everything,
You
then we're gonna
never
be
can get out of
continued.
black
What's
Not
first
me.
known?
Hold on, listen. Not
I'm just
me.
saying, Q, before we even go into that,
Oh,
who on the panel
listen. No,
said that?
hold on. Listen, no. I'm trying to tell you who's saying it. Not me. I'm trying to tell you who's saying it. I'm trying to tell you. Asking a question. Not me, not you are caught up in this bullshit, but there's other niggas that's caught up in this bullshit. Who
On this
when
panel?
niggas is say, bros, listen. You asked the question. The reason why the brother's clarifying this shit is because it's not me, it's not you who think that Egypt came up with everything.
Right.
There's a lot of niggas out there that got this blackology, like, oh, black man created everything. Black man was the fucking first, and all this other shit. He's trying to disambiguate that, but you're trying to fight against it for some reason, even though you agree that the black man didn't come up with everything. All he's doing is saying, hey, you know what? The black man did come up with everything, and let's give respect where respect is due, and let's move on. That's it.
So now I got a name for you. Old Romer.
I still don't hear what the Romans did or the Greeks
Okay.
did. The goalposts got moved.
He said,
Wow.
Hey,
he
This
said
is crazy.
Aristotle. He
Hold
said
on.
Aristotle.
Yeah, and he thought light was infinite. So
Wait. No, wait.
he was,
Wait.
so he was straight pseudo.
No, that was. Oh, so hold on. Let me ask you this: is light infinite or finite?
No, he said the speed was infinite.
Right.
So
So
that
I'm
was
asking.
straight.
I'm asking. Is it speed of light? So the conclusion today is it infinite or finite?
The speed is finite.
Are you sure?
Yes, brother.
No. He asked, was the light finite or infinite? What was the answer to that?
And I qualified it with speed, and then he re-asked the question.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So Romer. So I'm gonna give you a name. It was Old Romer. So let me just first say this: it didn't matter if it was Romans, Greeks. Like that was not my point. My point was white boys figured it out without the agency of Egypt. So it didn't matter if it was Italian, German, Russian. That to me, that didn't make any difference. I was just pointing out because somebody said that they were learning in
Man, I
Egypt.
was bullshitting, but hey, y'all just took it there. So hey, whatever.
No,
So-
but
So Old Romer measured the speed of light by studying the movements of Jupiter's moon. Io.
Don't you notice the
I
Greek
think-
just create everything though?
I mean, I'm just saying that I think when they were talking about Egypt being influenced, they were talking about the Library of Alexandria, which was a collection of the
Of books.
books that they had that they got from Egypt. That's where they started getting their knowledge from. Now, once you get out of that period and you get into the goddamn 900, 600 AD, of course, Egypt ain't got no more influence. That's just, they already died out there. They burnt the library. They got burned down, as a matter of fact. They
But they
burnt the
still got the
Library of
books.
Alexandria. They burnt them books. The Christians,
But that's what the
burnt that
brothers. But that's what the brothers trying to say, because you got motherfuckers who's giving Egypt credit for all of this shit, which they never did. That's what
Right.
he's
But
trying to debunk.
but what I'm saying is those people ain't here, and our argument with unbiased is like, I understand that, but you're trying to overcorrect it to the point that
No, he's
degrading-
disambiguous. No, he's not overcorrecting anything. He's
bro, when he
disambiguating
say
it, bro.
that Egypt didn't know about anatomy, he's overcorrecting.
Yeah, that's an
where
And
all that
overcorrection.
then,
started from.
and then
This
he put the
where-
qualifications on them being scientists as having to be a perfect in science. But then
Nah,
Hey,
I
listen,
didn't say perfect.
listen,
I just said
listen.
they didn't understand organisms, which is vital in understanding the anatomy. That's all.
and the Greeks didn't understand organism, but yet still you give them
No,
credit
but
for
I wasn't
science.
paint. Wait, but hold on. But I didn't paint them as understanding anatomy, though. You dig? So
No,
that's
you give
You
them,
said
you
they
give them
understood
credit.
science.
You said science
They
started
no,
with
no.
them, though.
Wait, no. Okay, see.
You did say that, unbiased.
Wait, brother, hold on. Okay. So again, I kept saying chemistry. I think you heard me say that.
Yeah,
Right.
you said science, brother.
Bro,
Okay,
Yeah,
no.
so science.
Wait,
We
brother. Come on, man. Like the whole thing is recorded. When you say
let's go back.
science, I already said that boiling water is technically science. I already said that.
Talking about biology.
I said that doesn't make you
anatomy.
a scientist. That doesn't make you an expert. And then I explained what the experts do. I said the experts follow a scientific method. I kept saying that over and over and over. That's part of my whole presentation.
I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now, because if that's
Let me ask the
science
question again.
and boiling
Did the
water,
Greeks-
then that
did the
means my
Greeks-
girl is a
Greeks-
fucking scientist. So yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean with that.
No,
Because I
did the
disagree.
Greeks-
Listen, I disagree with him
Dude, forget
saying.
about that, bro. I'm talking to them about. Forget about that. Did the Greeks invent science? Unbiased.
Okay.
I disagree.
Now,
I disagree with that.
Who do we credit? Who do we credit with the invention of science, bro?
And guess who?
Wait,
and
no,
by say the Greeks
listen.
invented science.
listen.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I'm biased. Can
Yeah.
I say something?
Yeah.
For one, I get what unbiased is trying to say. It sounds like he's trying to support the Greek, but he's not. He's saying the classification, the universities, the degrees. We get that from the Greeks. We're not saying they invented science.
Right.
No one invented science. Science is just a normal part of nature to
I'm
humans.
about to say the Greeks
That's
invented
not- that's what I'm
science.
saying.
No, he's
Brother,
not. He's not
that's
what
saying
I'm
that.
saying,
He gave,
Fitz. You
he's
don't
saying
speak-
he gave
that's
it a
what I'm saying,
degree.
Fitz.
A
What
degree.
you're
When we
saying
go
is
to
correct.
universities today,
Look,
it's
what you're
based
saying
off
is
of what the
correct, bro. But he
Greeks
didn't
gave us.
frame it that way. You're speaking for him.
No, but I get what he's
If you would've
saying.
said it
He
like
maybe
that, there
didn't
would've been
frame
no
it right.
disagreement.
He maybe didn't frame it
Okay.
right. But
Let-
I
let brother-
personally,
that's
can
why
I say
asked
this?
for him to
Okay.
clarify.
I'm gonna say
Hold
this and
on.
stop.
Hold on.
Can I say this
Listen.
and stop?
Let
Let me
him
say
speak.
this and
Let him
stop.
speak for himself, Fritz.
Yeah, let
him
Fitz
speak
Unbiased.
for himself.
Let me say what I'm
Agreed.
gonna say and stop. Yeah, it's
And
irrelevant.
then tell me
who
if you
gave us
disagree or
science.
disagree or agree with Fitz.
Yes, sir. Let him bias speak for himself, and then
Let me
we'll
say
see.
what I'm
So
saying,
Nah,
and
we're
then
arguing
unbiased
in
can
circles.
say.
Wait,
And
first
then
let Fitz
unbiased
go.
can say what he's saying.
Right.
All I'm
Fitz,
saying
go
is
ahead.
it's irrelevant who gave us science. Science is science. Do you understand? I think we're even in this color situation, race, because we want to. A lot of people want to tie it back to black, like all the Egyptians were black. We've got to forget that. It's a discipline. What we've learned, all of us. Now, what unbiased is saying is that no, the Greek didn't invent science, but they gave it classification, which no other society before that did that. And we are using it today in universities, degrees, and
Nah,
stuff like that.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that neither.
I just want to. We just deal with what unbiased said. That's what I'm saying. I understand all that.
What do you
other
mean you don't
arguments.
agree with it? So what did I say? What was wrong? Do you saying that the Greeks didn't do that?
Because
you
you're
said-
not listening to King Sosa. You're not listening to what he's saying.
Oh, Sosa, sorry, Sosa. Go on. So what did you say, Sosa? Hello?
The phone is breaking up.
I didn't hear what Sosa said.
Sosa breaking up.
Hey, you know some girls can't even boil water. So
I didn't
so
get what Sosa was saying. What was he saying,
He
Unbiased?
breaking up. He breaking up. He went out.
Yeah, so go ahead, come back in.
But what was his gist? What was the gist of what he was trying to portray? Because I didn't get it.
Just go ahead, Fitz. He gonna come back in and tell you.
I don't think I could represent what he was trying to say better than he could, because I'm pretty sure if I attempt, they're gonna say I'm wrong. So I might as well just.
All we're saying, Unbiased is not giving the credit to nobody. We could give the credit to science today. Look at what we've done. We could say,
Well,
well, Einstein was a
No,
great.
fuck
We're
that.
just-
I'm giving credit to these crackers because they did certain shit. I'm giving
Word.
credits to black people because they did certain
Exactly.
shit.
Exactly.
But what
It's humanity.
cannot,
It's
what we
nothing to
cannot
do with
do,
color.
we cannot
It's got
do,
nothing to
what
do
we
with color.
cannot do. No, it has everything to do with color, bro. I disagree with that because black
What
people
is
did a
color?
lot of.
Hold
Hold on,
you
hear
know
me
what I
out,
got
hear
to
me
say?
out, bro. Hear me out, hear me out, hear
Cube.
me out, bro. Hear me out. I'm trying to make
got
it.
lost. Let me just say
No,
this: you've got
no, I'm
lost
not
again.
lost, bro. Listen,
Yes, you do, because science has got nothing to do with color. That means you're trying to make one better than the other. There's no better.
no.
There
I'm not
is. You're
saying
trying
that.
to say, well, because
I'm not.
I'm not. You're basically saying black man did this, and no, it's science.
Bro,
That's not
but
how it's seen.
listen, you're talking about today. I'm talking about in ancient times. What I'm saying is black people did certain things first, and white people also did
But
certain
what does
things
that
Right.
matter?
first.
I'm
What
saying
does
the
that
same
matter,
thing.
though? What does that matter?
No,
Really,
no,
really.
hey, no,
Listen, now, what does that matter?
Fitz. I'm gonna tell you why it matters. Because when you come into the conscious community, they teach black folks did everything and white folks did nothing. So all we
You're
trying to say,
They're going
inundated.
nowhere. You know what I got to say?
No,
We need
listen,
to
no,
leave.
bro, slow
We need to
down,
leave
bro,
Sarnetta
slow down and
at their
listen to what
level.
he's saying. Slow down, listen to what he's saying because you're inundated with black man did this and black man
Fitz,
did that.
this all stemmed from my Facebook post. On my Facebook post, I said, did white folks introduce, so I worded many times differently, but one of them was, did white folks introduce science to the world? And I purposely put that question in like 40 different black allergy groups, and damn near 95% of the people said white folks did not invent science. They said what my man said. They just learned from the Egyptians, and the Egyptians brought science.
I get you.
Egyptian.
I'm 100% with that, Unbiased. What I'm trying to say to you is, we're not going to change no one's views. They're religious. We've got to
I
leave
know,
them.
but no, hold
We've
up,
got to
bro.
go. You see where it is. The
Nah,
conscious community. I realize. Can I say this and then I'll finish? The conscious community is at the level of Sarnetta. Leave them there. Us guys have got to move forward. When they catch up, they catch up. They really are dumb in that sense.
Yeah,
And
but
I get everything you're saying. We're
Fitz.
fighting a losing battle when we.
No,
It's like
we're actually
fighting a
not. Fitz, let me say
Hebrew.
one thing. Now, my boy, who's a barber, he's a second generation born Nation of Islam member. They're taught in their actual doctrine to do not vaccinate. So you would think he's a board member, he cannot go against that. It's over. Can't reach him, according to you. So what I did was I didn't argue with him. I just wanted to know his concerns, other than his leader saying so, his spiritual leader, Elijah Muhammad, other than him saying so, what evidence do you have? What accurate, credible evidence that you have that
You beat him up.
vaccines
I know you did. You beat him up.
Right. No, I ain't beat him up because remember, they are very combative, the Nation of Islam. So you can't beat them up because they're strong-minded. You dig? Like you said, it won't go anywhere. So I decided just to have a conversation with him. And look, it took several weeks, me going in there just talking to him. And a lot of times he didn't want to talk about it. So my whole thing is I'm trying to explain to you was, as I kept giving him information over and over and over and over, when I went there last Saturday, not only did he say that I was correct, he also went against his own brother, Rizza Islam, and said Rizza Islam was wrong.
And you're good. You know what? That's an individual case, though.
Right,
We're
no,
talking about the masses.
brother.
I'll just say this and I'll finish, Unbiased. You know what the problem is in this community? The problem is in that community. Let me just say this.
Wait, no, but you just did say something. I was
saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
All right, but let me just finish my thought, though.
That was an individual case. I'm talking about the masses. The masses don't see stuff like that, Unbiased. They have a personality. They worship.
Can I talk?
That's it. Go and talk. Sorry, but I'm just saying. I get what you're saying.
Garfield, I mean Fitz. Can I talk? Dude, you got to let people talk. Like
I hear you, but I get what you're going through a long process, which I understand. I'm trying to get to a quicker like process. I'm trying to say to you, I agree with you.
That
But it's
what
an individual case you're talking about.
brother. Let me finish though. You could
Let him,
disagree. You could.
let him go. Hear him out, bro. Let's
Yeah,
hear him,
go on,
Fitz.
go on. I
So
hear you out.
now
Sorry,
I'm
go
going
on,
to
go on,
change it.
go on,
Look, I'm going
go
to
on,
change
go
it.
on.
I'm going to change it because I'm going to spin it a different way. Okay, forget about that. I'm gonna go to somewhere else.
Mhm.
As far as reaching black people, especially the youth, say
Mhm.
I'm gonna go straight different now because I'm gonna do you now. Reaching the youth, I believe, is pointless, and reaching people right now, today, in today's environment, is pointless. Trying to get us to on board to one agenda, I believe, is pointless. We are so far gone from that ideology. Our individual efforts tell us everything about ourselves. We don't take life serious at all. So I feel like it's unimportant and not my job responsibility at all to be trying to build anything at this current climate with black folks. I feel like I should just go ahead, work on myself, get myself right, and if anything, build with a like-minded people, which is very few and apart. So I say the same thing in reverse. When it comes to reaching us to educate us to do something collectively, I believe that's a farce. The same way you believe you can't convince people because they're caught up in their own ideology and their concept and these individual accomplishments. Well, I say the same thing when it comes to trying to unite or gather on one accord, one agenda,
So
anything like
right,
that.
I agree.
I believe is fruitless. And because of that, like you just said, I don't even try. I just focus on me and try to be the best I can be in this country.
It's gonna take. I'm biased. This is what I was trying to say to you. You're exactly right, and you've got to do that with your brethren. That's your Cody. That's someone you got to get him out of that. But I'm talking about the masses in the conscious community, like we just said. They've got that's personality worship. They take this one side, take that one side. They don't know about the information. It goes way over their head. All of us here know about the information. We ain't worrying about that. Some of us might have.
Do you
Some
know
of
I
us
was
might
one of
have
those
our
people,
ideologies.
Fitz, when I came into the conscious community, I was a Hebrew Israelite. So
See?
if what you're saying is correct, then I
Like
was
3 months ago.
right. But Fitz,
Yeah, but I'm biased. You weren't really a Hebrew Israelite, if I could see it, because if you
Yo,
was, you
yo, yo,
repent.
what?
You
if I can
repent.
say something real
I got a
quick.
channel. I got videos, man. I was stone cold, but Fitz, all I'm trying to say is I got
He
out
had
of
the
that
Mortal
because
he had the Mortal Kombat outfit too, Fitz.
Yo, hey, yo, check
Hey,
this out. Hey, check this out, man. You know, I was a fake black Hebrew Israelite, all that other bullshit. I'm not gonna regurgitate it. But the truth of the matter is this, man. There is no coming together for black people. All this other shit.
yeah, that's so.
Like this shit that niggas think about. This shit is not real. You know what is real? Is coming together with maybe about 5 or 6 guys,
Yep.
you know, with like minds, and you close a deal on a $2 million home and everybody eat.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
that's
that's realistic.
reasonable. That's reasonable and that's feasible and it's realistic. All this other shit about people coming together and all this other bullshit, that's bullshit.
That's
You just
fantasy.
want to,
Superficial.
it's fantasy. You want to talk about the conscious community? You know what the conscious community likes? They like to hit debates. That's really what it
Right.
is.
Right.
And hold on, and it ain't nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, we have to understand what we're dealing with. So once you get to that level, because once upon a time, there was a time that I was at a level like, oh yeah, man, you know, yeah, black people got to get together, and you know, we
Let's
got to
buy
do
some
this.
land.
Right, get some land. And, you know, if we just all come together, you thinking about this shit. But once the years start to go by and you start to see the same thing over and over and over, you realize there ain't no coming together, man.
That's over.
So
We need to
so
stop. We need to stop this bullshit about coming together. No, you come together with niggas that's like-minded about you because you know what? Out of everybody on this call right now, there may be niggas that if we meet up in person, you may not like my personality and I may not like yours. So guess what? I don't want to deal with you and you're not going to deal with me. But out of like the 5 or 6 people here, you may want to deal with the other brothers, or I may want to deal with the other brothers. And guess what? We can build. But the truth of the matter is, there is not going to be no goddamn cornucopia. There is not going to be no utopia of none of this shit that we're talking about.
so hold on. If I may jump in right quick. It seems to me here I can make a diagnosis of what's going on, in particular with brothers like Unbiased and Cube. It seems like their disillusionment from once buying in wholeheartedly to a doctrine and being being disappointed and having, because they had very lofty ideals of what Black people were and what they achieved. They had this extreme type of view imposed upon them as far as, oh, Black people invented everything. Black people were everywhere. Black people could fly, and our melanin gives us
wings.
Peter Parker like powers and da 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 da.
Pharaoh says
Right. So because of that,
no, Pharaoh says 665.
right.
We're gonna be light and flying around because the carbon dropped off one neutron, whatever.
Right. So it seems to me here that because of that disillusionment, right?
That's a terrible word.
The same. What? No.
Keep going,
I don't mean to use it like in a net, but
Finish.
Yeah. But because of that disillusionment from basically being lied to, there is a kind of anger there, and because of that,
oh shit,
the same extremism that
Go ahead, ask.
the same.
oh shit.
Hold on. I'm gonna wrap it up. The same extremism that they once applied to their theology, that they once applied to their theology, now they've reversed the polarity on that and are going
everything.
Right, they're going the complete extreme.
That's what I was saying. They're making an overcorrection.
Wait, hold on. Let him finish because he's talking a lot of nonsense. And
I agree with him. He's saying you're making a bunch of overcorrection. Go ahead, Haskell.
Go ahead, Haskell.
No, I'm done. That's how I see it. I'm done.
Okay, good. Let me respond to that. So now, what I want right now, and by no means am I trying to force you into a logical fallacy, any of that. But what I want right now is for you to show me this cornucopia, or I want you to show me this utopia of Black society when Black people just all came together. Can you show me that? Yes or no? And if you can, do so right now, please.
Can I say something before that?
No. The brother No. The brother made statements, and I want him to answer that because that's directly.
It's a conversation, isn't it? So can I say something first, quickly?
Brother, it is a conversation, but you're butting in our mini skirmish.
Let Haskell answer.
Haskell gave us a question, and I want to answer it. Can I answer it?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I agree with Haskell in a sense that a lot of people are romanticizing, but then I'm giving you a question. What other culture all come together? The white people have all different ideologies, but they work together. They put them ideologies aside.
You're wrong, brother. You're wrong.
Listen,
brother, you're wrong.
So
you can't say it
because
you're
you're let the man finish, bro.
Listen,
he
bro,
wrong.
let me finish then. Let me finish. Because you've got one subjective view. I'm just giving my view. I'm saying to you, I'm here in England right now, where there's Jews, there's Christians, there's Buddhist white man, and they all work together. They put them things aside. They do them in their own. Oh wait, how can you tell me I'm lying? Really, Cube?
That's a fucking
Cube,
lie.
are you really telling me I'm lying?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not even fighting against you. I'm giving you an opinion. I'm basically saying what Askell was saying is right. We think that we can make a utopia. First, we went to a utopia, and then some people went reverse and said, black man ain't this. You're right though, Unbiased. We've got to be fair in a sense. It's got to be down the line. We can't say one was better than the other.
Let me respond to that because that's just foolish. Now you're talking about the white man. You talk about the white man and the Jew and all of these other motherfuckers. Have you ever heard of something called World War II? Where all of these white motherfuckers was fighting each other. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
With the World War II.
Let me finish.
Ideologies.
Let me finish.
Yes, that was an ideology. I'm talking about now, Cube. When it comes to business now, do you think one white man goes to another white man and says,
let me finish.
Do you think one white man goes to another white man and says, because you're Christian, I'm not doing business?
Bro, you just spoke.
That's not how it works, Cube. Business is a different religion. Let me finish. Business is a different religion.
You literally just spoke. I was responding to you.
Cube. You got to know how to listen. Let me finish. Business. Let me finish, Unbiased.
Wait,
Bias.
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
give the
You
mic
gotta
up. I'll
let
give the mic up.
Fish. You're bullying now. You bullied me,
No,
and now you
Cube is a
bullying.
bully. I had Cube on there. Me and Cube are cool. You know I got bare
No,
No,
love
we
for him.
but
cool.
I'm
We cool,
saying
but
as
you
far as
over
the
talking
platform.
Let me
me.
finish
Hey,
talking.
Cube is a bully, man.
Hey,
No,
Fish,
no.
I'm
He
saying as
just
far
I'm
as the
trying to say,
platform,
I'm
you
biased.
gotta
I'm
let Q
biased.
respond. You cut him
I'm not
off.
rude. I'm not rude. But I
Stop
didn't
bullying,
finish. Let
Cube.
me finish. Let me finish. I'm
Nah,
trying to say, I'm trying to give you an
I
analogy.
was
Don't get
responding
emotional.
to you. I
Don't
was
get emotional.
responding to
All I'm
you. How you
saying
gonna
to you,
respond
all
to
I'm saying to
the
Right.
you,
one word I
Hey,
let me
Fish,
said?
you cut
finish
him
what
off
I'm
early,
saying.
bro.
You
Let me
did, bro.
finish.
You
Let
did
me
cut him off,
finish.
Fitz.
Fish, you cut
I
him off
did, but I want to finish. Askella,
right
I want to
now.
finish. I'm trying to say, he's trying to
How
tell me
you
that's
gonna
bullshit.
finish?
How does he know what I'm doing in what's going on over here? I'm trying to tell you, when the white man deal with each other over here, business is a religion. They don't care about what they've got, what they're supporting. That's all I'm saying. Now you can talk.
All right, that's bullshit. There was something called World War II.
What's that got to
That's
do with today? Are
Don't
you
let her
don't
dumb?
rock out,
see
Fitz.
oh
Yo,
my
finish, bro. You
god.
bullying right now.
Let her
You're
rock out,
dumb. You
Fitz.
really are. I
Let her
think
rock
you are
out,
really
Fitz.
being dumb in that sense.
Let her rock
Fitz.
out,
Bro,
Fitz. Let her rock out, bro. He
No,
could be wrong. Let her rock out.
listen, there was something called World War II that happened. And for you to make the statement that, oh yeah, all of these white men are all the same and they're all around and they love each other and they're on one accord. Listen, brother, they were
Your
not on
impressionist.
they, they were not on one accord 80 years ago. They was trying to kill each fucking other. They were trying to do it. And you know how they did it? They did it at the millions. That's how they did it. So
Hey,
right now, you're in,
Q, your
bro,
English impression is
bro.
your English impression is horrible. I just wanted to say
Yeah,
that.
it's very horrible. Stay away from that, bro.
But the point I'm trying to make is this. I know it's bad, but but the point I'm trying to make is this, man. The brother cannot say that, oh, well, the white man came together and all this other shit. No, the fuck they didn't, because World War I and World War II, these motherfuckers were at each other's throats. He's saying that shit now because of the aftermath. He's saying that now is because the treaty that they signed. That's what he's talking about. But if he was living in that,
Exactly. So what the hell are you talking about?
bro,
I'm saying they've come
stop,
together.
bro,
Are you
stop,
dumb?
stop,
Are you
stop,
dumb?
stop, 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 stop. If you
Oh
were
my
living in
God.
if you were living in 1942,
We're
when
not
World
though.
War,
We're not Cube. We're living in 2020.
Yeah,
That's
we
the problem. You
understand
lot want to
that.
go back. We're in 2020, rude boy, and they're making billions off of each other.
I
You are
got
sitting
something
there
better,
talking
Cube.
about
Huh?
ideologies. That's what I'm trying to say.
I got
You're
if
something
you
dumb
were,
and
better
you
when you
think
talk about
if
black
I'm not
people
if
get up
working
to time.
together. If
You
you
want to go
go
back
back,
to 1940? So they've gone past that. They're all
listen,
brethren now. Are you
can I
dumb?
make my
They're bringing
point,
the
bro?
Indians and Chinese, and
Can
you're
I make
sitting
my
there worrying
point?
about ideology when it came in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I make my
Fitz,
point?
let
Can
him
I make my
finish.
point?
Yeah,
The,
Fitz
the
going
truth,
hard.
yeah, it's cool. I understand. I'm talking about the crown, so it's only right.
This
But
is what I
listen,
mean.
if
I
you
really
live
thought,
in, oh my
especially you,
God,
Anabaya, I
again?
thought you would
Oh
see
my
further than this. This is
God.
ideology. This is that ideology again. What ideology?
hey, Fitz,
Cube's
Fitz
telling
the
me about
broad,
Hey,
England
yo,
when he's never
brethren.
been
the
to
broad
England.
string
You
bully
get
in
what I mean?
it.
How can you tell me about something over here when
Fitz
you've never
come
been there?
through
Have
a
you been there?
bitch slap
Have
nigga.
you
Hey,
been
yo,
there?
Shut
brethren.
up, nigga. Bow.
Yeah, I'm
Have
not
a
being
cup of
rude because I
tea.
want to know if he's been there. He's telling me
Have a
about
cup of
London.
tea.
Hey, yo,
I'm
Have
Fitz,
a
sure
you
I've been to
wilding
New
right now,
York and I
Fitz.
know about New York, but have you been to
Fitz,
England?
yeah, have a
Fitz,
cup of tea and a few crumpets, and we can talk in the
Fitz, you
morning,
wilding right
okay?
now, Fitz. I gotta
Tea
mute
and
you, bro.
crumpets. Is that what you think it is?
Fitz, you got
Listen,
Fitz. Let
the
him
point
finish.
is this. The point is this. What I'm saying
That's a
is
good
this.
one. That's a good one. Tea and
Fitz the
crumpets.
This
broad
brother
string
is
bully.
able to say. This brother is able to say what he's saying right now because of a particular conflict that happened. So he's saying, "Oh, white people just come together." No, it's not that white people just came together.
I'm not
There
Nah.
was
saying
a
that,
there,
Cube. Are you
bro.
disagree?
Oh
Oh,
my
Fitz,
God,
you
bro,
come
gotta
on.
I'm not
Okay,
finish,
bro,
Fitz.
saying that.
bro,
I'm trying to tell
bro,
you.
Fitz,
stop.
bro, let her rock out, Fitz, please, man, please.
Oh man,
You'll never be able to
this
finish this
brother,
commentary, bro.
this brother is able to say what he's saying right now because of a conflict. So he's saying, "Oh, well, white people they just come together." This that no, something happened that in World War I there was I want to say 86 million people died. World War II there was 50 fucking million people that died. So no, they didn't just come together to this goddamn shit that you're talking about. No, it didn't happen like that.
Right.
You're trying to make it seem like, oh, white people just get on the same level. No, that's not how it worked. There was millions of motherfucking white people that killed millions of other white people to get even on a court with each other. But for some reason, you want to, for some reason, you want to say, oh, black people should just get on a court with each other. I hear you, brother. But
I gotta agree with brother. I gotta agree with brother Cube here, man. Like, I mean, he a whiteologist, but he on point on this.
Oh my God! Listen, the point I'm trying to make is this. The point I'm trying to make is this. I say certain things that are inflammatory towards some, and I'll say these things today. When it comes to Black Americans, I'm gonna say it, and you can accept it, and you can take it how the fuck you want to take it. I say that Black people should repatriate and take the fuck over Africa. I say that. But when we see the Europeans do it against each other, it's, oh, that's them crackers just fighting each other. But we see the outcome of what happened. But if we were to do it, we look at it like it's strange, like it's foreign. No, because you can go back as far as you can go back, and you can see these same wars happening amongst Black people.
Yep.
If we were the first motherfuckers here, weren't we the first motherfuckers fighting each other? Weren't we the first motherfuckers enslaving each other? All of this shit.
Right.
All of this shit. But now we want to be on some peaceful shit to where the Africans, the ones that's on the land right now, yeah, they sold us. But let's attack the fucking white Americans and tell them that they owe us. But when it comes to the motherfuckers on the continent, oh, nah, nigga, it's cool. We good. No, motherfucker, you owe us too. I want my shit too. I want you motherfuckers to move east.
Damn.
And I want this whole shit for us right here. If we can't, hold on, I'm not done. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Come on, Q, because you've been going for a minute with this speech.
Hold on, the dude interrupted me for like 30 minutes.
But you had a good 5-minute run. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Fitz, you gotta mute yourself, bro.
Hey, Haskell.
Yo. You know what?
I agree with you.
These motherfuckers who sold us, we come over there, we visit, we patronize their businesses, we buy their kente cloth, we buy all that shit, we take pictures, we do all of that shit. We even visit their museums, we do all of this bullshit. But guess what? Motherfucker, you owe us. And I want that shit. Give me mines.
Listen,
because truth of the matter is, if you really gave a fuck about the struggle that we done had over here in America, and if we are willing to go to the goddamn government, the Senate, Congress, and say, hey, if we willing to write all of this shit out and say how y'all motherfuckers owe us, I want that same shit from these motherfucking Africans. I love you, but move over east so we can have our own shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you're not gonna repatriate back to Africa and fight nobody, because who the fuck you gonna get guns from? They can kill your ass before you get over there. So that shit is goddamn non-psych.
The Africans? Come on, bro.
The Africans? You're not finna fight Africans in Africa. Who gonna give you the guns? America finna give you guns to go fight Africa? Bro. Yeah, I said repatriate. That shit ain't finna happen. 2, nigga, you ain't from Africa, nigga, you from here. That ain't your land, nigga. That's just flat out. I hate when niggas keep thinking like they treat Africa like Africa is Mars and we aliens, nigga. We gotta go back home, nigga. That ain't your home, nigga. Where'd you grow up over there, nigga? Your home is the niggas you know, the girlfriends you had and shit. Like, that's not your place no more, nigga.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We just ass out, bro. We ass out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we are ass out.
We gotta make pop over here, just flat out, bro. And I'm
not mad at that. I'm not mad at your statement, because there's certain elements to the things that you said that are correct. I was born over here. That's 100% facts. But at the same time, though, there's nobody in fucking Congress. There's nobody into the fucking Senate that ever owned a fucking slave, but we still ask them for reparations. right? We still want those fucking reparations for what their forefathers did to our foremothers and fathers, right? So if we can sit here and say we want reparations from these motherfuckers who did something to our foremothers and forefathers, then guess what? We should be able to do the same thing to these motherfuckers. So nice try, but you
No,
a
no,
day
I
late.
agree.
You a day
But let's
late and
get
a
our
dollar
money here
short, nigga.
first. I
You a day
agree.
late and a dollar short.
No, I agree. But the fuck, we got to at least get our money here before we start asking West African church. Who we gonna ask for the money? Who we going at
Nigga,
first?
we taking it, nigga. What you talking about? We taking
Taking
it.
it?
That's my whole point.
Well, where you getting the guns from?
How you gonna get over there?
Yeah. Hey, yo, we need 40 million AK-47s.
We gonna get on them Greek boats.
What you talking about, man?
No,
Wait, so
Listen,
you want to kill a bunch of Africans?
no. What you don't understand is this. What you don't understand is this. What you don't understand is this. If right now, if you had, let's just say, 700,000 Black Americans go over to Ghana right now and try to take that shit over, you're not gonna have all these surrounding countries that's next to Ghana that's gonna fucking support them. So no, that's not how it works. We don't need 40 million black people to do it. The same way when the French did in World War II when they was occupying Eritrea in North Africa, need their whole fucking country to do it. They came in there with enough guns and said, nigga move, and if you want to fight for us, you can, but if not, we're gonna blow your fucking brains out. That's what the fuck they did.
Who's gonna give you 700,000 guns, bro? I'm trying to find out.
Bro, when we get our check, that's what we're gonna invest our shit in.
Yo, you wildin', bro.
Man, you by yourself on that one.
Like you nice, man.
That sound like blackology.
That's the fuckology right there. Dude.
Yo,
I like
listen,
it. Well, that shit ain't realistic.
Because you know, truth be told, the Africans are not giving us shit, bro. And truth be told, the same way we feel today, the crackers ain't giving us shit.
Hey, Q got me.
Do we continue
we
to
ain't got
cry?
no check, so that means we ain't got no check coming.
But do we continue to cry, bitch, moan, and complain about what the white man ain't doing for us, or do we go with that bitch and say, hey, can we come here and can you give us our own land? And if they deny, say, well, you know what, we're about to take it. What the fuck do we do? Because either we can sit here and march and say, oh, the white man ain't doing us right, or do we just go and build our own shit? And truthfully, that's our ancestral homeland. Period.
It's not a goddamn planet. You know what they gonna say?
You know how you live.
This nigga crazy.
We'll do them just like the cracker did. We give them some shiny shit and, you know, move in.
Man, them niggas walk around with AK-47s and shit on a regular basis.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
About?
Nah, that's not true.
It's not true. We cannot find them. We cannot.
You talking about the Congo, bro? You talking about the Congo? I'm talking about mid and upper West Africa. The mother. Listen, my point is this. I know that was a bit extreme, but my point is this: the motherfuckers owe us. I know. But my point is, them motherfuckers owe us just as much as the cracker owe us here in America, bro. That's all I'm saying. And that shit got to get paid by hook or by fucking crook. It got to get paid.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just figured it ain't gonna.
Hey, I'm ready to suit up. That's all I know.
That's what's up. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's a hell of a plan though.
That was a hell of a pep talk.
No, I'm not saying just go over there and be like, nigga, move over, we taking it. But I am saying, like, let's work out some negotiations. Like, hey, you know what, African Americans, you sold us, you pieces of shit. You know, and let us get a little something over here. If they deny, then hey, now it's time to take that shit.
And you gonna have to explain to the United States why the fuck you just ordered 700,000 guns, nigga. Like, what the fuck is going on, Q?
Yo, listen, King. So these motherfuckers, America is gonna want to get rid of our ass once we get that check. They're gonna say, "Damn, you niggas done took it."
No,
nah, they're gonna get that money back. Nigga.
They want that money back.
You're right,
Jordan
you're
gonna
right
fly off
about
the
that.
goddamn shelf. They ain't worried about the goddamn money.
You're right about that. They gonna have Jordan sneakers at the fucking Citgo. They
Yeah.
gonna have Jordan sneakers at the Citgo. Like, yeah.
That's how they
At
gonna
the
get you
gas
back.
station.
PS4s,
Yeah, I feel you on
PS5s and
that.
shit, Xbox 5s and all that
George,
shit.
they gonna have George at the gas
Right.
station.
They ain't gonna let
Right.
you go with that money.
Nah, you're right about that though. Nah, but I'm just saying though, not like to like that drastic shit. I was just saying that, you know what I'm saying? Just,
You was on one. That's all I was.
That motherfucker was on some
Hey,
Rambo
yo.
shit,
Yeah,
nigga.
you got
Hey,
on a
Q
roll.
was watching RoboCop or something.
Yeah, I started loading my gun up. Like, what the fuck? This nigga going back.
He didn't even come back after that.
nah, but on some real shit, man. I'm looking at these crackers like they owe us something, and I look at the Africans. What I love them to death, but they owe us.
I
too.
don't know about that.
But hey, Q.
Yeah.
Nah, not to that degree. I
Hey,
was
Hey,
just kind of
I muted Fitz, but I don't know how to unmute the guy.
Shit, he gotta unmute himself.
Oh.
Put a cup of tea in that bitch. He'll probably unmute.
Hey,
Hey,
yo,
but
Fitz is
Q.
going crazy, yo.
But Q.
Nah. I was just joking around with that shit though.
I know you was sounding like Khalid Muhammad, dog.
Nah. I was just kind of joking around with that, but on some real shit, I think.
Hey, yo, but look, back to what I initially said that led to that. So back to you, Sosa. What evidence can you point to in June, at the end of June 2020, that you see Black folks remotely coming together on any degree at all?
2020? Right. I mean, that's a load of questions. Black people come together all the time. It's just about
No. What I mean by this is coming off the statement I made by saying, you know, it's over. You know, Black folks, they basically screwed up. It ain't happening right now. So you better off trying to fix yourself. Because all right, so let me add this in there. So not only is it superficial to act like we gonna hook up, but also we gotta first. Why would we want to help? Why we want to hook up with people who are sick, that's screwed up in the head and whatever else problems they got? We have to work on ourselves first, if anything. You dig? And then we can get together and do something, and that'll be light years.
I don't
Yeah, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? Unbiased.
Hey, I'm gonna have to catch the rest of the show, man. It's already 2:21, man. I'm about to catch some sleep, man. I'm about to catch the rest of the show in the morning. Hey, peace out. Hey, thanks for allowing me, and we're gonna get the fucking Africans. Now I'm just playing. hey, peace out, y'all, man. Thanks for having me. Peace.
Oh man, thanks for coming on.
No doubt.
All right, peace.
But hey, unbiased.
Yeah.
You know, that's what Neely Fuller says all the time.
What's that?
He says Black folks really shouldn't be, you know, hanging around each other like that.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even speak.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you know.
That's why I say I don't disagree with that statement. But I think we can work on ourselves and work the game shit at the same time.
Yeah, but we got first work like for example, like some of us value things differently. You know, some of us take life more serious, and some of us believe we can get it together someday in the future. So just that with that alone, we can't unite on certain fronts. Because what about the whole let's say business period? Because that's the thing that's being brought up the most when we talk about uniting. Like you got so many Black folks. Like I gave some examples before, I think on the last live stream, that the minute you talk about contributing money, dudes be making up so many excuses to not contribute money, or you know why they can't join after that. Once you ask for $1, or even not just ask for $1 for you, but once you ask them to put up $1, that's when you're going to see who's serious and who's not serious.
Yeah, but you got to have that. That's a small circle. You got to think about how many times the community has been scammed, bro. Look at Dr. Umar. This nigga goddamn like $2 million.
Nah, okay. Let me say this then. Okay, let me address it differently. Black folks are in a horrible condition where they can't even give $1.
Hey, actually, that's not true. I disagree with that, unbiased, because like the brother just said a while ago, look at Umar, look at Polite, look at guys like Tariq Nasheed. But
Yeah, but
I
these are
agree
a
with you.
few.
Hold on, I'm biased. I agree with you in that black folks aren't even, as a collective right now, wise enough to discern when a person is a madman.
Right.
Like Umar Johnson, that is
No,
Umar Johnson is you know what's messed up, unbiased? If somebody came out with the same plan that Umar had and they structured it in a professional way like you're supposed to, where
Right.
they showed a budget,
Yeah.
they showed exactly where your money was going to,
Right.
they
Right.
showed the operating costs for the school, they showed how much was going to go to insurance, they showed you how they had a board of directors, they had a if they did all of those things
Yeah.
in the correct way, that person wouldn't get the money. Umar would get the money. Why?
y'all don't know
Because
where to go get the money
as a
at.
collective, huh?
Yeah,
You
that's
don't know
a
where to
fact
go
though.
get it at. You got to go to church to get the money. You got to go to the
That's
church to get the money, man.
that comes back to the same thing. Like as a collective, we're not at the maturity level yet to where we are serious minded to do the tedious things, because things like business and science, those things are tedious. It's boring.
Yeah.
It takes, the stage that we're in right now, remember, and I made this point the last show, we're only about 60 years separated from Jim Crow.
Right.
So in essence, we're kind of as a collective still in our adolescence.
Yeah, babies.
So we're enamored with entertainment and theatrics, and you know what I'm saying? So that's why the Umars of the world, they the ones getting the millions of dollars. Cause that's where we at right now mentally.
Yeah, and like, listen, like right now, right? I'm in the goddamn quantum physics and shit, astrophysics. I be in all type of shit, right? When I was young, man, I had that shit. What you would tell me about that shit? I'd been like, fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had nobody even influence me in that type of way. But now we live in an age where information is so rampant. Like now I got exposed to it, and I love that shit. Now I'm exposing my kids to it. But them white folks, they've been exposing their kids to science because
Yeah.
the niggas' daddies was scientists and shit.
Right.
Niggas' cousins, so they got people, archaeologists. Think about when you check a white person, that nigga's traveled, bro. Versus a black person, might ain't been out the States. Nigga, white people been to Europe, Greece, Italy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they got a giant leap on us in general, bro.
I've been a lot of places.
So now, so let me say this.
Hey, somebody looking like Fitz is goddamn still muted.
Get off.
Can you unmute yourself, Fitz?
So y'all
Unmute
saying
yourself.
black people in the dark ages? That what y'all saying?
Yes.
In general, bro, not everybody, but in general, like we just babies.
But definitely over
bro.
here in America.
Like my
So
grandma
now-
couldn't read. My grandma couldn't read. I'm saying I was reading to my grandma when I was 10 years old. That's my grandma.
Yeah,
bro.
Fitz, you got now look,
Hey, unmute Fitz.
you gotta press the unmute button. Now before
Fitz
he
looking
unmutes,
like Killer Prince.
now look, before he unmutes, let me say something before he bullies me.
Hey, he look like a bully too.
Where you got the hoodie on. Now, yeah,
I ain't got no money, Fitz. I ain't got no money, Fitz. So I don't know why you put the hoodie on, bro. I'm
So
broke.
now look at this. Look at this. We have to stop. Now, I mean, I ain't saying you guys, but a little bit. We got to stop comparing the black and white dynamic. You know why? Because we are light years behind them. Like we got to first catch up to the Hispanics and the other immigrants like when I say immigrants, Chinese, Hispanic, Indian, those
Hey, white.
yeah, and the immigrant whites, we got to first catch them. We're not catching white Americans anytime soon. It's over, right? But it's the other foreign immigrants that come over here from these little white countries and Chinese and Hispanic countries that we need to catch. Indian countries, like for example, I'm a tutor. I know what they're doing. I see their schedule. I'm talking about Indians and Chinese and the Russians. They're being tutored around the clock, man. So now they're doing when we talk about catching white folks, we are lying and we're deluding ourselves. If we were trying to catch them, we got to do what they did when they caught the world. When they came over here, to build America, they had to catch up to the world. So what they did was they devised a plot where they could have 24-hour, free labor. And this is how they court and pass the world. We are light years behind them, from emancipation and even Jim Crow. Now we need to catapult ourselves, and moving at the pace we are moving now, we will never, ever, ever in a lifetime catch them. The Indians and the Chinese and the Russians that come over here, they catapult themselves by having round the clock tutors for every subject. These little girls and boys brag about, not even brag, they make it mandatory to stay in honors classes, bro. Regular classes for them is not even an option. It's all about honor classes and staying in honor classes only. The same little test, what's the test called? PARC. The PARC exams that all urban city kids runs from, black, white, or Hispanic, they all run from that test. These little elementary kids that I'm tutoring, they run towards that exam. They look forward to it.
Yeah,
I asked them what they want to be. Doctor, bank investor, astronaut. Things that we laugh at as impossibilities. That's their go-tos.
What you
Mike,
listen to?
do you think, are we at the point yet where it's cool for kids I'm talking about coming up? Because I know when I was coming up, it wasn't cool.
No.
Are we at the point yet where it's cool to be smart?
We're getting Haskell. That's a great question. We're getting to that degree only because we are it depends. If we are in schools, because again, where I tutor at, there's a mixture of Black, Indian, Hispanic, Chinese. So the Blacks are being influenced by the Indian, whites, and Chinese to be smart. So they are in there doing what they're doing, but that's only in those schools. But in our urban schools, no, it's not there.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Overall, no.
I would say, yeah. Like I live in Atlanta. I don't see the world through that scope. Like niggas in Atlanta get money. Niggas in Atlanta, like being smart is it. Like all that dumb shit is niggas is not with that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying too, like when you think about the Indians, bro, like these Indians that are coming over here, yo, they're Brahmins, bro. Like that's why you don't see black skinned Indians. They're the upper class.
I do.
Rarely, bro. Rarely.
No. Hey, brother. All my clients are basically Indians. All right.
No. Black skin?
Yes, brother.
So they're the untouchables.
Brother, I guess you would call them that. And I know what you speak of, but I'm telling you, brother, I could take look, I got pictures of some of my students. I could take a picture of some Haskell. I look at 20 times. They look so regular American Black or Jamaican Black, Caribbean Black. They look just like us, bro. Where I'm like, damn, they really Indian? Yeah, they look just like, some are white as snow and some look just like Brahmins.
Us. Yeah, well, in Atlanta, a black one was a rarity, bro. I don't even like shit. I'll pay you money to go find one, nigga. $500. You got 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because look, the one I was tutoring today, Julian and Franklin, they were brown, darker than me. They were darker than me.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see. I'm talking about black skin. Like the Brahmins got a certain range.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, Franklin Julian was dark. My man Vic Ront is dark. I could just go off the top.
Yeah, like I'm not disagreeing with that. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that in Atlanta, I pay you $500. You got 2 weeks to find one, nigga. Find one my complexion. You won't find it. Because I'm gonna say, like, you gotta understand, like, what does it cost to put your kid to school to be a doctor? Like, that's not an easy task. Like,
right.
How many black parents can afford to put their child through school to be a doctor, college to be a doctor? Like, there's a certain type of income that goes along with that, bro. That ain't just about motivation.
Yes.
What he's saying is those kids are not the cities. That's the name for SIDDI. That's the caste that they call untouchable, and it's not strictly by paleness of skin. So if those kids can afford to like be tutored around the clock, they're coming from money.
Haskell
come to America.
Wait, Haskell, that's not true. I used to so now they all come to my central location, but I used to homeschool, dude. No, a lot of them were actually poor cars. Their cars are hoopties and everything, brother. They just value education that much that
How to get over here?
that you see as a sacrifice. I don't know. Look, you know what? Some had to go back on the visa. I lost many clients because they had to leave back on the visa. But I'm trying to tell you, bro, a lot of them are I say half are doing very well, and the other half are not doing well, man. Because they be
Think
begging
about
for
what it takes.
they be begging for
Think about
discount
what it
rates,
takes,
bro.
though.
Huh?
Think about what it takes to get from India to America.
No, but look.
Like,
Okay, look.
the Indian dollar ain't worth shit compared to the
One
American
parent,
dollar.
I get you, I get you. But one parent was asking me about how, like, who's hiring? Like, do I know of any job? I'm saying, bro. So don't believe that. Some are doing very well, Mercedes Benz and mansions, and others are like project ridden. Not our project, their own little project.
No, not our product. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
their product
guess
is
what?
still better than our
And
product.
guess what? They treat each other different too. I had one little boy like kind of downplay another little boy, and he was like he kind of called them on it. So they definitely have some type of class system. I agree with that. But some come here broke than a mug, and some come here well off. And look, the Patels for the most part, they're not really. They already had that much money. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you this.
I look at their cars. I look.
Yes,
Some comes with crazy fancy cars. I look at their cars. Some come straight hoopties.
and I'm gonna tell you why. And this is another example of it. Have some issue with some shit that you got going on. Hit that phone number and call customer support. And 9 times out of 10, an Indian gonna goddamn pick up the phone.
Yeah, but they're over there in India
Because
getting
they
paid
got
like $2 an hour.
Exactly, and that part of that package allows them to gives them a leeway to get over to America.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But you can't think of that money like in our terms. That's good money over there in India.
Oh yeah. For them that's good money. But guess what?
And they learn English. They become bilingual, bro. That shit sets them up to come over here.
But you know what? Their livelihoods over there, bro, is horrible for the most part.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, India's
Except
fucked
them
up.
goddamn Brahmins. Except them goddamn Brahmins, nigga.
Yeah, but they live nowhere near like the ghetto parts. Again, bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've been teaching them for like 6-7 years.
No,
You know what I mean?
I'm biased. You said your kids don't live nowhere near the ghetto parts in India, right?
No, not all of them. I'm saying some of them don't, and some do.
How to get these gas stations?
Well, it depends which one you're talking about. Now, look, for the most part, I never had a turban Indian ever. So, like, they might shun their nose up on us, but I never had a turban Indian client ever.
Go to the hotels. When you go to these hotels in Atlanta, except for like the ones downtown, nigga, Indians on them motherfucker. And they hire only other Indians, nigga. Like ain't no nigga on the staff. 9 times out of 10. If you see a nigga on the staff, an African owner. Most of them shits are owned by Indians.
Yeah, but that's a good question. Like how they getting this money or loans, whatever, to get these gas stations, because they make that thing look easy.
Hell yeah. Nigga, hotel? That's what a goddamn hotel is, a big ass hotel?
No, we should, like, that's something that's our homework. We need to know how is this happening and why we can't do it. Like what they have, or are they putting their own money up? Like, how are they getting these gas stations and hotels and bodegas and whatever, quick checks, 7-Elevens, Dunkin' Donuts? They made it look like it's easy. And I want to know, is it their own money or they're getting loans? Because if they're getting loans, then we have right to some of these things. If they're using their own money, then of course
some people be loans. But listen, like, let's say like this, let's say me and you, we in India, and now it's beneficial for the Indian government to put Indians over here because they can make money over here and they send American dollars back home. So would you, as a government, not invest and sending niggas over to America, setting them up?
Definitely, but I'm saying, like, we need to find issue with that if they're getting loans to have these businesses that's lucrative. And, you know, because think about it. When you say gas station, that's like unheard of in a black community, a black person, you know, owning a gas station. That's unheard of. So, you know, I really want to know, how is it possible that they can just get a loan like that and get a gas station, and we in our history in this country can't get one, generation after generation.
I have to do some research on that, but I suspect they're getting some kind of set aside.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
got a
So, but
lock. They got a
yeah,
lock
but
on that.
yeah,
They
but
got a lock.
what we gotta do is we gotta expose that whistleblower something because that's crazy how we've been in this country for so many years and we're like locked out of that totally. That shouldn't be the case at all.
Yeah, because see, you talking about gas and oil, man. Come on, that's a lock. Like they locked in.
Yeah, but
That
that
shit
ain't
coming
right.
from
And
there.
we need to like shine light.
No,
Yeah, but the
yeah.
thing is, what we gotta do is we have to do what we always been doing. We gotta shine light on things that's really discriminative. Because if that's for everybody and we can't get access to, that gotta at least be brought to attention.
Well, it's gonna be rough.
Well, let's first expose it, like how Michelle Alexander exposed the racial disparities in drug arrests, and it was a high notice so much that the candidates Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton they was forced to mention that in their race to presidency. So, but it was brought to attention. Now everybody was talking about it so much so Obama eventually did his little reduced ratio 18-1 from 100-1. So laws was being done and it was being talked about even now.
You know what they do? They pool their money resources together.
Now if they do that, then we have no say. You dig? But if they're getting
but I'm gonna tell you why I disagree with that. Because not only do you not see niggas, you don't even see a European out on a goddamn gas station.
That's true. That's true.
When the last time you walked to the gas station and see a white guy?
Now I do see.
Own the shit.
Now look, to be fair, I
own
do
it.
see. I don't know if he owns it, but I do see one at his Ricky Dink gas station. But they're not at an Exxon. They're not at a Shell or BP.
Exactly.
They own the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like
we have to figure out.
You only see Indians and Africans.
But you're exactly right. So what I'm trying to say is this: our homework should be: is it something that that they're doing that's legit and that's just what they're doing? You know what I mean? Nothing we can do about it because they're oil from their country or their own money.
Be, bro.
But I want to know if it's something we can do, but we're just being locked out of it. I really want to know that.
I think it's something that's locked out there, bro. Because you don't even.
Then we got to bring
you don't even see a Chinese. And you know what Chinese went in.
See, but the thing is, if we're being locked out, I'm saying amongst ourselves, that should be made known because we have a history of when we feel like we're being wrong and it's clear, we express it on all platforms, all avenues. We express it. So if that's the case, that information should be passed around amongst us.
But everybody know to come to the black neighborhood.
You're right, but I'm trying to say is this. I'm trying to say if we're being locked out of something, that should be common knowledge amongst us. And when it's common knowledge amongst us, you'll start to hear even our celebrities speak about it openly. Even our entertainers speak about it openly like we always have done. And then it gets type of recognition and hopefully some things could change. But if we don't address it at all, then it's nothing.
Yeah, I think it's locked though. Like it's deep. It's just like the Koreans got the hair weave shit on lock.
Well, that's because they get the hair themselves.
Nah.
Yeah. They linked in.
Can't get it.
But there's also like a government situation that got worked out. That's why
look,
the Koreans
brother,
got a lock on their own.
Brother, look what I'm saying. If you try to get a salon, all the hair you're gonna get and all the products will be from that Chinese person because they are getting the hair themselves. If we can get hair ourselves, we would not be locked out of it.
Yeah, they're getting the hair themselves and only deal with each other.
Right.
And middlemen.
And look, you watched that hair thing with Chris Rock, how the Indians were cutting their damn hair off.
Nah, but I know about the little.
Yeah, you gotta check that out. So when the Indians cut their hair off, the Chinese are right there for that contract. Here, let me get that hair. Here's your money.
They also got a lock on the seafood in Atlanta. You go to a seafood place.
They're in that area, so
yeah,
they keep you as a consumer.
Well, Dr. Clark Anthony tried to do something seafood with the New Orleans, and I don't know what happened there, but he said that
they got that shit locked.
Yeah.
In Atlanta, you go to a little New Orleans seafood, any type of blah blah seafood spot, Koreans, bro. Period. Got that shit locked down.
Well, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Sosa, Contrarian, Haskell. We are buying it. See, the difference between me and most people, when I don't buy Chinese shit at all. You dig? I don't buy
buy some
Spanish
Chinese
food. I don't support them. Zero. You dig? I don't support no, when it comes to eating, I don't support no Hispanic, no Chinese, no Russian. I don't support them at all. Zero.
But you ain't gonna get around that China shit, bro. I guarantee you go around your house, look up under some shit. That shit gonna say made in China.
No. Look, brother, I'm talking about, hold up, so you being petty. I'm talking about directly. If I know that this Chinese person is selling this and I'm looking at them, I'm not buying it. Like, he would not directly get my money. So for example, like at the nail store, that's clearly a Chinese person. If I was a woman, I would never go there.
Let me ask you something. Did you see that damn on the Breakfast Club with goddamn man, what's his name? Fucking Clark, Dr. Clark Adams.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch that one yet. Nope.
Watch that. Watch that.
Hey, that nigga Dr. Clark Anderson depressed me the fuck out, nigga.
Why you say that?
That motherfucker ain't got nothing but bad news for you. Every time nigga talk, nigga, see the Black America, they want to go up, but they're going down. So I'm saying, like, we want to move sideways, but we're going left.
Yeah.
Everything he say is like, nigga, you fucking up. And we get worse and worse at it, nigga. Like,
so you know what that is? He done been through so many wars. Like what Contrarian was alluding to is the fact that he had opened up that fishery business.
And they ain't supporting.
And they ain't support him, the community ain't support him, and then the government kind of undermined him too. You know, so when you reach 80 years old, man, and you done had doors shut on you over and over and over and over.
You like, niggas ain't shit.
Yeah, and that's why I told you I came to that conclusion to myself.
Look at Unbiased. Unbiased only 40 years old, and he like niggas ain't shit. Imagine when
I ain't going that far because like in Charleston, I used to think like that. Shit was fucked up. When I came to Atlanta, shit started moving for me. Like I changed my whole mindset. Like I never saw niggas in Charleston. You see in a nice car, it's guaranteed to be white folks, bro. You ain't no rocking no braids, no dread. That shit.
Hey, so I'm saying this. So I'm saying this. I don't know about Atlanta, but I do know up here. When you go into business as a black man, I don't give a damn what the business is besides a barbershop because they're forced to go there. But any other business that you open up, good luck with being successful for your own people patronizing you. Good luck.
Yeah, that's the opposite here.
Yeah, you would not
Atlanta's a unicorn far as when it comes to black folk. You know, Atlanta's always been held as the black Mecca, whatever they call it.
Yeah,
so
Atlanta's
a unique, you know.
Yeah, because like niggas will buy your shit. Like we got like
for the rest of America, good luck. Because that's how messed up we are, Sosa.
Huh?
I said for the rest of America, that's not the case. It's very hard to like black business go out of business all the time, man, because for the rest of the world, except for Atlanta, your own people do not support you.
Yeah, but see, you got Atlanta and you got DC, Maryland, and you got Dallas. But see, the point is though, it's like once you find in locations, move there. You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of niggas act like they can't leave where they at to go to a place that you know is flourishing. Like, for example, when I came to Atlanta and I was calling back home, telling like, yo, bro, it's popping out here, nigga. I just got here. Nigga, they got jobs, nigga, you can walk and you can wear your bread. Niggas wasn't trying to hear that shit, bro. Then niggas saw me come up from nothing.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I said. They're
still
done.
Wasn't trying to move. Still wasn't trying to move. So
you agree with me? You agree with me then?
That's what I'm saying. Because a certain area, like niggas it's hard for niggas to break that mindset. It's like
Sosa.
That
so
shit
you
hold them
agree
niggas
with me,
prisoners, bro.
So no, but that was my point. I said they're done. Their mentality is screwed, and how do you reach them? it's really, it seems like it's impossible. I'm pessimistic. Like I'm good with.
You gotta expose them, bro. Like they just need exposure. You
Eh,
gotta
well,
find a way
wait.
to put that shit in their face.
Now,
Bro,
sometimes you got to leave cats alone too, man.
yes.
You just
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's both. It's both. Like
Sosa,
certain niggas you can't fuck with. Period.
Sosa. 3 friends. Now these are friends of mine who see me struggle in life. You know, can't barely could make it check to check. They see me start something, blow it up, and then do good. I came back to 3 friends and said, "Yo, hop on with me." Now, mind you, these 3 friends are not going. I can see if they had a career, then whatever. They are barely bums. Okay, they're 3 friends. They're barely bums. None of them could survive. Only one is surviving because he moved in with his girl. The other 2 are bums. They can't survive by themselves. They live in a room, something like that. These are 3 friends I came back to say, "Yo, all right, listen, hop on with me." And I said this. I said, I guarantee them, all 3 of them, that you will make $60 an hour. I guarantee them. I said, listen, it might be slow starting off. I said, don't worry about it. I will promote. I will do everything. Have everybody call me. I will answer all questions. All you do is stay there, pass out flyers. Stay, but I need you there visibly at the spot. I said, only for a few hours, 3-4 hours. I said, I'll pay you $60 an hour. The dude, 2 just said flat out, made up excuses because they were afraid. And the third one said, well, okay, well, how was your Thursdays? Now, this is a guy who told me that he makes $80 a day. I said I give him $60 an hour for about 3 hours. And he asked me, how was my Thursdays? I'm trying to tell you, our mentality, we are, in my opinion, just straight losers. Like we're afraid to do something new. Like you just said, afraid to go move somewhere. We are stuck in this comfort loser zone. And the whole idea of success, just
they're
puts
afraid
fear.
of success. Yeah.
Like they are really,
I agree. In some degree, you'll see that, but you got to also understand, like, the masses are sheep, bro. You understand? Until somebody come along, like a sheep herder, and step in the right way, they're not gonna move, bro.
Jesus,
I don't believe that.
That's just how it is,
Nah,
bro.
they are done. They are done.
Do you think the majority of people are intelligent, or it's the other way around?
No, we are not intelligent at all. We're incompetent buffoons, man.
Now, the majority are somewhere in between that, and then you got your intelligent people. Yeah, because they're just
you have a few intelligent people, bro. Look, most
of course. That's why you got one pastor and 10,000 niggas in the church.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, again, if we wanted to advance in this country, we will compete like everybody else, like all the foreigners. We will have round the clock tutors.
Yeah, but them niggas ain't. Listen, Black America right now, one of the big problems is the church, right? Because if you had a nigga at the head of that damn mega church, I'm just saying, if the nigga at the head of the mega church, let's say he was like, today, nigga, we talking about credit. We talking about how to get back on the right track, your credit, the God credit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in that church would start building their goddamn credit. You know what I'm saying? We just got the wrong, we just getting the wrong message. The sheep is getting the wrong message by a lot of, Dr. Umars and
but Dr. Umar only reach a few people. He's really insensitive. I guarantee this.
Your Creflo dollars.
Now he's very influential. But look what I'm saying.
There's a ton of them niggas, bro, with the mega churches.
Creflo got a congregation to buy him a G6.
You know what I'm saying? That nigga ain't talking nothing about credit and fucking scientific literacy.
Wait, hold up. Wait, what about the Nation of Islam? They ain't no damn better.
I ain't said it was, nigga. You just making my point.
It's all that goddamn money in Farrakhan.
Yeah, you making
nothing in return.
I'm trying to wait on the goddamn ride on the goddamn spaceship.
Hey, what about the Hebrew Israelites? How are they any better?
I was hey, you making my point, nigga.
And look at Jabari Shrine.
Nah, but all the folks in Jabari Shrine seem to be productive members of society. No,
Bro.
I'm serious.
They bougie.
I'm
Hey,
dead
hey, hey,
serious.
Yeah.
hey, listen.
I mean,
I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know their end goal, but Haskell, I promise you, I'm always scheming to be a millionaire. So I don't know their end goal, and I think anybody who has lesser goal than mine and are not on my level at all. I'm not content with no dollar amount until I'm just a millionaire, and if not bigger than that. So I'm always like, even right now, I just started studying stock trading. So I'm reading a couple books. So you're gonna hear me talk less about vaccines. You're gonna hear me talk less about a lot of stuff.
I can help you with that.
You're gonna start hearing me. Well, then we gotta definitely hook up then, because I have a lot of questions. I'm a little
If you
confused.
talking about the stocks, I can definitely help you with
All
that.
right, then we definitely got to hook up on that then, because matter of fact, my next live might be, talking about stuff like that, stocks.
Yeah, I mean, Jabari does well though financially. He does pretty well
Yeah,
financially.
he got a nice home. It looks like.
Yeah. I think his house was even on like he had his house on some type of goddamn TV show and shit.
Haskell,
yo,
let me ask you a question. Who you think gonna win the debate then?
I think Jabari gonna win, man. Just because the topic is just too unclear. I just don't
Right.
see. I don't think Garfield got enough room to maneuver. I know he came on his show and said that they agreed to amend the topic, but in everybody's brain, they already got a fixed idea of what the general idea of the debate is, which is the degree of Egypt's influence on Christianity. And Garfield is already on record saying he agrees that there was considerable influence, but he agrees with the degree that Jabari and others put it at. So right there, you kind of lost already, So he'd have to pull like a hell of a trump card at that debate, something that nobody saw coming, and it's just like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Garfield, he amended. This is why he amended the subject. You ever know before the shit started? Like Garfield's like a walking contradiction, bro. I swear to God. Like you can do a show literally Garfield versus Garfield, and this nigga just be battling himself. Because first he was hollering out, no influence, none at all. I can prove it. You know what I'm saying? And then he had a saw on the show, and then he said,
That
"So
was funny.
Saw, do you think?" And he introduced the Saw's like, "Yes." You know what I'm saying? And he's like, "Okay." I don't agree with him. I don't agree. Then he had Wujawu on. Oh, Wujawu, do you think? And Wujawu was like, yes. You know what I'm saying? So then he went back and try to rearrange the title.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he realized at that point,
He
shit.
fucked up. Yeah.
So today he was talking about Jesus being historical. Now I've had this argument with Garfield before. He was saying
Right,
that
bro.
Jesus is not a historical figure. I don't believe it. So I type in the chat, Garfield, are you saying that you believe Jesus was? He's like, yes. I'm like, nigga, you lying, nigga. Like,
right, Sosa, hold on. Let me say something right quick. Tell me if you remember this, bruh. Wasn't Garfield insisting that you cannot demarcate the historical Jesus and the miracles that are attributed to him? He says you could not. Didn't he say that?
Yeah, he was adamant about that shit.
Adamant about it. And now today on the show, he's saying, nah, you have to delineate between the historical Jesus and the miracles. Like he went 180.
Yeah, completely. I was like, bro.
That's why I say he fucked, man, in my opinion.
Yeah, man, cause that's why I type in the chat. I'm like, nigga, Jabari don't believe in the historical Jesus, so that shit ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, when I was confused, I'm like, nigga, I just heard you made the complete opposite argument, like Adam, and he might be on that shit for like a week.
Yep.
Like, no, there was no historical Jesus. I don't give a damn. I used to think that way. You know what I'm saying? But now I don't believe that shit. And now he's like, I'm like, come on, bro.
Yeah, because that's his trump card right there, is to say, all right, Christianity, by definition, is patterning your life after Christ, right?
Yeah.
So if Christ came along in the 1st century AD, and by that point Egypt was pretty much over with, how can you say Egypt had all this influence on Christianity when the religion is based on this person? That's why he trying to, I see what he trying to do, man.
Me
But
too. Me too. Me too.
oh man, oh man.
That's why I'm like, nigga, it's this late in the debate and you trying to shift, goddamn. You trying to shift your mode of attack now? Nigga, Jabari cooling. He ain't making no videos. He ain't doing no live streams. He just listening to your information like, okay, I see you want to go here. Oh, really? He said, I can't do that? Okay.
He told him, let's go have it now.
Exactly.
Garfield say, no. The bro say, let's have it now.
Man.
Yeah, he showed his hand, man.
Yeah, Garfield does too much. Like I tell you, watch with the debate, bro. He does too much reading. Like he's not good at just freestyling, especially when it comes to a certain point. He's gonna be like, well, look here, ladies and gentlemen, and he's gonna read for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Barry gonna be in and out reading here, boop, boop, boop. These are my sources. Now, see, Brother Garfield, like he's like a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? With Jabari works, he's like a lawyer. Now, listen, family. So, see, Garfield will have you believe that Jabari Osaze thinks Kemet is a carbon copy of Christianity. That's not what I'm saying, family. What I am saying is, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's his shit. Like, he good at that shit, bro. Shit.
Yeah, I think Garfield just sick of all the credit that Kemet gets. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, he lost it.
It caused him to kind of just go all the way out there, and now he
acting like unbiased, huh?
Yeah, right.
He done went full unbiased.
He acting like unbiased in Cuba.
Yeah. Fuck Kemet, nigga. Fuck all. I'm like, damn, bro, kill out.
Yeah, bro, like Cuba tripping me out with that. Oh, not only Cuba unbiased with that whole speed of light thing. Basically, what Unbiased was saying is they was talking about it in Rome, like, and then the person who they attributed to Aristotle, he was wrong completely. So I'm like, they didn't have no concept of no damn atom, and the word atom in Greek means undivided. It don't have nothing to do with the actual scientific concept of an atom. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, yo, I know the blackology shit niggas done took it too far, but now y'all taking it way too far.
Yeah, they go with whiteology.
Yeah, it's kind of like that with the Moors too. It's like, we know what the Moors did. Some of the thing was embellished. So it's like they're going back to recorrect it, and they're overcorrecting it now. Like they're taking everything like the Africans had no part when you got an African army showing up. Them niggas the one doing all the killing and slaughtering. So them niggas was, to them Europeans, them Africans was the Moors, nigga.
Right.
That's the nigga that killed my daddy right there. That black motherfucker right there. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't goddamn trying to make a distinction between the Ottoman Empire, nigga. All y'all niggas together.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, not only that, after the first caliphate, right, which is the Umayyads, right? Now by right, Rob Bourne brings up this point all the time. He says, it's the Arabs that had the agency, and he's right. They were the ones calling the shots, right? Now, those Berbers who actually were the ones who went over and initiated the attack, them was niggas, dog. And I tell cats all the time, dog, oh, they were Berbers. What the fuck is a Berber, dog? A Berber is just a term, a language term. You feel me? Oh, they not sub-Saharan. What the fuck is a sub-Saharan? That term was created like about 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they always try to move the goalpost.
Right.
They
African.
They African. I'm like, nigga, come on, nigga.
A nigga could look like goddamn Minister Enki, dog. And a nigga, oh nah, he not sub-Saharan. Well, if he ain't sub-Saharan, then who the fuck is?
Yeah.
Hey, King Sosa. Hey, Sosa.
Yeah.
Like that shit you was talking about, the anatomy.
Yeah.
I can show you, man, all these pictures I got right here, the same shit they got right now. The needles, the stethoscope, all that. They was
Yeah, the
using.
stethoscope. Yeah, they had all that shit.
Yeah, they using all that. So how are they not high science? That's what I'm trying to get.
Hey, and another point
that's
I
why
have
I was
wanted to bring
arguing.
up.
Like, if you trying to argue like they the goddamn niggas of the day, nobody's arguing that shit, because that shit, niggas that made, you're talking about 1,000 years of advancement.
And that was my point when I was bringing up the fact that consensus, the consensus agreement is that the Egyptians just had primitive tools.
Yeah, but the consensus saying the Greeks did it.
Right, but hold on. But if you got common sense and you look at like the when you go to the Valley of Kings and you see them big ass statues that's like 40 foot high, you not doing that shit with no motherfucking chisel. So that consensus is a lie. Like anybody with sense could look at that, bro. Like, come on, you cannot.
The carvings they did of the face, bro, and the eyes was goddamn so like geometrical proportion to the face, bro.
Exactly,
Like,
bro.
they ain't just doing that shit humdrum, bro. Like, doop, 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 doop. Them motherfuckers know exactly how to get this nose sitting just right, perfectly aligned with the chin and the eyes, bro. Like, they had that shit mastered, bro.
I don't like when our boss be talking about they didn't know science. Man, they had to know something.
Oh, you know what the biggest argument would be? If the Greeks and the Romans knew all that and they improved so much on what they learned from the Egyptians, why do they have not even a 1/100th of the evidence? Where are all their texts? Let's start there.
Yeah.
They didn't have no texts. They got it in Egypt. What the hell they got it?
And that was another point. I was driving around when y'all was on it. But that's another thing, bro. Like, and I remember this, if they're murdering the scientists over there, or people that's trying to put forth this, there ain't no school for them to go to.
Exactly.
They'll kill your ass, nigga. Like, how you gonna say they ain't schooled over there? They had to go someplace else and do that shit. Because if they caught them motherfuckers trying to do some science shit, they was gonna kill them niggas. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah, so like them niggas was studying in other places, man, taking that shit other places, bro.
Dog, I don't know what it is that the Greeks and the Romans innovated. And I was asking Bias and Cube to kind of, expound on that because narrow it down because dog, if you don't have even the ability to be writing in mass, right? The Egyptians had an institution of writing. The Greeks and the Romans, they ain't even had no books, no paper. How the fuck is you talking about they doing all this science? Yeah. Look at their numeral system. You can't do anything with that.
I think they be getting mad because I don't know where they get that shit from. Talking about the Egyptians did it first. They didn't do it first. It was the climax.
Right.
I don't know where they get that shit from.
Right, because look at the Lubumbo bone in South Africa. That shit is what, 60,000 years old?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, but they don't really look at that type of evidence, bro.
Right,
they just, and I don't like it because it makes it seem like niggas in Africa they just running around and digging their ass and just stumbling into shit. Oh shit, fire! That's how it works.
Right, bro.
Like niggas ain't had no type of ingenuity, you know what I'm saying? No type of way to test things and fail and try again and fail and try again, make adaptations. And, you know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
they be trying to put 2020 terms on some shit back in BC.
I know. I got to say, like, did they have a microscope? I'm like, come on, bro, that ain't fair now.
And the other thing, bro wondered if they knew the Earth was spherical. Dude, how would they have a calendar? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's why I had to try. I got to go back and find the other site, bro. Because the Egyptians knew the world was a sphere.
They drew the shit
long before the Greeks did, bro.
Come
They
on.
drew the shit, man. I got the shit. I just can't find that shit. I
I
really
gotta-
didn't even want to argue about this shit.
Yeah, I gotta dig that shit up.
Oh,
They
look at
been knew
this.
the world was a goddamn sphere, bro.
Look-
They been marked the
Man, let me
calendar.
tell you something. I've been to Egypt. That's why I be telling them they don't know what they be talking about.
You know that their calendar was precise, nigga. Like what the like you know how we gotta add a leap year and all that other shit?
Yeah,
Like them niggas had already worked that out, bro.
long time ago.
Yeah, they ain't had to add no leap year. They had that shit fucking narrowed down to like nigga, a year is
I got that shit over here somewhere, man.
yeah, they had
it's
that
on
shit
my
narrowed
phone, right?
down. It was very precise. It was very, very precise.
Yeah, but the point is, they didn't create the shit. That's what I keep trying to tell them.
Yeah, cause you look at Nat the Fly, like you see that big ass sundial sitting there, like, you know what I'm saying? They just
Right.
that's just Egypt was where everything just flowered.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I brought up that sundial thing too, because I have found a source. Q cut me off though. He was like, that don't matter. That don't matter. I found a source that said they found a sundial in the Valley of Kings that dated to the 13th century BC.
Yeah.
So that would tell me that the dude he was talking about and the story that they give to say he was the one who put the rod, that shit made up, bro. I don't believe it, dog, because they lie about too much stuff.
Well,
Like
you got you
everybody
got
in
to understand when it comes to white people, they think Greece is
bro.
their
Hold on, bro. Pythagoras, the father
Pythagoras,
of math. Hippocrates, the father of
ain't that's what I said? That's
yeah.
what, how the fuck they the father of history, science, and all
Oh,
that?
they the father of everything. So what
They
that
did
tells
they used to call him the father of medicine until they found out that Egyptian papyrus with all the goddamn medicine shit on there. And that knocked
no,
their ass out the
they
box.
still call him that. What
Yeah,
you talking
Yeah, yeah,
call it
they
that.
still
call
they
it that.
still call it that, but they actually know that they're not though, even though they still give them credit for that shit.
bro? They been new, dog.
Hey, you know what fucked me up though? In college, I went to my professor because they was trying to say shit about the Greece is the father of civilization. Don't you know I went to my professor? I didn't show him up in class. I was going to raise my hand in class. I said, you know what? I went to after shit's over. And I walked up to him, bro, and I was like, okay, how can Greece be the father of civilization when Egypt's civilization flourished long before Greece? And he said, bro, I know, but this is in the book, so that's how I got to teach it.
Hey, that's what my history teacher told me.
And I was like, God damn, bro. I just walked out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But see, King Sosa, that's the thing, right? Sometimes conspiracy theories are wild-eyed, but sometimes conspiracy theories are reality. You know what I'm saying? And the education system, they have conspired to make Greece and Rome the beginning of all like
Hey, that's all I was trying to get unbiased to see. That's all I was trying to get him to see.
And
He's not gonna see it because he's so sickened with black folks right now. That's all that is.
Niggas don't warm out. But
Yeah,
and also when you reading of somebody writing something, you gotta really check their background too, bro. You gotta see what their motives are. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just take it because it's written in the book and this guy said it. You know what I'm saying?
But King Sosa, unbiased know that. Cause look, when you brought up the
article.
When you brought up that article, right? What did he do? He critically assessed it.
He said, well, we don't want to hear about
that. he said, hold on. He said, no, wait a minute. Now, did they know this and do this and do that and do this and do that? So he putting it to scrutiny. When it comes to the story of Erastosthenes, he not putting it to no scrutiny. He not asking for no primary document where Erastosthenes had these formulas and all that shit written. He not asking for none of that. He just riding with it. But when it come to the niggas, he want to know. He want shit proven to the molecule, nigga.
I know. What day he write that shit? I'm like, nigga, I don't know what day.
He not taking into account who writing the books that he reading.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's the whole motive. The motive was to keep Greece as, you know what I'm saying? The Greece is their flower.
They're founding fathers, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they represent that to the fullest, man.
To the fullest. Hey, and you know what's crazy about that? The white folks here in America are descendants of the Germanic tribes.
Yeah, they just claiming that shit.
They ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they just
Yeah,
like
but they say
Israelites and
that's
shit.
their beginning though.
Yeah, they just use that shit to attach themselves to something great.
That shit ain't had nothing to do with them. The Greeks was in the Mediterranean area, the area that the Anglos in this country come from. They was in the goddamn Western Western Europe, up in the north and shit,
Up
up
in
in
the north,
Siberia
up in the
and all that
north.
shit. Yeah, it had nothing to do with no goddamn Greece, but they steady claiming it though.
Nah, they were savages. They were savages, baby.
And China went through that goddamn dark ages. They woke up like, who the fuck built this shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? They had no idea how some of that shit got there. They had lost, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers had lost all the knowledge of that shit. And that's another thing. Like, every time you hear about them, bro, they're in the Library of Alexandria. That's why I was like, do you know what the Library of Alexandria is, nigga?
Hey, that's what I said. They told me I was blackology.
Like, nigga.
Man, what the hell y'all talking
that's
about?
what all the
I was-
texts.
I was gonna ask Unbiased, do you know where the Library of Alexandria is?
Yeah, and they were just rediscovering what Egypt do and introducing it to their people as like some newfound shit. But they learn that shit in the library and they're trying to teach the people like, yo, I've been reading about, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, nigga, we don't know nothing about chemistry. And we go to a goddamn library, pick up a chemistry book, like, oh shit. Like we ain't invent the shit, but when we show up back in our neighborhoods, talk about the shit, they gonna give us credit for the shit like, yo, you a genius, bro. I'm like, nigga, I read that shit back in the goddamn library, but shit, I'm finna run with this shit though. I'm gaining popularity and shit. Man.
You know the excuse they got? Oh, the Egyptians didn't teach them. Shit, who else taught them?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's like some of them might not got taught directly, but they learn from them books, man. They learn from them texts.
Right.
You gotta understand, like them niggas at that time frame, they still could read the hieroglyphs, bro. That shit was already translated into the Coptic and all type of languages. They can understand that shit. That shit got lost later on, but them niggas lived close to that time. They can read that shit.
I think a lot of the stuff they was getting was from the hieratic, though. You know,
yeah, because they had to translate it. Yeah, I think they had some.
Yeah, but I don't think it's from what we call the metaneta. A lot of that shit they got was from the hieratic, which was a language for more communicating broadly for everybody. You know what I'm saying? That metaneta shit was for a brotherhood, a certain sect, a guild. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But some of that basic shit, you know, they had that motherfucker translated into a language that they could. I can't forget all the terms, but they had the shit translated, the regular shit that they understood. They had that shit broken down so well. Okay, we could take this shit to the library now and log this shit in, so we can go back and look over this shit.
Yeah, right. You know, if you ain't got no books, hell, you ain't got no culture.
Yeah,
right. Where is the Greco-Roman version of the Rhind mathematical papyri? Where is their version of the Ebers the Ebers medical papyri? Well, where is it?
But they always say they the fathers and mothers of this and that.
Yeah.
Couldn't even write. That's crazy.
They can write when they left Egypt.
Yo, I want Unbiased to try this. I want Unbiased to try this around Wu Jiao and all them, man,
it'd be brutal.
He did.
Oh yeah. I think I remember I was on that show one time.
When they was talking about that chemistry shit.
Yeah, they beat him up on that. You know what I'm saying? They did beat him up.
Ridiculous. You got to know that.
He said because they didn't have a couple elements, they didn't know chemistry.
They didn't know the element. They didn't have an element chart. Ridiculous, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're lowering the bar for the Greeks, and then you're putting the Egyptians, goddamn, to the gymnastic level. Like, jump over this shit, nigga. I'm like, god damn, bro.
We
like
call
that's
that
not
black
fair.
on black crime.
Yeah, like that's not fair, bro. Because you know what I'm saying? Like he'd say they didn't know shit because they didn't know goddamn organism. But then he said, did the Greeks know organism? No. So then you know what I'm saying? But he's like, no. I'm like, man, you can't do it like that, man. That's why I was trying to get them.
He said they the fathers of science.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get him to stay within a certain frame. Like Q was doing the same shit. Like, are you telling me? I'm like, no, I'm not telling you compared to 2020. I'm talking about, like, you know, science, the level of science increases every generation, right? So what we consider science 3,000 years ago might not be considered that's a different level of science 2,000 years ago, and it gets better and it gets better. So you have to judge the surgery that they did in Egypt to the surgery that was going on at that time. And at that time, the shit they was doing was top notch. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you compare them shit to 2020, then they're gonna look like goddamn idiots.
Egypt was the America back then. Just
Yeah,
saying.
man. Yeah, them niggas have figured that shit out, bro. Like them niggas wouldn't.
It's
wouldn't.
like
Haskell said it right. He said they mad. they mad.
say it again, contrarian.
I said you said it right when you gave that. Said they was mad at the black people.
Yeah, that's what it boiled down to, and Cube really showed that. You could hear the hostility, dog. Like the venom, dog. Like, and I understand, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? All your life you've been told, not all your life, but a good amount of it, especially your adult life, that niggas could fly and you know what I'm saying? You was really believing that shit, you know, sun gazing and you know. So now you like, oh nah, these niggas don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck these niggas, man. Like
the Greeks did it.
Yeah,
The Greeks
and, you know,
did it.
and what I've been seeing with a lot of folks though, they cannot separate the YouTube conscious community from the real world. Like the YouTube conscious community, they anti-vax. But in the real world, man, niggas taking their baby to get their shots, man. I ain't never heard no black mama talk about shit. I ain't finna tell my baby to get them 6-month shot. Man, niggas do what the fuck the doctor tell them, man. They ain't finna goddamn be taking no chances.
Those people and those anti-vax, those especially those black people, I know damn well they taking their children to the damn doctor.
Yeah, man, it's a movement, man. Them folks is funded, man. Some of them folks are getting paid to show up certain areas, man, and go say that shit. Man.
I will say this though, as a Jamaican coming here, when I first moved to America, and I would hear people say they're going to get flu shots or flu vaccines, it sounded crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all boys do that, but you know,
I didn't take many flu shots because you know the flu shot is not. It's really more beneficial or necessary as you get older. Like when you younger, your body's equipped for it. Like I deal with the flu. I know I feel bad for about a little week. I ain't gonna want to eat nothing. I just want to drink some shit.
right?
You know what I'm saying? Some cold, sweaty nights. But you young, you get over that shit. But nigga, you catching pneumonia or flu, your ass 50 and above, man, that's just life threatening, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, so I don't worry about the flu shots, but you know, I already had my other vaccines from a long time ago because, like, you know, they'll call your ass out in school. Like, nigga.
You're not even going to school unless
bro, I done got called out. Like, excuse me, sir. Your record said you ain't got your shot. If that shit ain't done by so and so, nigga, you can't come back to school. I had to go tell my mom, like, hey, look, they talking about
you know what tripped me out? Polite said he could go overseas.
But Polite be straight line, man. Like that
dude, he had to get those shots. I say, you crazy.
God, that dude is a pathological, bruh. The man sat there on camera and was fronting like this condominium shit with his shit, dog. Like straight up.
And then when they called him out on it, he ain't know nothing about it.
No, that's just like Umar calling them goons, and then the phone get the ringing. Like these dudes don't have no kind of moral compass, dog. That's what people don't realize.
Nothing was more funnier though when he was doing that live and he hit that goddamn camera. And that motherfucking camera showed his goddamn whole shit. Looking like fucking Pepe Le Pew shit, just trash everywhere. Man, he trying to cover that shit up. Yeah, you know, I'm moving.
I know damn well you get vaccinated because when I was in the military, you're not even going over that motherfucker unless you get that shit.
Oh, yeah, you know, in certain countries like in Africa, bro, they got like, yo, you got to have them shots. Bro.
You
like,
got to have that shit, bro. Man.
Yellow fever shit, nigga, your ass gonna die.
Like, dude, y'all check this out though. You know, Bill Gates is pushing for a vaccine for diarrhea in Africa, in some countries in Africa, because you know that's like, I think it's like a top 3 killer over there. So, you know,
like dysentery and shit like that.
And like the rotavirus causes a sort of diarrhea that's, you know, that'll kill.
Yeah.
But you know, what I don't like about that is what's causing that rotavirus to spread is the abject poverty and the you know what I'm saying, the completely fucked up conditions they living in, you know. So instead of creating a vaccine, because he not creating no vaccine for diarrhea for us, you know why? Because we don't need it. Because we live in a first world society. So if you truly care about these people, take that money you invested in this, you pushing for the development of this vaccine and develop the infrastructure. You know, you, Jeff Bezos, Bono, and all these other crackers who claim they care, develop the infrastructure.
Yeah, but in the meantime, still though, them folks gonna be dying while they
What y'all think
developing
about that
everything.
China shit?
Oh, the new shit they got, that corona
Man,
shit.
I saw that shit killing motherfuckers daily over there.
Yeah, like I'm telling you, like a pandemic is gonna hit, bro. America, bro. Like it ain't like I said, like you were saying, like it's not a matter of if, it's just when, bro. Like we gonna get hit. And viruses be mutating. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna hit. But
The
I just
thing,
be thinking like, you look at Samoa, I just be thinking like this, like now it's up to you. You don't want to, especially if you're a country. I'm not talking about an individual person. We're talking about a country.
mhm.
You turn down that vaccine, bro, and shit goes sideways, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what you're willing to do, hey, good luck, bro. You know what I'm saying? Best of wishes. Shit fuck around, end up looking like goddamn Samoa, you know what I'm saying? Where everybody fucked up.
They said that shit like a ghost town. I was looking at the news.
Yeah. Shit, man, like, it just, you know, niggas got their doubts when it comes to God. You know how black people are, man. Niggas done been through a lot of shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't trust doctors. Nigga, I done had took family members to some hospital nigga, and they say shit gonna be okay. Nigga, the next day, goddamn uncle dead. You know what I'm saying? So niggas got some shit, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't be trying to totally negate a nigga feeling, because niggas be having a reason to distrust certain shit. But you know what I'm saying? Certain situations like shit, nigga, like, okay, I can take these shots or not take these shots. You know what I'm saying? I look around like everybody else good, and I don't know, niggas ain't dropping off like flies. I'm just gonna go ahead and take these goddamn shots.
Mhm.
Cause like I remember chicken pox, nigga. Like my kids don't even know what the fuck that shit is, nigga. Like when back in the day, that shit was normal. Like you go to school, your homeboy in that school, you miss him for 3-4 days, oh, nigga got chicken pox. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Shit. Like that shit's unheard of now, man. I ain't never had the motherfucker too, so if I kept the shit down, that should be fucking life
I
threatening.
had that shit.
You had it?
Yeah, that shit a motherfucker, boy.
Yeah, normally your parents will try to
That
put you in contact
calamine
with it
boost.
early. Put you in contact with it early. Go ahead and get it out the way. That way, if you have, like, if you're a parent, you keep having more kids. We don't have to worry about the other kids getting it. They already immune to it. You know what I mean? But shit.
Yeah, but you know, I was reading that we breathe in like 100 million viruses daily.
Yeah, a large part of our body's made up of goddamn viruses.
Viruses, right. So yeah, you know, they can't make a vaccine for everything.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. That's why one's coming and they mutate. Like tuberculosis right now, that shit's starting to mutate, and that shit's now they don't even it's antibiotic resistant. So that shit making a comeback now, nigga. They don't got no goddamn vaccine for that shit. That shit done mutated in some super shit. They got to figure out how to goddamn counteract it.
Yeah, science gonna have to. I think they need a new innovation because, like the vaccines, you know, after a while, like the viruses, like you said, it adjusts for them vaccines too. And then the other thing too, like this coronavirus thing, you know, a lot of time them shits hit you ain't got no time to develop no vaccine.
Oh yeah, die on the spot.
You know, SARS is the same way. Remember when SARS hit, they ain't never developed no vaccine for it. It just died out. It
Yeah,
just
remember when the Zika virus that hit in the goddamn
right.
South America and shit?
Yeah, that shit just eventually kind of just, goes away or whatever
Yeah,
the case
they was
may
able to
be.
get to that motherfucker and isolate that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But remember, they don't want to do the Olympics over there because they was afraid that shit might be in the water or in the
Mhm.
drinking water, shit like that. But it just like Unc say though, man, like Mother nature is trying to kill you, bro. Like that's really a good ass explanation, bro. Like we are constantly at a fight with nature, whether it's hurricanes, tornadoes, fucking viruses. Like this shit is coming for niggas, bro. Like and our survival depends on us figuring out a way to counteract nature and live within it. You know what I'm saying? That's all what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. But yeah, y'all boys, I'm out of here, man.
Me too. Shit,
For
I'm
sure, for
bothered
sure,
with
man.
sleep. I
For
gotta
sure,
get
man.
up so I can fuck with Garfield in the morning.
Hell yeah, listen to his ass goddamn change his stance and shit. Tomorrow, Jesus ain't even historical. Watch, nigga. You like, God. All
Arguing
right,
with
fellas.
goddamn Asiatic black man for 5 hours.
See,
I'm
brother
about to take your white
Garfield.
ass to sleep.
Yeah, see, brother Garfield, you don't understand it, bro. Hey, all right, niggas. All that, y'all boy, man.
All
Good
right,
building with
y'all.
you, bro. Peace.